a fun time to be a United States citizen. To live in our great country. What's up, people? How's it going? How's it going? How we doing? How's it going? Welcome back. New social stare videos, by the way. Jesus, I was gonna stream earlier today, but you know, when I have to do something at fucking 5 p.m., my brain kinda doesn't let me do anything till I'm done with it. So it's still depressing now. They're not gonna be exporting this shit for long. Let me tell you, it's gonna be passenger and cargo shit. It's gonna be like, is it like into coin? Fucking coin? Collectors. I don't know. It's gonna be 6 million. Some stupid island nation. Oh, reciprocal tariffs. Really, Tesco Johnson. Line go down. Non fun line do. Line do be going down. There's a lot of lines going down. Like my hope for the future. I'm just kidding. My spirit. I saw this funny. This is my motto from now on. Hold on, let me find it. Okay, it's not this, but this is funny too. This rabbit. Actually, nowhere near my limit. My spirit is relentless. Going straight down. Jesus. Oh, wow. Air. Cool. It's some stupid, like, island nation. It'll be interesting. He did it after, he announced it after the markets closed, right? So it's like we only have the implied, or it doesn't, actually, I feel like I remember reading something once that said stocks actually move more, or like they move more implied or whatever when it's closed. But it could just not be true. Is it Jover? And my fucking B-man that I think the poly market recession thing is at 51% now? It might be even higher now? I would assume people are panicking. 49% chance. Jesus. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the GDP now forecast. Goddamn. How do I get to some bullshit? Yep. Thank you, Donald Trump, for liberating my woke 401k savings. Dude, this is gonna be, I'm gonna guess Panama, but I feel like Panama wanna have more. Panama has like billions. It's some bullshit ass nation. Fiji. Oh shit. It's one of the I don't know. The only islands I know around Australia are fucking Fiji. It's like the Marshall Islands, or it's like one of the other micronations. Oh, what's up?
So,
Not much. I'm bracing for.
I'm so fucking black-pilled on people talking about inequality. I think you should have a license before you talk about inequality online.
That's true, actually.
Am I disturbing anything?
Not really. I just started. I just am playing the game I always play.
Okay.
The Dreidel.
Here, so check this post out. Okay, this is an account we both follow. Okay.
Oh boy.
There's an account we both follow on Instagram. This person, you know them?
Oh, yep, yep. I know them. Yeah.
Yeah. So so you see this graph, right?
Yep.
Now go to this website. I want you to do it yourself, okay? Just tell me if I'm missing anything. I might be stupid, you know. Um, so here's like the distribution of household wealth, right?
Sure.
So first of all, let's read the chart very carefully so we know what we're doing, okay? So if we open Instagram, we see, okay, it's comparing the top 1% to the middle class. What's the middle class? Oh, it says so in the bottom. It's the 20th to 80th percentile of earners of income. Okay. And they look at quarter two of the years. Okay. And they look at the share of wealth, right? Right.
Sure. Yep.
So that's the website. Okay. Tell me if you get the same result. Select wealth as the component, right? Distribute by income.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now distribute shares, right? Units should be shares.
Yeah. The
And we
shares.
don't want
Yeah.
to include the 80% to 99%. We don't want to include the bottom 20%, right?
Yep. Yep.
Now, what does it say for quarter two of 2023?
Quarter two of 2023. Um,
Yeah, what's the top 1% wealth share?
the top 1%. I don't have the. It doesn't have the. It doesn't show me the top 1%. It shows me the top. Um. Oh no, it does. It's just labeled 99 to 1%. It says
Yeah.
23.1%. Yeah.
Yeah, and if we look at the graph, what does it say? Above 25.
Yeah.
So I have no clue where they got this idea from. I have no clue. Now, not only that, okay, maybe it's true in spirit. Maybe it's less than 25, but they still own more than the middle.
We.
Well, no.
Oops.
You can just sum the
We are
numbers.
matching the
It's
years.
still it's lower,
2023 quarter two.
right?
Wait, repeat the last thing again. I was talking to
23.1.
chat. The.
Now, if we look at the graph, that it's okay. They say it's above 25. Well, okay, certainly that's wrong.
Yeah.
But last time I checked, 23.1 is less than 25. But okay, maybe it's true in spirit. Maybe the top 1% own more than the bottom, than the middle class or whatever. But no, if we add the numbers, right, 13.6 plus 8.4 plus 4.5, that's more than that. So So what are they talking about? I have no clue. I'm so confused. Someone help me. My God. I don't know. So I think you need a state approved
Yeah.
fucking license to talk about inequality.
I mean, I've
Ay,
seen this
ay.
account. Like, I mean, they just post like screenshots of like Twitter shit. So
Yeah.
I've seen this account
Yeah.
post some other like dumb stuff too. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. I'd not be shocked if I scroll far enough and I can see like productivity wage stuff.
yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. My ears, not my ears, my eyes are like finely tuned for this graph shape.
I was like,
It's true though.
I remember commenting on one thing because it was dumb, but I don't know. I
Right.
forget what it was by now.
This looks like it? No. Okay, it's not. Okay, sometimes they repost, well, certainly they seem like a Democrat shill, so maybe that's good. And they certainly repost a lot of like neoliberal people. Like they post Our World in Data sometimes and No Opinion and stuff, but I don't know. Every time I see someone talk about inequality and they get lots of likes, then I don't know. Seems like they're saying something dumb, some dumb shit.
Yeah, you know the real way to increase inequality is just with reciprocal tariffs on every.
That's right. That's right.
They
Did you
have
see
to
how they
fucking.
calculated it?
Yeah, they just I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, I saw people saying on Twitter it was just their imports or the trade deficit divided by what they export to us, right? Like it was
Yep. Bro, I'm also becoming negatively polarized in favor of being an Israel defender again. I just I was in Dean's server, right? And I'm checking the Israel Palestine chat, always a mistake. And you know, I see, okay, they're saying this state senator guy in Florida that got elected now. He said something horrible below a picture of like a dead Palestinian child or something. I looked the image up. It's from Syria in 2012. Still, what he said was horrible, so I made it clear, like, hey, this is a depraved statement, but the image is from Syria. Got it wrong.
Yeah.
Um, and they're like, "Oh, so you're defending him?" And I'm like, "What? You
Wow.
said but, right?
Wow.
You said, oh, he was wrong. It's depraved, but you said but." I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god." I was trying to like explain to these low IQ, brain dead dumb fucks, and oh my god, I'm venting, but it's funny, okay? And then it's like, they ask me, "Oh, do you correct people who say Hamas killed 1,200 people on October 7th? Because the IDF killed a lot of people too, so that's wrong, right?" I'm
True.
like,
True.
it's
True.
just a whataboutism. I didn't even go into your line, but and then and then you know a bunch of other memes. But then this Aleph Noel retard asks me like, what? It just tries to pivot and asks me what's my favorite Israeli food, and trying to make the point that like Israelis have no culture, and it's like,
I was gonna say
what?
they literally just gonna like anything you come up with. They're just gonna be like that was actually made by another Arab nation or like
Yeah,
Jesus. Which, by the way, I don't know. Maybe he just didn't update the list, but despite Israel getting rid of all its tariffs on the U.S., it still says we're gonna tariff Israel 17% or whatever, which is kind of crazy. But I mean, Israel's not a super big trading partner, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah,
in the context of tariffing everyone else, it matters. And apparently, also they're only calculating the trade deficit thing in goods, which is fucking stupid. Because yeah, I mean, obviously the U.S. exports a ton of services, but we import a ton of goods
yeah.
because
Oh
we're a
wait,
service economy. It's
really?
like
That's
Jesus,
incredibly
like
stupid. That's incredibly stupid. What? No way. Oh my
apparently,
god. I thought, um, initially when I saw it, I saw like Israel 17%. I was like, oh, they're considering VAT
yeah,
taxes.
VAT, yeah,
But no, that's not it. I thought they were just like trying to calculate the VAT rate or whatever taxes they consider tariffs in other countries and then reciprocate them. But no, it's so much worse. It's just a retarded calculation. My
dude,
God.
didn't they have
So
like they had
dumb.
like a full ass month or whatever to like make this report to like calculate this shit, but they were just like, nah, we'll just divide the trade deficit by exports. Like, good job, buddy. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
China third. I like how it's discounted too. Like, we're so nice. We're only going to charge you half of the bullshit number that we made up.
Yeah. And it's like Vietnam. We made a bullshit metric. Time for almost 100% tariff on your ass. The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a recession is way more likely now.
Yep. Poly market agrees. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
also,
also,
it's
like,
so
there's no
funny to
even
me.
what the fuck is Fiji supposed to do, man? Like, there's no, I don't know how much of this shit is ever going to be negotiated down. Like, you're not gonna. What the fuck do you expect Liechtenstein to do? We're charging Liechtenstein a 37% tariff. Now, obviously, I doubt they're a big trading partner, but like, what are they supposed to do? Are they gonna send troops through our border too? Like, are we gonna have
Yeah.
Kenyan troops on the border? Iraq, really need to tariff Iraq, Kuwait, Nepal. What did Nepal do to us, bro?
When did you know when the United States used to have open borders? what are the
Like from our founding to like 1860 or something, I think was we had basically almost all open borders. There might have been like some minor restrictions, but uh, there was only I think the Chinese Exclusion Act was I think like the first like big border bill thing, 1882 when it was passed.
yeah. Okay, so they said what makes Jews have a special claim to the land? I was like, I don't think any ethnic group has a claim to land or so. I'm an open borders guy. I don't know what this ethnic talk means. Um, and now they're asking me, do you at least understand the distinction between open borders and colonization? And I said, yeah, man. And then they said, like the Europeans, very important that the Europeans who came into Palestine, I would hope more of that kind of thing isn't what you envision when you say open borders. So I just said, I mean open borders, um, like what America had before the 1930s. Now I'm baiting with this message because it does define what I mean, but I hope that they're low IQ enough to say, oh, like Columbus. I pray. I think it's like at least 40% chance they say that. Like they're really low IQ. I talk to that person a lot. Like not a lot. I just fight with them a lot. Like they said yesterday that productivity has nothing to do with wages. Not because of the
True.
EPI.
Truth
Not because of
news.
EPI. Not because of EPI. They didn't even cite EPI. They were just this is like a person who thinks they like so they have like a bit of abstract math background, so they think they can derive economics from like talking about it on Discord. So they were like a week ago, they were criticizing economics because I think the critique was like they said it's a pseudoscience because they model agents with like continuous actions when actions are discrete and you have like a finite amount of agents. And I'm like, one, shut the fuck up, kill yourself. You've never read like an econ paper in your life. You don't know what you're talking about. Second of all models are wrong, but some are useful, and economics is useful. So it has a lot of predictive power. It has a lot of, you know, just a lot of virtues as a theory, whatever. And so now this person was like, or yesterday they were like saying, "Oh, that's how capitalism works. Your productivity has nothing to do with your wages because your productivity could double, but your wages don't immediately double." It's
True. Economists
like,
have
oh,
never
it doesn't
considered
change
that.
continuously,
No one
therefore
has
it's
ever.
uncorrelated.
Yeah.
Now, I asked, I spent like an hour and I downloaded BLS data and I just made a graph of like productivity versus like compensation in different sectors. And I labeled it like, and the analogy I was using to explain to them how what they're saying is stupid is like, do you think education is correlated with income? They said yes. And I was like, do you think income like increases continuously with education? They said no. So I'm like, okay, so you can see that was a dumb point. And they're like, no, it's like, what? What's your problem? So I made the graph. And it was productivity versus income versus compensation in each industry, right? But I dislabeled it by saying it's like education versus income. And I was asking them, do you think these are correlated? Now, unfortunately for me, they kind of said good night right as they said the graph.
Damn.
But like, there was another person there who was on my side, but I, just for the sake of making the point, I was like asking them, do you think these graphs are correlated? These axes are correlated? They said, yeah. Like, okay. There's like I asked them more questions, and you agree it would be really, really, really dumb for someone to say these are completely disconnected, right? And they said, yeah. Like, would you would it shock you to know that these are actually all this time they were productivity versus compensation in industries? I think that was a sample text top 10 moment. That was funny, but
Destroyed.
yeah, yeah. My God, I cannot believe that's how they calculated the tariff rate.
I
It's
know.
so bad.
I don't
So
even
bad.
know. Has anyone ever used that metric ever? It seems like a completely like novel, totally bullshit thing. I literally don't know
Oh
like
yeah. Yeah.
what this could be used to even actually tell you. Like how I don't get how it signifies it like trade being unfair or anything or like an implied bullshit. I don't know. Like I literally don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know how they came up
Oh
with
my
it.
god.
Like what the
It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm like tired right now, but it's like disastrous. This is catastrophic. Like, oh my God. I look. I never really fully believed that like Smooth Harley caused like the Great Depression. I mean, maybe
sure.
helped, but like I don't think Smooth Harley was like that big of a catalyzer. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've never seen like really good robust evidence for this. But uh, I think I might change my mind in the next 6 months. Oh my god, oh boy. Well, yeah, yeah. When are you? You said you're in uni and you're taking courses, right? Right?
Yeah. I mean not a ton right
Yeah,
now, but yeah.
that's fun. Is it uni or college? Is there a difference?
Um there probably is a difference. I don't know. It's a community
Hmm.
college. It's a yeah.
Okay, nice, nice. But yeah, it seems like the tariff rate with the new announcement will be higher than
Yeah, I
like
think
during with Holly.
yeah. It's a 10% minimum on every country. So that
Yeah.
plus all these other,
Oh my
random
fucking
tariffs on people.
god.
And then also,
You know why they did 10% minimum, right?
no.
I think I know why. Because they don't want to like do negative tariffs for countries we have a surplus with.
Probably, yeah.
That's my theory. That's
I
oh,
oh shit, what was I gonna say? Also there's he's doing like 25% auto tariffs on Canada and Mexico, I think, on April 4th. So that'll be
my
great
god.
too.
You know,
Can't wait.
you know how you talk to like a socialist, and I never really bring up Cambodia because like you can say like it was real socialism, which it was, but like such a horrible example of socialism. I'm not gonna really hold any socialist accountable for that or something, right? I'm not gonna say this is evidence against your theory seriously, right?
Sure.
So I think I might accept Cope from protectionists saying like Trump is not real protectionism. I think I might. This is like too horrible. This is Pol Pot level. Like I think it might be. I think it might be acceptable to argue. Some low IQ protectionist comes to me and like, oh no, I want targeted, strategic, whatever, infant industry, for national security, whatever. I'm like, okay, but Trump. I think I feel bad if I say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. Oh boy. It's also annoying because like you spend all this time becoming a neoliberal. It means you have to be competent and like understand the world and like
True,
know
true.
what you're talking about. But it also means a lot of debunking. So it means like if someone even starts saying productivity, and I already have like 5 graphs open, right? It
Yep.
means like I'm debunking. But this administration is just not even going with the normal lies or whatever. They just make retarded theory up. They say,
Yeah.
"Oh, VAT taxes are tariffs." By the way, never heard that from protectionists, but how they argue it for some reason, or like, yet the optimal tariff rate is the maximum between 10 and the trade deficit divided by imports. What? What? Only for goods, by the way. So it's like I don't even have like reductios ready,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
and by
know.
the
Yeah.
time I have them ready, it's gonna be a different metric. You think they're gonna? You think they're gonna take it back? You think they like? You
I
think
I don't
they're gonna
know.
stick with it?
because like it's hard because the ones in Canada and Mexico like they were kind of some off ramp set up, but like I said, there's a lot of these countries. Like I don't even know what the fuck is the EU supposed to do. Like they're definitely not getting rid of their VAT. They're way too dependent on it.
No, but
It's
it's not even
not
about
as a bad
VAT,
thing, but
right?
like, well, no, but I
Yeah,
mean, he did mention
I
he
thought it
mentioned
was like
VATs and
they look at the rates. I thought they look at like the exports to
well,
each
yeah,
country,
well,
and
no,
they look at
no,
like
you're
how
right. That is
much
how they
it's
actually
taxed. But no,
calculated the number. But like Trump was mentioning like VATs in the in
yeah, I
like a
know.
speech and everything. But like I'm just saying, there's no like what type of negotiation is ever supposed to happen to bring these down. I don't think Trump would ever. I don't know if Trump would just take them away without like at least something he can present as a win. Like even with Colombia, even though Colombia never actually like caved to Trump's demands, like he can present it as a
Yeah,
win. But
no, this shit is like not even possible.
yeah.
But it's also, the did you see the only thing good to come out of this is that Taiwan is implicitly a country. But
Let's go.
yeah, but it's also like on the VAT thing. So I initially thought they calculated the rates by like doing 10 minimum and then like maybe they calculate the rates on imports or whatever and they consider VAT. But no, it's just this retarded metric. Of course, you may say, okay, countries may reduce tariffs in an attempt to increase imports from the United States, right? Or something.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, then technically the tariff rate of the country has like an indirect effect. But VATs don't even have that. VATs don't incentivize importing or disincentivize it. They don't. They just disincentivize all consumption, right? So
Hmm.
it's like saying the income tax should be included in the calculation, right?
You know what's funny? It's actually the U.S. sales taxes, right? So with a VAT, obviously you don't tax business to business transactions because they get
yeah,
they get rebates for all
hmm
that stuff. But with a U.S. sales
hmm
tax, a lot of revenue from U.S. sales tax, the estimate I saw, I think from Brookings, was 40% of revenue from U.S. sales taxes are business to business transactions, and that ends up I think it's called like tax pyramiding. Obviously, that ends up like taxing a lot of things twice, and the tax will be like baked into the price when you sell a good. So because businesses will pass the tax on to the consumer or
yep,
whatever, like if it's an
hmm
intermediate good that they're taxing. So when we sell shit to Europe, our sales tax is a lot of times actually baked into the price of the good that we're selling, but VATs avoid that problem. Like it's so like like Europe actually has a better argument for tariffing us based on our sales tax than we do for tariffing them based on the VAT because the VAT doesn't
yeah,
tax intermediate goods. Like
yeah. No, that's it's also like if you think VATs are, I guess not. Like if you think VATs are horrible, then DBCFT is like similar in
where's
principle, but they would say, oh, it's good when we
where's
do it.
sex
It's
toys made?
like
Am I gonna
it's good
am I
when
gonna
we
get
tariff
screwed?
others, but it's bad when they tariff us. It's like, okay, maybe. Like it's just so over. I don't even know. I'm so like it's entirely an avoidable recession. Why are we doing this? Why? I legit never thought. Every time Kamala looked me in the eyes, right? She was thinking about me when she looked at the camera and she said, "He's gonna do universal tariffs." I look, I never fully believed it. I was like 50% on it. I was like maybe, but I never imagined. No, it's so bad. The signal thing and this, it's like 10 times worse than Trump's first administration, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's also so crazy that we're not even investigating the signal thing. Like we're not even gonna get
Oh
like
wait, what
no
do you
one.
mean? There was an investigation by Mike Waltz. What do you mean?
Right, right. The attorney general said that they weren't actually gonna. There's no real investigation into it. There's only this fake
No, and
investigation to get
it's
into it. But
terrifying because
it's
like,
like
the rule of law is
yeah,
like you can if you're a Trumpist, you know that you can like do whatever crime now and like no one's gonna care.
yep,
It's crazy. Like I feel like a company can like, you know, I don't know, pollute the water supply of like a small town or whatever. I don't know, whatever evil shit you want to imagine.
As long
And
as
then they
it's
can just
made
say
in America.
they're attacking us for our patriotic values and we love President Trump or something. And like they'll get protected. I don't even know. Anyway, what's up, Jesus?
What's up? You failed to consider when we're talking about investigations for the Signal chat. You gotta investigate Greenberg, dude. How'd he get in there? What corruption's going on?
True.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah,
All right,
with an
non-fun.
insight.
How bad is it? You know econ better than me.
Pretty bad. Like, I'm not gonna say like we're gonna for sure have a recession, but this is honestly worse. Kind of worse than I expected. I think I was kind of expecting them to basically do, um, tariffs on probably the EU and probably more on China. But I wasn't. First of all, I wasn't expecting the blanket 10% minimum, and I wasn't expecting the we're gonna make a bullshit number up so we can charge these people way over what they actually tariff us. I think it'll be pretty bad. I don't know, I don't know how to quantify it, but I think it's decently likely that even quarter 1 GDP will end up being basically stagnant, maybe a contraction. I would kind of doubt it would be a contraction, but I think I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't know how to estimate the impact on the price level, but I would
They
presume
had to
the
they
price
had to
level would go
walk
up a
his
little
ass
bit.
back on stage to sign the thing. When do we get to 25th Amendment him? Like, clearly he's sunsetting. Clearly he's senile. He's just torching the country behind him.
Dude, what's
Like,
great?
come
I
on,
need
guys.
to.
Not only that, like if you read the Signal messages, right? It's like JD Vance, and they're all talking like I forgot exactly what, but they're like, and Trump approved this and that, and then like JD Vance is like, I don't think the president understands how inconsistent this is with his messaging. It's like this is. I think Destiny said this.
Wait,
Like this is
hold on.
more
Guy in
shadow
chat.
puppeteering than anything under Biden. Yeah,
It may pay off in the end. What the fuck is the end here? What the fuck is the end with 20%
Oh yeah, somebody please
tariffs
explain that
on
to me.
EU? Like with 46% tariffs on Vietnam. What do you mean? No. What is the
I've been waiting with
explain?
bated breath for a conservative to explain to me how any of this like Trump 40 chess shit where he's just sacrificing American soft power and economic
and you know,
strength across the board. What does this get us? What does it get
and
us?
you know what? The Democrats deserve it because this is what happens when you stand for a chance. No, whatever. Like,
Hey, I
don't
will
be.
say this does he did put tariffs on Israel, so at least we can put some of the JQ shit to bed.
No, I thought, yeah, I was like, yeah, EU, Canada, okay, he hates them, but like Israel, bro, Israel, really,
Yeah, we gotta put
like
tariffs on
that,
everybody, I guess.
Yeah, even
like
after
that.
they again Israel literally dropped their tariffs on the U.S. They still have these
Bro,
bullshit
if
numbers. It may
tomorrow
get
it's
other
like
countries to
BB,
drop their tariffs. Why Israel dropped their tariffs and they're still tariffing Israel? The number they had for the reciprocal tariff thing is not based on the tariffs that they are applying. It's based on bullshit.
and also, just so you know,
Why would you have a
tariffs
10%
are not
minimum
like,
across the board? There were plenty of countries
and
that don't
tariffs are
tariff
not
us
like
10%,
countering each
and then
other.
yeah.
If I tariff, like, so we can look at like what he did with China, right? You tariff China, China retaliates. They don't lower their tariffs in response.
Yeah.
And that's like how tariffs work. But also, what would be the worst thing that can happen now? Or I guess maybe the best. I don't know. Like if BB is like, okay, I got to talk to Trump, and then he like calls Trump, and then Trump is like, okay, I talked to BB, and actually on Israel it's going to be 0%. But everyone else keeps the same rate. It's like
Dude, have you
that'd be
considered that Kamala Harris would have been just as bad for the Palestinians? And so
This
really,
is
did it
true.
really make a difference
Would you
who we
really
voted
look
for?
at a dead Palestinian child who was killed by money that Kamala sent, and look them in the eyes and say, I know you got killed by this person, but I want them to be president? Would you
Also,
look them
wait,
in the eye
the
and say
guy in
that?
chat. I need to get this concession from everyone. If you think this is good because other countries will drop their tariffs, does that mean you think that at least in principle trade is good? That in principle it would be good to have free trade with these countries? You just don't like that they're
That's also
charging us one
fucking
ways?
true.
True.
Okay, so I'm like 60% recession. No. Markets are like 51%, which makes me think I'm underestimating.
TDS.
Because like
TDS.
half of the market is TDSDS.
Oh, that's true,
So
actually.
so I don't know if I'm underestimating. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
The Democrat
Seems
won a
bad.
Supreme Court position in Wisconsin. I saw Democrats did good. Yeah, I think there were one or two other special elections, right, where the margin was pretty close. Like I think even a Florida seat, the margin was like 10 points less than it was last time, which is good. We want to be
I thought the
treated
Cory Booker shit
fairly.
was pretty
First of
cool.
all,
Oh
why?
boy.
What?
Yeah.
Like
Doesn't
we're not.
matter anymore though. The country won't exist tomorrow.
First of all, we're not. Why the fuck would these countries want to treat us fairly now that we're treating them unbelievably unfairly? Like we just made up a number to slap some bullshit tariff on them. Second of all, like how I would ask again, does that mean in principle that you think trade is good and you just wanted this to be treated fairly? I like a clear answer to the is trade in general good, and then also how long are you willing to have fucking 50% tariffs on these countries just so that they can maybe one day lower their tariffs? When, by the way, it's probably more politically popular to stand up to Trump, right? Like that. Like look at what happened in Canada. Like, do you think?
So your first mistake, non-farm, was assuming conservatives have principles.
True.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I'm not like we're already like past the third term as a joke point at this point. Like,
Yeah. How? Yeah, I mean, well, we're still around that territory, but I don't know. I don't. That's something I'm
he ain't
actually.
winning an election if he keeps up this shit.
I don't know. I've been wrong about like, them fucking deporting migrants to labor camps. I've been wrong about like universal tariffs. I think I'm too charitable to Trump. Maybe he might
They're
actually.
not just deporting migrants to labor camps, remember. They are blackbagging legal residents and shipping them off to countries that they are not even from. They're not deporting them. They're just like transporting them. They're exiling them.
Yeah, and it's so they just lie. Like, JD Vance saying like,
America.
oh, he's a convicted criminal, and then JD Vance was also talking about like, and I didn't see many people talking about that. It was like tweeting, and he said like this was in 2019 under the Biden administration. It's like,
Okay, so unironically, is their plan to induce a recession and then somehow blame it on the Democrats and secure like future Republican victories forever? Like that's the only strategy that could possibly be rational here.
no, I think maybe like I don't even
Wait,
fucking know. It's like I was gonna say, not even the theory that like, oh, recessions are good for rich people. They're not. But even if you're like retarded and you think that, like, it's not even like Musk is also hurting. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing?
yeah, the 40
Literally, no
chess
one's
thing I
benefiting.
saw, the excuse I saw, I'm curious if you guys have seen it, is that they're intentionally tanking the stock market so that people will buy 10-year treasury bills and drive the yield down. That's their
Let's go.
that's their goal apparently. And apparently this is the fucking way to do it. Which doesn't
Yeah, I
even
don't think that's
and
gonna
they do
work.
that so they can refinance the debt. Like Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Personally,
gonna
I
work.
think it's being done to own the
It's not.
libs.
That's
Apparently,
true.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's also like,
But tariffs aren't even like that from the polling I've seen. It seems like a lot of voters have relatively negative opinions about tariffs. Like it's
it's
obviously,
not not
obviously
only
to some
that. I
extent
mean,
partisan, but
I'm glad that like the left is being negatively polarized in favor of free trade because
me too.
like I'm glad. But also it's like it's like it's not a popular thing. They're not following some defunct economic theory. Well, they are, right? But it's not they're making up their own theory. Like VAT taxes are fucking tariffs. Like
I think they're just making it up as they go
I
along.
just think
I
they're
don't think there's a
retarded.
theory.
I think I might have to accept that they're like, the world is like unfair and it's not just like these are legitimately retarded people
I
who
was gonna
like
say, yeah, Occam's razor is forcing me to accept that the Trump administration is just retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think is the best way
It's
to
like
explain to people, by the way, that a VAT isn't a tariff? Is it just easiest to say like all? I mean,
it's just
it taxes
yeah,
all
it's just
consumption
like it.
regardless of whether or not it's
No,
consumed
it
within.
does. It does.
It,
It puts it. It's not specifically on imports.
yeah,
Imports get affected, and so maybe people import less, but they also proportionally consume less of
yeah,
their own industry. So it's like if you think that a VAT is a tariff, then do you also think that a income tax is a tariff? Because okay, well, it doesn't apply on your purchase of the product, but you have less money to purchase products with, so now you import less from the United States.
I think it's
Anything's a
Okay,
worth
tariff
but
if
going
you
like
into
just
the
believe.
learner symmetry at all
that's
because
right.
like a VAT is it does tax imports, but it also quote unquote subsidizes exports, and those policies just they offset each other. Like I don't know if that's worth even explaining to people. I feel like their heads like if I tried to say that to Pentuffle, I feel like his head would just explode. Like
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Don't wish that. Don't say that name. Don't wish this evil upon me. Not while I'm here.
that's right. That's right.
The song, non-fun. The fucking song. Did I send
oh
that to
yep,
you?
yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
Oh my
dude, he
goodness.
didn't
I
even
haven't
mention he
spoken to this
mentioned
man
it
in a
literally.
month.
Yeah,
Because I have a trade deficit with my grocery store, I'm putting I calculated it. It's a 69% tariff on my grocery store. I'm putting it on. I'm gonna steal money
Nah,
from
it's
them.
got to be a 420% tariff
That's right.
for
That's right.
for the NGGers out there.
That's right. Non-fun. When are we getting that account back?
that
Yeah,
that
I saw that on Twitter.
oh I don't. I
I
mean,
was like non-fun. I look. I understand what you're saying, but do you have to type AS after that? Just type S. Like, why? Why are you making it hard on me? Now, what if I like tell someone, hey, this non-fun guy, he's really cool, and then they open your Twitter, and then I have to like I'm al- I'm used to it, right? I'm a Destiny veteran, but like I want to do it again with this
Destiny? That's a girl's name.
this
I mean,
time.
I'm
That's
like
right.
people will people actually care about it that much?
I don't think
Like,
anyone will care. I don't think anyone gives a fuck,
Oh, I
yeah,
care so much.
I'm gonna start
bro.
dropping real and
I was
bombs
I
on
talking
Twitter
to
and
reported you to
Turkey
the
Tom
we'll
once.
wolves.
see how many people.
I think I was talking to
Criminal.
Turkey Tom like 2 years ago or something. Um, and
I was just
I was
watching
like,
his videos.
hey, yeah, that's nice.
What a homie.
Think it, yeah, I don't remember when. I think it was mm, a year and a half ago. It was before October 7th. So, but either way, um, I was telling him like, hey, your videos are cool, whatever. DGGL, right? Like that's the emote. He was like, oh, yeah, you're from DGG. Yeah, I'm an N.GGer. And it took me like
Oh no,
a
is this
minute
Turkey
to
Tom
understand
is the origination?
what.
Non-funny, you're gonna have to take it to court.
That's
Bro, I
right. I
don't
think
know
I
why
told you
he.
on this story before.
Yeah,
You
I
gotta
don't know.
sue for the NGG or trademark.
Hey,
That's right.
Destiny's fucking kid Nathan keeps
It's not banned on
You're
Twitter.
Yeah, I was about to
wrecking
say
your shit.
he's trying to do it too, but he got banned on Twitter, and also I have a website and he doesn't. So
Wait, you got banned? What? For what?
Yeah,
he
I don't.
tweets out unhinged shit, bro. Bro,
He
I'm in
is.
the.
He is insane. He's so
Like
funny.
what? Like
He's
what?
definitely Destiny's fucking kid. He's so
I
funny.
don't know. I think he like quote tweeted
Well,
people
he's like
basically telling them to
14,
jump off a
right?
bridge and like
He's like 14, right? So
calling
he
people
says shit like a
retards.
14-year-old would say. Like, I like the ones where he kept repeating that he was like a pedophile.
Oh, that too.
Like,
Yeah, when dude,
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 oh my god. But
I've
no.
been in the VC with him while he's like quote tweeting this stuff, and like
Oh my
it's
god.
like
No,
it's
unhinged
funny.
is the only way to describe it, honestly.
There'll be like people in
Oh.
the call be like, Nathan, don't do it, you're gonna get banned.
It's like whatever.
Rape into port. I hope he falls and drowns. I hope that the brakes
Are you
fail.
pulling
Like,
up the ones that like he got banned for?
yeah.
Oh my god. No. Sorely missed. He will be.
Why is the entire EU lumped together in the tariffs?
Because in Trump's head it's Europe and they're evil or
Well,
something. Who
I mean, you can
fucking
only
knows?
do. I mean, they operate as a trading block, so like I think they only actually impose tariffs like as a block. Like that's
Oh, okay.
I
Never
don't
mind.
know.
There's a reason. Forgive me, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I
Although,
have to say that so he doesn't deport me to El Salvador and then afterwards check my citizenship
you know, they
status.
can set their own VAT rates, which are obviously import taxes and export subsidies. So that's clearly unfair. We should charge them separately for that. Obviously.
Oh no, an Israeli economist I liked said that the U.S. has a VAT. Dumbass. No, they don't.
Wow.
No, we're winning, actually. The libs have
Dude,
been on.
also, literally in what fucking universe? Like, I'm so curious. If I just asked a conservative, like, why not just do a VAT? Like, if you think these, like,
True.
if you want to be truly
If you
reciprocal,
think of
and
VAT as
if
oh my god, that's perfect. If you think of VAT as a tariff, you know what, brother? Hell yeah.
like,
Let's
yeah,
do a
let's just do a
VAT.
VAT.
I'm with you.
I actually just don't know
It's a
like what
tariff.
they would say because like I have one study. Presumably there's more too. It's just like looking at you might have seen it, looking at VAT rates in Europe and like when they change and they find like, oh, small elasticities to trade flow, so clearly it's basically a trade neutral tax. I'm like so curious what they would even like what they would say to that.
I
Like,
think
These are way
they
too
would
big words
say,
for a Trumple's head.
so when you show MAGA a study, one, two, they would say, like, oh, you can find a study for everything. I love
Yeah.
that phrase.
Oh my God. They
Yeah.
have all
And
the thought terminating cliches literally cooked up. Yeah.
yeah,
It's like a cult. It is like a cult.
no, no, no.
It's so awesome. I'm so glad that my country is dying to a death cult.
That's right. Oh, but either way, how long do you
Al
guys?
Gore was
think you
wrong.
can-
Global warming didn't kill us.
That's certainly true.
It was Donald Trump.
How long do you guys think you can filibuster for, if you were court booker?
my
I
job's
don't know if I
basically
could beat him,
filibustering.
honestly. That's a long fucking time.
I think the longest
I feel like
I've
I would
fought for.
Oh wait, hold
Go for
on.
it.
Wait, hold on.
What would your
Well, I'll talk
topic
about
be?
it
Because you
soon.
can't deviate topic, right?
No, I think you can. I thought you could.
Oh, okay.
Cause like
Well, it's bullshit. Then.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I could maybe do 12 hours. I mean, I'm not really that. I get tired too easily. Like I would get tired and be like, it's my fucking bedtime. I gotta go. I don't think I could do 24 hours. I think I could do 12 hours. Am I allowed to drink Monster Energy while I'm up there?
I would not because the carnitine or whatever will make you have to pee.
Oh, that is true. I guess I don't
that,
think. Yeah.
that will decrease your longevity.
Am I allowed to just pee in a bottle? What are they gonna do?
Oh wait, true. Can you catheterize yourself before
Also, wait. I think
or filibustering?
there's a Senate resolution. Oh fuck yeah! Revoking the tariffs on Canada. I don't know if it's gonna revoke the other tariffs too.
Wait, can they
technically-
do that? Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Brain
because Congress legislated the authority for the president to impose tariffs. Technically, it's like only
Okay,
the
yeah,
Constitution
right.
only gives the power to Congress, but Congress can like say in case of emergency, blah 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 blah, and they passed a resolution saying there ain't no fucking emergency, buddy. So this blocked the tariffs in Canada. Although I think I don't know if this stops any of the other tariffs.
Well, I mean, we got to get Taiwan, you know.
Yeah, obviously.
They've been cheating us for too long. Can you
With
help
54%
me
tariffs in
understand what is the
China.
deal with Japan? Why is Japan such a fixation?
I thing I hear from Japan a lot is that like they tariff our cars, but we don't tariff their cars. So like we buy a lot of cars from them, but they don't buy a lot of cars from us, and like that's supposedly unfair. Which I mean, I wouldn't even. It's kind of dumb. Kind of dumb to call it unfair in my opinion. But like even if I accept it's unfair, it's probably still Like, trade is still beneficial even if the other person has tariffs. There might be, like, some game theory. I mean, like, there is some amount of game theory you could do, which is, like, you know, if I threaten to impose X tariff, then maybe they reduce their tariffs, and then we end up with free trade. But, like, it's so weird to see some conservatives just flip all the time from free trade is bad to this is 4D chess so we can get to free trade. It's like,
True.
It's like, we need to bring manufacturing back. And it's like, also, this is, don't worry, we're just doing this so Japan lowers their tariffs. It's like, okay, well, if Japan lowers their tariffs, like, the U.S., like, we're still going to offshore jobs to Japan. Like, consumers are going to continue buying these Japanese cars. But, I don't know. Yeah, I saw this in ARCs. Yeah, it is seemingly just the trade deficit in goods, not including services, because the U.S. exports a ton of fucking services, divided by the exports. Which is, I don't even know. This is insane. Insane fucking clown world. Jesus. Too many alibi. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The de minimis. I don't think that's how you pronounce it, but like that's how it's spelled or whatever. That quote unquote loophole. They call it a loophole. It's not a loophole. It's just written in a law. That's going away. Which there might be a good way to get rid of that, but why care about it? Not like you can change anything. Yeah, nice one, buddy. Yeah, true. I'll just fucking kill myself. Good one, dude.
Like, yeah, why does it even bother you, man? Like, who even cares, bro?
I'm so curious. I know Grid is defending this.
It's not too bad. Hire me to goof off. That's kind of what I feel like they're doing. So,
why are you even
30% of their income, 30% of their revenue is in consumables that they just sell. They sell to exist. We kind of need that to be the case in the audience. Love to see everyone comment when they come in, because then we know you're here.
Oh, hey, do you remember that guy from yesterday in general chat in the Discord?
Yeah.
That I was trolling?
Yeah.
I woke up this morning to 18 Discord notifications from this guy. He is a laugh riot. He's got to be like 15 or something.
I think he is, yeah.
He's so angry.
Not to explain why tariffs are bad as opposed to other taxes, since they all passed on to the consumer. So number one, that's not necessarily true. There are tariffs are more commonly passed through onto the consumer than other taxes, although you are correct. Obviously, there are plenty of other taxes that do impose or do increase prices for consumers. So tariffs are bad for, well, a lot of reasons. But number one is, unlike basically every other tax, they invoke retaliation, right? So, like, if we tariff China, it's likely that they'll retaliate against us with their own tariffs. And that's just like, even if two taxes were identical otherwise in terms of like how much they increase their cost to consumers or whatever, the fact that one causes retaliation like makes it worse, obviously. Also, like, tariffs are distortionary to an extent. Basically, any tax is going to be distortionary unless it's on a resource or rents. But that's a whole other thing. But aren't retaliatory tariffs kind of done? Hold on. Before I respond to the new stuff in chat. Basically, tariffs are distortionary. A broader base consumption tax, like a sales tax, just distorts all consumption equally, right? So, like, you're giving consumers less of an incentive to consume because you tariff consumption. That's what a VAT does. That's what a sales tax does. Tariffs just distort incentives around trade. And trade is a good thing. We want to be trading. We don't want to trade. We don't want to stop trading with people. Trade is good. Tariffs distort trade. That is why they're typically bad. They're also regressive, which, again, plenty of other consumption taxes are regressive. But, I mean, there are obviously other taxes, like income tax is not regressive. Income tax is progressive. But, yeah. Also, if tariffs are so bad, why would they retaliate? Number one, it just politically, it makes a decent amount of sense to retaliate, right? Like, do you think, even though Mark Carney, Canada's new prime minister, probably understands that in economic terms, it is not smart to retaliate because your best option economically is to not retaliate, right? It's better for your economy and better for their economy if you do not retaliate. But if you go out on stage with a graph and say, well, actually, I know Mr. Trump is being very mean, but if you look at my graph here, it says that technically optimally, it's not optimal for our economy to retaliate versus like let's say your political opponent comes out and says, what the fuck? This guy's weak on Trump. This guy's not doing anything. We need to hit the U.S. hard. We need to make sure that they obviously politically it's just more effective. Leaders don't want to look weak. They want to respond. They want to do things. And there is sometimes some game theory of maybe if we retaliate, then they will lower their barriers back again, right? So that kind of happened with China. Like China retaliated, and eventually we were kind of able to negotiate with China during Trump's first term to get rid of basically the new tariffs. China didn't actually really have like a net tariff decrease. They got rid of the retaliatory tariffs they placed on us through some negotiation. But so tariffs are good because
don't forget that was treated as a W as well.
Yeah, tariffs are good because of politics, even if not retaliatory. No, not necessarily. I mean, tariffs politically. Free trade is not super politically popular, but like these type of tariffs also are not really politically popular. But like here's just the easiest. Like I'm gonna show you a graph of a tariff, right? So tariff, micro graph. Okay, you can see here. We got the, all this consumer surplus that's going away, and there's a gain in producer surplus, but the loss in consumer surplus is greater than the gain in producer surplus, so there's deadweight loss, right? Now I'm going to show you a graph of a retaliatory tariff. You'll notice it's the exact same graph. Nothing actually fundamentally changes. Like there's no... you still have all the same problems. It's just that now politically you can say whatever. Israel lowered the tariffs on USA to 0, and we still hit them with 70% tariff. I know, yeah, because we aren't actually retaliating to their tariffs. We're retaliating to a new bullshit metric that is made up. You say it's not popular, but all the populists are going for tariffs, except for the Lolberts, like Melee. I mean,
popular. You forgot to qualify popular with idiots. You forgot to count them.
True. I don't think, from the polling I've seen, it doesn't seem like... So I agree with you. Free trade is not necessarily popular politically. And tariffs can be popular politically. I agree with you. But I think when you poll people on blanket tariffs, they tend to oppose them. That's my understanding. But yeah. The population is retarded, so yeah, it's popular. Correct. Blame democracy. Well, the president shouldn't have this fucking power. We all know if there was an anonymous Senate vote, okay, that, on this, on the plan that Trump just announced, it would not get passed. We all know this because these are mostly reasonable people, but Jesus. I was going to say they're mostly... That's not a senators are mostly reasonable people. They're mostly like...
I mean, is this the point
they have
where Republican reasonability is going to kick in, where the GOP is going to go, all right, enough is enough. We don't care how unpopular it is. He can't literally just destroy the economy for nothing.
I don't know. So an anti-democratic vote? Well, here's the issue. Anonymous voting, in a sense, is anti-democratic. Because, like, I don't know if my senator voted for or against this bill. But also, it kind of has to happen. Because... Or not that it has to happen. I mean, the reason I'm mixed on it is because when you have Elon Musk and Donald Trump, when they know who voted for what, and Elon Musk has a fuck ton of money to primary people and also controls Twitter, well, do senators really... Are they really going to vote how they feel when they know that? When they know that Trump the next day could be making fun of them, and then the day after that, that's all over Twitter, because then the day after that, Elon Musk is saying primary this dude. Like, I don't even necessarily disagree with you that, like, in principle, anonymous votes are less democratic than not anonymous votes. It just feels like the same way that we have checks. I mean, we have like anti-democratic checks to begin with, right? To prevent the tyranny of the majority. Like, it might make sense in some cases to have sort of like that anti-democratic check for tyrannies of Donald J. Trump. So make all votes completely anonymous forever? Yeah, that's what I said, dude. Yep, that's what I said. No. There should just be I don't know how you would do this. I don't know what the Senate already has some mechanisms for anonymous votes, is my understanding. But like, maybe you should have a vote on if it should be an anonymous vote. Now, I mean, there is obviously an issue with that, in that Trump might get mad at people who just voted for the anonymous vote. Or you could say, like, hey, we're going to have certain categories of things, like, for example, the declaration of an economic emergency, whether that's legitimate. That category might be anonymous. Or, like, maybe you hold an anonymous vote at first, and then, like, if maybe, like, it's by default anonymous. And if it's, like, 84 and then 20 against, maybe you don't take it out of the anonymous vote ever. Maybe, like, it's just, like, this is clearly... it's not something we all kind of agree on. Someone should arrest this Elon guy. Yeah. Democracy outside of that is bad. What? Oh, as far as I'm concerned, democracy is just cost-saving measure for governance. I don't think that's true. But by the way, guys, speaking of cost-saving, I'm dead as broke, and I need to go to the Minecraft movie with my friends this weekend. So, exclamation point TTS in the chat. That'd be really appreciated. Yeah. How do I save in this game? By the way, the stupid, the fucking Drew guy, JC, I think you might have saw this too, tweeted out some stupid shit about tariffs or whatever. I was just
this is the guy that was on that panel, that Drew?
Yeah, he was on the panel. I think he tweeted
out.
Yeah. I'm a market Maoist based.
I think he interrogated me as to whether I didn't think that feminism was destroying the West or something.
Yeah. Oh, wait, did he tweet something else, Tim? Oh, he tweeted out goat to these. Just got a reply. What should I say? Is this retard? I think I'll just retard. Retard is probably...
Yeah, you just gotta double down.
No, I'll do the low intelligence specimen gif. Am I just spelling it? Oh, here it is. I support Trump's anti-capitalist degrowth agenda. Yeah, I know. This is the degrowth we need. God, but this guy posted some dumb shit about tariffs earlier. I was just like, can I have a discussion about it? He was like, bro said, want to debate. And I was like, yeah.
He was on a fucking debate panel.
I know. It's like, yeah, you got a dumb position.
Yeah,
like,
I did. Wait, now I remember this. Yeah.
Curious if you're open to talking about it. And he was like, maybe if you didn't have such a mouse voice. And it's like, dog. It's like, okay, dog. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah, like, damn. Like,
now, is Econo Boy available to deliver the same argument?
Yeah. Dude, there's no way he would even... I don't know if he would even be willing to debate Econo Boy. But...
I wasn't serious.
Also, fucking... God, these people.
Dude, I just cannot believe that Pentuple made an entire fucking song about a meme from a debate we did like a month ago.
I know. It's still in his... Like,
he really has no life.
Bio, too, but...
Thought he was a lawyer. Shouldn't he be doing law or something?
What does he actually do for work, by the way? Do you know?
I have no fucking clue. I just know that now I'm real mad that he kept gloating like, oh, when you sit in a law class, your law professor, blah, blah, and he got his degree from like an online university.
Yeah. Contemplates the type to like terrorists because they're on Bernie's platform or something. I wouldn't. I mean, he's definitely... I mean, he certainly would never have gone as far as Trump is going now. He might like... there might be like certain tariffs. I mean, he would like, but I think he... or used to like, but I think he's probably been negatively polarized, which is good. But yeah. Also, he did say
Does
he
Tyler
wanted. He did
defend the
say
tariffs?
a little bit. Not to the
Ugh.
same. He's like seems to be on a track to like, yeah, these are probably economically bad, but it's 4D chess, and some of them are
No.
like it's like he'll say like, oh, yeah, I recognize they might cost jobs overall, but like, we can afford to lose some jobs.
Do you think he's like genuine? Like,
I don't know.
I used to give credit. I still give Tyler a lot more credit than I give most like conservatives, but
Bernie, another populist. Yeah, no, you and me, I agree. Like, I agree. Populists use tariffs because or campaign on tariffs. But Bernie was never this pro tariff. Like, Bernie, like, for as much as I'm a neolib, okay, and I hate Bernie. That's a joke.
Yeah.
He's hype. But, like, I don't know if he never called trade deficit subsidies. I don't think he really said that we were being ripped off. He might have said, like, it wouldn't surprise me if there were clips of him saying, like, oh, American workers have to compete against whatever low-cost labor in China and whatever. But he never was, like, nearly this far. Also, these fucking subtweets, dude. Tariffs are not taxes. Y'all are goofy confused. Remember that the same people who oppose tariffs will argue to your face that there was nothing we could do to bring back manufacturing. He's literally making stuff up, because if you watch both the debates I had of him, one, I made like two. I don't even know if I made this third point, but because his brain would explode if I tried to explain it to him. I made 2 points that I know for sure I made. Was that one, tariffs sometimes have negative effects on manufacturing employment in aggregate because of things like exchange rate appreciation, because of intermediate goods that are being tariffed, because of retaliatory tariffs. Things like that tend to, depress manufacturing employment. And that's what we saw in Trump's first round of tariffs, right? Like steel, for every one steel producing job, there's 80 steel consuming jobs. So it makes sense that if you tariff steel, you're going to reduce manufacturing employment overall, even if you protect some steel jobs. That's not even accounting for the service sector jobs in agriculture. Well, no one fucking works in agriculture anymore, but presumably a small amount of agriculture jobs might have been lost too because they couldn't buy their cheap tractors or whatever. But it's not even accounting for the jobs in other sectors that you lose. And the lost potential just because there's lost growth. It seems like we grow faster under free trade. So, and tariffs tend to depress that. So there was greater potential even if we didn't have the tariffs. But yeah. And then second point is, even if you want to bring back manufacturing, which I'm nearly 100% certain, if you looked in the 2 debates ahead of him, I said there are cases where I want to say maybe build out the semiconductor industry because that's a strategic industry, or batteries. You just have to recognize there's an opportunity cost to doing so. Like, you just have to recognize that, like, for every plant we onshore, those are resources that could have otherwise gone to other use cases. Like, those are that could have otherwise gone to something that consumers prefer more. Like, the USA is now a poor country. We'll get there, dude. Don't worry, we'll get there. Oh, and also I don't know if I made the third point, but like, I'm not gonna say like obviously there's nothing we can do to bring back manufacturing. Like, but it's just there are reasons.
To be the sledgehammer.
Yeah, well, there are reasons why literally every developed country, and most developing countries as well, follow the same pattern where agricultural employment starts high, continues going down, service sector employment starts low, continues going up, and the manufacturing share of employment starts low, goes up, reaches a peak, and continues going down. Literally every country follows this. South Korea, the US, Japan, Germany, the European countries. Even the countries that have trade surpluses, Germany has a trade surplus, they still have the pattern. South Korea has a trade surplus, they still have the same pattern. There are structural reasons why that happens. The one I never finished reading the book because that's long, and even for my brain, it's confusing. And like, I know if I try to say it, like, people's heads are going to explode. But like, just for one example, the one easiest mechanism is basically demand at the sector level is inelastic. So demand for all services or all manufactured goods, those are like large aggregates, and their demand doesn't change that much in response to price decreases or increases. And the Baumol effect or cost disease tends to, I mean, you can look it up if you want to know the specifics, but the important thing is it tends to make the price of services go up over time relative to the price of like goods. And what's that's good, and because the demand for all services doesn't necessarily change that much to the increase in prices, naturally over time, more spending is going to be devoted towards the service sector over the manufacturing sector. And like, it seems like basically every economy has this pattern, and that's one reason why. Sanders and Warren were both awful on trade in the 2020 primary. Forgot about this. I mean, I always knew that they were relatively anti-free trade. How awful were they? I don't remember at this point, but I didn't pay much attention like back then. But didn't Bernie also just say Trump has like some of the right ideas on immigration?
Also, I think Russia is not on the list of the tariff.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. I cannot find Russia on the list. That's scary.
It's not, but don't worry. It'll I think he said that he wants to tariff them if they don't agree to some ceasefire. Don't worry. Which I don't even know. It's not like we import that much shit from Russia anyway, so I don't really know what these tariffs are going to do. Like, because we already banned, we have sanctions against them. But
like, what's the trade? It's like a couple billion, I think. Well, it's nothing big though.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, yeah, we don't really like trade with Russia, but we also don't really trade with Yemen, and they're on the list. So, like,
yeah. Dog, kill me, dog.
How about Ukraine? How heavily are we tariffing them?
Dude. Wait, are they? I mean, at minimum 10%, right? But I don't know if they're mentioned in the list. What I see from Vox is that Bernie was saying that he would prevent and cancel federal contracts with companies that outsource. Cringe. That would. How do you define outsourcing? That would be like 90% of companies, but. I also wonder.
Thinking, what can I say that's not like obvious? They made up an equation and dictated U.S. trade policy with
I saw a
it.
Destiny tweet that said they just plugged it in ChatGPT, which I would think is funny if I didn't like kind of believe. Like, it's Elon.
Wait,
Come on.
What do
Dude, they
you
probably
mean by
use
ChatGPT?
fucking
Like,
Grok.
what about ChatGPT? What did he tweet?
He jokingly tweeted they came up with the number just by asking ChatGPT.
What a good number would be for tariffs. And ChatGPT was like minimum 10%. Like, cool.
Wait, that's the equation ChatGPT proposed?
No,
I don't even know
good.
there was an equation. Was there?
No, it's not. It's a joke.
Yeah,
It's
their
ironic.
equation was.
Prompt.
Oh, okay.
Ohio did a mug club rap.
But yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it's certainly not good. I remember when America was like anti-Russia and because they were like communist and evil or whatever. my Reaganite father defending like the tariffs as a good economic policy, and that was frightening the other day.
Dude, yeah,
I
it's
wonder
funny
how
that
he's feeling now.
I might have mentioned this
He
to you guys
also
before, but the Heritage Foundation like literally used to have an article that like tariffs were never acceptable or something, but they just are like totally full-throated pro tariffing everyone now.
my dad was denying the reality of Trump wanting a third term on Sunday as the NBC interview was going on. Like I've been helping them like paint their house because they're selling it and they're moving soon. And so I came back on Monday. I was like, "Hey, Dad,
No, yeah, this is true. Russia is not on the list. Like I went over
that's
this like
so
5 times already.
fucked." We
Oh
need
my
to
god,
make
but
that like a
Ukraine
big
is.
fucking deal. That needs to be the biggest fucking deal. Like that's so blatant and obvious.
Yeah.
Not even for the blanket tariffs, not even for the global ones.
No, no, for the reciprocal tariffs thing. They're not even like 10%. They're not even specified as like 10%. It's just they're absent from the list.
Fuck me.
I think I saw Ukraine here. Let's see.
Yeah, wait,
Maybe I
I am
misread
curious if
Uzbekistan.
Ukraine is being tariffed. Which would, I mean, I guess for tariffing Israel and Europe, why not tariff Ukraine? But like, Jesus.
Trying to look for Ukraine, but my eyes are very tired. Staring at a screen at like 4 a.m. is
Yeah, I'm
not
gonna
good.
head to bed myself. I feel like actually, you know what? I feel like it's a really good time to invest in the stock market. So I'm gonna take a look at my
Yeah,
portfolio.
It
buy the
might
dip,
be.
Expanding
bro.
that and
Oh yeah,
and I'll head to
yeah. Okay, just so you know, guys, Ukraine is on the list.
Let's go.
Epic.
Let's go. What's the
Let's
rate?
go.
Is it 10% or more?
10%.
Okay. Wow.
Boo.
I
Can't be
also
that
saw.
obvious, I guess.
I also saw
All
someone
right.
saying like. I
All
also
right,
saw someone
fellas.
like. If you look the here also I'll show you the tweet. It's like this might be the least bad thing about the list. Here, if you look at the pixels, the text is just not aligned. I don't know how they generated this fucking thing, but check this out. It's just misaligned.
Wow. Dude, it's so funny
Yeah.
too that he was just like holding it. He's just.
Yeah, they might just drag the letters on screen. Like, I have no clue. How do you even? Yeah, I have no clue. But yep, you know. Oh
All
my!
right. Well,
I was skeptical of like. I was like, maybe he does the 10% blanket tariffs on like everything from X and Y instead of like industries. It's like, okay, maybe that'd be bad, but no, he did a worldwide except for Russia 10%. Like that's crazy. Well, we'll see what happens. You know, see you later, okay? I'm gonna go to sleep.
yep. So, yeah.
Gotta wake up in 5 hours and then have an exam tomorrow.
Wow.
Yep, I'm healthy. Bye.
Well, talk to her.
Talk to it, talk to it, talk to it.
Wow. What the fuck is this? To calculate reciprocal tariffs, import and export data from U.S. Census Bureau. Price elasticity of import demand was set to 4. Recent evidence suggests the elasticity is near 2 in the long run. A hair tariff that be based. Well, individually computing trade deficit affects the trade deficit effects of thousands of tariffs, regulatory tax, and other policies in these countries is complex, if not impossible. Their combined effect can be approximated by computing the tariff level consistent with bilateral trade deficits 0. If trade deficits are persistent because of tariff and non-tariff policies and fundamentals, then the tariff rate consistent with offsetting these policies and fundamentals is reciprocal and fair. Okay, cool. Tariff rate necessary to balance bilateral trade deficits between the U.S. and its trading partners. Calculation assumes persistent trade deficits are due to a combination of tariff and non-tariff trade barriers to prevent trade balancing. Okay. I'm so curious.
Right?
Right. One vote.
Who gets the vote? The wife or the husband?
It doesn't matter to me as long as it's
For the
just
household.
Okay, I guess they're talking about whether fucking women should be able to vote. Why did I expect anything different? Damn. Okay, Jesus. I don't even know what to. There's like 5 more bullshit talking points that we're gonna have to prepare for. I think I have. I don't know. I think here maybe I'll have some of the. Some of the stuff that just like. How much is it? How much do countries actually tariff us? But. I think in the Krugman, one of them, he links to the. What was it? Fuck. It was in. It's in the VAT one. Oops, what the fuck? VAT. So it'll be in here. There it is. There's a link in here to the. It's on specifically manufacturing, which I think it's the same fucking site. freedom to trade internationally. How much does U.S. and our trading partners adhere to the principles of free trade? The Fraser's Institute's Economic Freedom of the World report includes a category that helps answer this question. Phrases measure includes not just tariff rates, but also non-tariff barriers, trade regulations, black market exchange rates, and controls on the movement of capital and people. Each country is assigned a score from 0 to 10, with 10 being the most freedom to trade internationally. Overall, the U.S. gets a pretty good score, 8 out of 10, which ranks us 53rd most free trading country in the world. That's pretty good, but not the most open. 53 countries have more trade freedom. Here's how the U.S. and the 10 largest trading partners look on that measure. I've truncated the axis to show roughly the current range of country scores worldwide. Includes a metric. Includes a metric measuring. There's got to be a better way to put that. Can I say includes a measure? Assigning each country. Score from 1 to 10. What's that PPG? Yeah, just buy the dip, bro. Just buy the dip. How much freedom citizens have to trade internationally? US has a score of 8.11, which puts us 54th, sorry, 53rd. 2/3 in the world. Here's where we compare to our biggest trading partners. I guess I'll add based on tariffs and other trade barriers. Countries plus regions with the highest scores in this measure are Hong Kong and Singapore. Almost every other European country scores higher than the U.S. What if we just look at tariffs? The U.S. has a slightly higher score, 8.3 out of 10. But our rank is slightly low at 59th most free in the world. This includes not just tariff rates, but also the standard deviation of tariff rates and revenue from the trade sector. Relative to our largest trading partners, the U.S. does look better in the subcomponent of for tariffs, but still lower than some of our trading partners. Note the axis is slightly different from the first chart. Once again, roughly showing the international range of measure. Focusing just on tariffs, the U.S. gets a score of 8.3. Which ranks us 59th in the world. Slightly higher than most of our largest trading partners. Finally, we might be interested in how much these scores have changed over time. You might sometimes hear the U.S. has opened up more to trade, while the rest of the world has moved in the opposite direction. This is true on some margins, but not overall, according to the Fraser scores. I use 1998's baseline, which is a lot. Before a lot of free trade agreements such as and WTO changes, that would happen over the next decade or so. Fraser has no data for Vietnam in 1990, so they excluded. Overall, the U.S. and our major European trading partners have reduced the ability Other citizens trade internationally, while places like China and India have opened up massively to trade. In 1990, China had a mean tariff rate of 40%, and India's was a whopping 79%. Today, the tariff rates are still higher than the U.S., 7.5% in China, 18% in India, with 3% compared to 3% in the U.S. But they are the ones who have massively opened up their economies to international trade. When we consider all aspects of international trade, even if this opening up isn't as complete as the U.S. ranked 12th highest in Fraser's freedom of trade internationally component in 1990, but it's down to 53rd in most recent data. Looking at how trade openness has changed since 1990. U.S. and our European allies have gotten slightly less free, whilst developing economies like China and India have opened up. Wow. There's some other measures too that show us not really. It's not like we're uniquely free to trade or anything. Like I don't know where people really get the idea. It's also funny that in the Krugman thing we read, a big reason why U.S. tariffs are so low is because we agreed to cut tariffs on countries when they cut tariffs on us. Like the reason why we're here is in part because of reciprocal tariff agreements. GATT was based on reciprocal tariffs like tariff cuts, which, by the way, I am in favor of. We should absolutely do reciprocal tariff cuts.
Like with Elizabeth.
I can't wait to see
this.
Jim Bob.
What's funny is I think
I
that
feel like I
she
get
thought
dogpiled,
that
but
I
make
think
good
Moonlight
content.
thought that I set it up, but I didn't. It was all like I didn't set it up. I think somebody dimed.
Also, I will DM Wick real quick. Well, hold on, let me. I'm gonna DM Wick real quick. Fight me if you ever do a tariff panel. Okay, this apparently seems like half true. I think let me get the link again. It's just based on a tariff they think is necessary to achieve balanced trade. Which also, by the way, is probably not even gonna fucking work without capital controls. Because these countries just invest a ton of money in the U.S. and that naturally results in a trade deficit. So confirm replicated the calculation, so-called tariffs toward the USA. It's the Census FT900 trade data, Exhibit 4, for year 2024, and the formula is max 10%. Max 10% Imports minus exports over imports per country on a custom basis. Cool. So what are numbers in a graph made up for what? Basically, they're not actually reflective of how like fair or quote unquote fair or unfair trade is. They're just assigning the tariff that they think is going to lead to balanced trade. Seemingly based on explain to me, it's enough on. I don't have like a full. I need someone to write a Substack blog post about it. Wow, thanks, Lactoid. If you look at their official thing, it says reciprocal tariffs are calculated as the tariff rate necessary to balance bilateral trade deficits between the U.S. and each of our trading partners. This calculation assumes that persistent trade deficits are due to a combination of tariff and non-tariff factors that prevent trade from balancing. This is just a fucking bullshit or something. It makes 5 sense if you think trade deficits. Yeah, I know. It's like, if you think trade deficits are subsidies, then like maybe you think this makes sense. Jesus. But also people seemingly have gotten the exact same numbers simply by dividing imports. Oh, it's just on this page. Dividing their trade deficit with us by how much they export to us. And by the way, only in goods, but divide trade balance by U.S. imports, you get the family feud charts from today's presser. Like, but I don't know. Like, they provide this formula here. Consider an environment which U.S. levies tariff that on country I and delta. Like, I don't know what these symbols mean. They don't define what these foreign symbols are. And again, it's the core premise that most trade models is incorrect. What? What fucking? I don't know what models international trade assume that trade will balance itself over time. At least if you run a, I mean, at least this, the U.S. has a persistent budget deficit too, which is a part of the issue, but. Anyway, regardless of how they're calculated, gotta crunch the numbers. Well, people have already crunched the numbers. People have like already gone through everything on the chart and figured out it works out pretty well. So, it's 2 Erica York threads that I want to check out, and then there's a ton of shit to read. Still, believe it or not. How does claim charts work? Let's look at each study they cite to see if they're correct. I don't know where I should put these ones. I might want this Twitter thread just in case it comes up. Specifically, people cite these things, but I need to make a page for studies, and then, like I said, I'm going to go through and read not the entirety of all the ones I have, but just like the at least for most of them, probably read the introduction, like the abstract introduction, findings, conclusion. So just get a general understanding of what most of them are. I don't know if I'll read all of them because some of them I already know, but a 2024 study in the effects of President Trump's tariffs in his first term found that they strengthened the U.S. economy, led to significant reshoring in industries like manufacturing and steel production. A 2023 report by the U.S. International Trade Commission that analyzed the effects of Section 232 and 301 tariffs and more than $300 billion U.S. imports found that tariffs reduced imports from China and effectively stimulated more U.S. production of the tariffed good with very minor effects on prices. 1 and 2, protection protects, but it says very little about the economy-wide effect. Study 1 is likely from a tariff advocacy group that only looks at protected sectors, not downstream sectors. Study 2, USITC report, likewise excludes downstream costs for 301s and includes a warning about interpretation because of that exclusion. The U.S. ITC does look at downstream costs for 232s. Tariff boosted the value of steel and aluminum production, but by raising input costs, it led to an even larger reduction in manufacturing output in sectors that rely on steel and aluminum. What? According to the Economic Policy Institute, if kill me, the tariff. Why? The EFI is evil and they're being cited by Trump. Anyway, the tariffs implemented by President Trump during his first term clearly showed that no correlation with inflation and only had a temporary effect on overall price levels. Study 3 highlights why it's a big mistake to conflate inflation, the rate of price increase over time, with relative price increases. All studies have found nearly complete pass-through of tariffs on U.S. import prices, including the U.S. ITC study cited by the White House. Even less than complete pass-through, however, would burden U.S. consumers with imports without necessarily leading to an increase in the overall price level. An analysis from the Atlantic Council found that tariffs would create new incentives for U.S. consumers to buy U.S. products. Wow. Okay, thanks, Captain Obvious. Study 4 is a head-scratcher. Yes, making foreign goods more expensive means some people buy more domestic goods, but it incentivizes domestic producers to raise their prices. Paying a tariff or buying a more expensive alternative both involve higher costs. This is just, I think it's a screenshot from a tax foundation thing. 2024 economic analysis. This one. Former Biden Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen affirmed last year that tariffs do not raise prices. I don't believe American consumers will see any meaningful increase in the prices they face. Yeah, that's definitely what she meant. Quote 5, Biden's tariffs applied to roughly $8 billion of imports from China, and a smaller scope. And that smaller scope was likely Yellen's justification to say no meaningful increase in consumer prices. Yellen should have been more careful, but she did not say tariffs don't increase prices. A 2024 economic analysis found that global 10%, they're citing the Coalition for Prosperous America, would grow the economy by $728 billion, create 2.8 million jobs, and increase real household incomes by 5. Yeah, this study is a study. It's not a study. It's just a model, I guess. It's a poorly made model that basically just assumes tariffs have no cost. It basically just says, typically when we model the effect of tariffs or whatever, we're thinking, we're going to protect someone. So if we put a tariff on steel, more steel plants will exist in the U.S., but those resources that went to building the steel plant could have otherwise been used by other sectors, right? That's typically the assumption made, and typically the correct assumption, because the U.S. is at near full employment. There aren't just a ton of idle resources laying around. Most of these resources, if they're not used, if they weren't being used to build whatever is protected by the tariff, would go to other places. The U.S. is at 4% employment right now. This study just basically says, fuck that. We're just going to assume that there is no cost to tariffs, and then it turns out tariffs are really good. Study 6 is from a trade model altered with fake assumptions like tariffs boost total production, which is not supported by any empirical evidence, not even by the U.S. ITC study the White House cited. Recent coalition for prosperous America, claims regarding 10% universal tariff. Yeah. First two key assumptions that labor and capital markets have large amounts of surplus resources that can be useful only minimally, raising labor and capital costs. They assume that these resources do not need to be diverted from other competing sectors. This flies in the face of evidence. The U.S. economy has essentially operated at or near full employment and capital capacity utilization rates for decades outside of intervening economic downturns. Most recently, the U.S. economy has been running hot with high levels of employment and capacity utilization. Next key assumption is that tariffs will raise productivity growth, which, by the way, finds no empirical study says that, basically. Another key assumption is that retaliation is not relevant. Yeah. Look at the ones it chose not to cite. I think I have all these, so. What is the new tariffs working president from the first term proves it fact sheet out today. Unfortunately, the evidence they provide actually disproves their point. Oh, she's a quote tweeting thing to promote it. Oh, wow. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Ratioed. God, did I ever send that guy a Discord friend request? I don't know if I did or not. So a good idea to put tariffs on other countries as a means to bring them to the negotiating table for free trade? I don't think so. I think that I can get some. I don't think so. I mean, like, I'm obviously not gonna say that can't happen. And like, again, my second point has always been, if a conservative brings it up to me, I'm just gonna say, wait, so you agree that free trade is good? like you want free trade? We just disagree on how to get there. But like, usually they. Like I said, kind of flip back and forth between like trade is bad and the U.S. is being hollowed out, and just saying we're gonna this 4D chess to get them to negotiate to bring their tariffs down. I would say it would be better to do basically what we've done throughout history, which is say if you cut your tariffs, we're gonna cut tariffs on you. I would say that's probably the better thing to do. Yeah. Neither's cooked. They love Putin now? Yep. How do I, hold on, if I just do this and hit copy. Whoa. And then so tarot, let's make a new, can I make a folder within a folder? How do I use Otero? How did I make all these? I forgot. Oh wait, I think I add a collection new. So I don't know if you can. Hold on, let me see if I can. If I like. Oh, you can. Okay. So how do I get it out? Oh fuck. No, no, I messed up. Wait, Control Z, maybe? Nope. Oh, fuck. Wait, my library. Oh, did it. Okay, genius. I figured it out, guys. Don't want to leak my don't want to pull a Vosh. I don't think I have any porn downloaded. I definitely don't have any. I don't have any that like I unironically use. If I do, it's probably like gifs of shit to send over Discord. Add to collection. New collection. Or really, I'll just do trade studies. Great collection. Put that in there. Wow. How do I rename this? I don't know if we can rename it in here. You might have to rename the PDF. Oh, fuck. There's gotta be a way. Wait, hold on. There's gotta be a way. By right-clicking on the attachment item? I don't know what that means. Oh, attachment info. I figured it out.
Is GDP going down normal or is it just the tariffs?
Thanks for the $2, Nathan. Fuck yeah. So it depends what you mean. Like, it's not. Actually, it is relatively uncommon for GDP to actually fall. So this GDP now forecasting is 100% because of the tariffs. Now there is two layers to this, right? It's actually why they have this gold adjusted thing now. So one is the way that this forecast works is it basically, the easiest way to think of it, it compiles data in real time. And I think I've explained this to you before. I've explained it on stream before. So imports subtract from GDP because they are included in the other components of GDP. If people expect, tariffs to happen, then they'll import the goods they'll try to import as many goods as possible that they want before the tariff goes into effect, right? And what ends up happening, especially apparently with gold, I never read the full thing, but this forecast will basically get the data from trade before it gets the data for consumption. So it'll get a lot of data from trade showing the trade deficit went up like crazy, and it won't get the data from consumption that'll offset that trade deficit, right? Because the net effect imports on GDP is zero. It's just it'll get the negative included in the trade deficit without getting the positive included in consumption for any individual good bought. And that's part of the reason why this line down here is so low. Now, basically, this line here attempts to adjust for that, and it's still going down. It's still going down because consumers and businesses are not confident at all, and they are not. A lot of consumers aren't spending, and a lot of businesses aren't investing. And that is part of the reason I still kind of doubt GDP will actually end up being negative, especially because the New York Fed forecast, GDP, this still, I think, has us growing. You can see, yeah, this still has us growing at basically the same rate. So this could be, this could end up being more accurate. Usually the GDP now forecast is actually really accurate. Like even during COVID, it was like really accurate. But basically, even if this doesn't end up being accurate, the reason these numbers are going down, the reason this line is going down is because of the tariffs. It's because people are uncertain, they're worried, they're not spending. Like I think two surveys, both the standard models and the alternative models forecast a first quarter real final sales to private domestic purchase growth declined from 1.5% to 0.4%. I think there's another, they might mention investment here as well. No. But there was one update where it's like business investment literally was 0% growth. Because businesses just wanted to wait to know what was going on with tariffs. Take that, liberal. Yeah. I've been destroyed. I really appreciate the $2, Nation. Fuck yeah. Free market my ass? I mean, this is anti-free market. Free market enabled fascists to rise. True. Okay, title. IMF macroeconomic effects of tariffs. Why can't I? Oops. I should play. What can I react to while I'm setting this up? Oh, Reynolds streaming. I could just join his. Oh, he might be on TikTok right now. I just want to see this guy.
Wally, you're welcome to get a link and jump up here, man. We might eventually
cry liberal tears. I am crying liberal tears so hard right now. That's gonna be interesting. I'm living out so hard right now.
President Trump's auto tariffs are here, and that means
a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff.
But no car, not even a US-built Ford F-150, is 100% US made. Just look inside.
It's made up of thousands and thousands of parts. Those parts come from over 24 different countries.
Countries like Mexico, Canada, Romania. Trump wants these parts to say made in the US. But moving all of this is not so simple.
To lift and shift that whole thing, that's kind of like saying, pick up the state of Maine and move it over to Wyoming. Could you do it? I suppose you could, but man, it would be tough duty.
So let's break it down to understand what Trump is trying to do with a slew of new tariffs and why automakers are warning it could backfire. This chart shows where cars sold in the US are coming from. All of these cars now face that 25% auto tariff. But this 53% of US-made cars is also affected by that tariff because of all of those foreign parts.
Some of the major components, this is for the Ford F-150. They have an alternator, create current. It's from Mexico. We have half shafts. These deliver torque to the wheels from the driveline. They're from Canada. We have tires, of course, 5 of them. These come from Korea. Of course, you have to have wheels. In this case, a styled tractive wheels. These all come from Mexico.
Those tires from South Korea would face that auto tariff and any reciprocal or universal tariff placed on the country. Those parts from Canada.
That's what's gonna be, by the way. The auto tariff, like, we're already tariffing South Korea probably 10, 20% of whatever the fuck bullshit number Trump came up with. And then now we're gonna put 25% auto tariffs on top of that? Why? Like, literally, like, why? Like, dog.
And Mexico, well, that's where it gets more complicated. Eventually, they would face that auto tariff, any reciprocal or universal tariff, and an additional Mexico-Canada tariff. But the White House said parts compliant with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, or USMCA, remain tariff-free until there is a process to apply tariffs to their non-U.S. content. And for some parts, like a transmission, there will be a lot of content to consider.
When you realize what goes into an automatic transmission, that's what this is. And so you can see this plethora of parts, gears and seals, springs, fasteners, valves, and shafts, all these different parts. They can come from different suppliers, and those suppliers can be located pretty much anywhere in the world.
Take a look at this map showing how Canadian manufacturer Linamar creates transmissions for the US market today. It takes 7 border crossings before that part is in a car being sold in the US. These 3 crossings into the US would eventually face Trump's tariffs. And even if the manufacturing of all of this was moved into the US, this part, the raw steel, would still be subject to Trump's 25% tariff on imported steel and aluminum.
This is going to be disruptive on day one.
And also, I mean, they might get to this, but, like, opportunity cost is a thing, people. Why do we want this shit to be made here when consumers don't want it to be made here? And it like, that frees up our own resources to do other shit. Well, we're just getting this shit for cheap. Yeah.
Increase the cost of doing business.
The total amount depends on the vehicle. A Cox Automotive estimate shows a car made in the US would incur $3,000 in cost from the Canada-Mexico tariffs, plus another $3,000 from the tariffs on foreign-made auto parts. Then research shows an added $400 for the steel and aluminum tariffs, and more for any reciprocal or universal tariffs.
Have you heard any concerns from the automakers, though, about the tariffs on parts that will go into effect over the coming weeks, about what that's going to mean for the price of
Well, I gave
American-made
them a big
cars?
break for a month. I didn't charge them anything, for a big month, for that first month, and they brought a lot of
Wow,
material
how nice,
into
how
this
sweet.
country because they could bring it in without tariff.
But eventually, added production costs could change what cars buyers see on dealer lots.
You could see a stop in production of a number of vehicles, some of which are very important to some of the automakers.
Trump's goal, however, is to pressure automakers to make them in the U.S. instead.
This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants.
And the White House said the duties on Canada and Mexico are also meant to
only physically produce easily understood things made by real men in a factory. Yeah, I know, are actually economic. Yeah, all this service economy shit is bullshit anyway, right? I've ran into at least one person who that was his unironic opinion, but
to disrupt the drug trade.
And apparently that's, I mean, I saw that meme on Twitter. I think all my fan base is called NGGers, so I can say real NGGer economics versus fake NGGer economics.
Millions of people due to fentanyl. It comes
Is anyone, how the fuck do I pirate this? If PSYOP doesn't work and Anti-Sarko doesn't work, is there anything else I can use?
mostly from China, but it comes through Mexico and it comes through Canada.
The trade group representing Ford, GM, and Stellantis said it's critical that tariffs are done in a way that preserves the competitiveness of the North American auto sector.
Am I just doing this wrong? I
North
pasted DOI.
American is the key there. Because of the Trump-negotiated USMCA and NAFTA before it, automakers have essentially viewed these countries as borderless.
We have really built the industry around that free trade zone that's existed for so long.
It's why Mexico and Canada exported about $75 billion in
With the
passenger.
American econ student, I can't view it. Yeah, but I go to a community college for an associate's in science. I don't really have access to that doesn't give me access to most of these papers. I mean, I could try, but
cars and more than $100
I've tried on
billion
one thing
in
before. It
auto
didn't let me.
parts to the U.S. last year. So shrinking supply chains to just the U.S.
If you had to,
Wow, found it. Wait, hold on, just real quick. Is this 2020? 10. This has a different DOI. I mean, it's the same. Presumably, it's the same, other than I don't know, maybe the formatting or whatever. But like, when you still defend liberalism.
move production of a vehicle or even a complex system like an engine, a transmission, an axle, and you're making that in Canada or you're making that in Mexico and you just want to move the plant, that could be years.
Analysts say even shifting a foreign-made part to a U.S. supplier can take months.
We have well-established, very detailed testing plans for every component on a vehicle, and we don't get to skip those just because we might want to, or it might be easy, right? Because it's a safety and quality issue. It costs money and it costs lives when we get those things wrong.
So either choice, moving production or facing the tariffs, come with added costs, some of which economists say will be passed on to consumers. That will push up already elevated car prices. This could then tamp down demand and slow production.
If there's less production, there'll be less demand for workers in the North American auto industry. Even before you get the cut in profitability, there'll probably be a push for more labor-saving investment in U.S. production to try to compensate for the increased costs elsewhere in the production process.
That's the real goal. He's just trying to increase the pace at which we automate everything. That's the true Chad based. He's gonna get us to the post-labor economy. Okay.
Analysts say will come in the form of automation.
When you move production to the U.S., you do it, because you need to be close, but it doesn't necessarily bring a lot of jobs.
Everyone would have access to research.
It's a lot of automation.
So true,
but
buddy.
the United Auto Workers Union
does that mean
applauded
exactly?
Trump's tariff on foreign autos, adding it's now on the automakers to bring back good union jobs to the U.S. To make investments months or years into the future, automakers need
certainty and stability. Just they want it to be clear what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and why it's going to happen.
But automakers are still waiting for clarity on the extent and application of the various tariffs, especially after the pause and then temporary exemption from the Mexico-Canada tariffs.
The uncertainty of whether and how long these tariffs will stick around is creating real dollars waste in terms of warehousing and trucking, and call it soft waste, wasted time, wasted energy, wasted attention that could be better deployed building and designing the next vehicle, the next system.
That time spent debating if this alternator should continue to come from Mexico or this crossbeam from Canada is to some a distraction from the larger disruptors in the industry, namely the fast-moving Chinese competition. China is now the world's largest vehicle exporter.
Very tumultuous time in the industry, for sure. Things are changing faster than they ever did before. And at the end of the day, you have to remember, it's not the big that eat the small, it's the fast that eat the slow. And so, whatever you are, don't be the slowest. Move quickly.
Wow. Crazy. Where'd that shit go? What? Did it name it to? There we go. Flank a Substack I wrote on international trade. Would you read it on stream? Sure. don't know. What is the I don't know.
What's up, guys?
This guy's a financial advisor, right? I'm hoping he doesn't have a cringe take. I don't think he would have a cringe take. But I'm worried he's going to be like a 2 milk toast. He's not going to go hard enough.
It's Graham here, and you better brace yourself for what's about to happen. In a very short amount of time, we're about to see some significant changes throughout our entire economy. From the introduction of tariffs...
I might have to... I don't know if you can link it on YouTube chat, by the way. You might have to do it in Discord or do it in Twitch chat or
upcoming
something.
price hikes, less consumer spending...
So glad Reuters
and
don't
the
actually know
one thing-
Econ 101, so we don't have to argue about tax incidents and tariffs. If you could just say Americans pay it. Yeah, I know. It's also... God, I hate this country. I hate this country. I hate this country. I don't know. Again, but it's annoying because, like, I don't know. Sometimes if I say words to my econ bros, they make sense to people. But I think if I say words to uninformed people, I guess it doesn't. I don't know if it doesn't compute or if some of these people are just in bad faith. Because I don't should I be defining consumer syrup? Okay, it's definitely not, and I've learned from this because I used to do this more often. It's definitely not like the best strategy to say the loss in consumer surplus is greater than the gain in producer surplus. But like, I don't know, like how feels like I have to start every conversation with asking them to define opportunity cost and like asking them to define not being negatively polarized against Americans. Another tanky is born. I'm a tanky, but under socialism we would all have free trade, and therefore I am a socialist. Okay. I think these aren't papers, right? These are just. I'm gonna rename this to like what's a good name for. This isn't a paper even. This is a full as thing. Well, I guess this isn't all about trade. It's just about economic outlook, and part of it has to do with that. Free trade is antithetical to socialism. What? That's not true. You can have free trade and still have the workers own the means of production. Dude, the USSR was a trade bloc. What do you mean, bro? I don't know, like, not models, but I'll say like reports / models. Socialism doesn't mean the workers own a means of production. Is a classless state? Oh, okay. Good to know. Censored in general discourse. Hell yeah. Actually, communism is a branch of science from dialectical materialism. Brain rot economics. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Brain rot economics. Tariffs and international trade. Dude, I was considering renaming my blog to something. Global Homo based. Before understanding of tariffs, it's important to understand these four main ideas of macroeconomics and international trade: globalization, mercantilism, comparative advantage, specialization, foreign exchange rates. Are you a materialist or idealist? I don't know, man. Global Homo. Globalization is the coming together of countries to trade goods, culture, and information. As technology progresses, this has only gotten easier for innovations like cargo ships, the internet, and commercial air travel. The great thing about globalization is that now, more than ever, countries are more interconnected and interdependent. Jesus. This means today war is uncommon. Truth nuke. Food is, by the way, my stream layout is horrible right now, but I'm not going to fix it. Fuck y'all. Wars are uncommon, food is plentiful, medicine accessible, and standards of living are rising all over the world. Although globalization does have its negative externalities, such as environmental concerns like greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, and the potential of invasive species, very true. The most important negative externality of globalization is foreign competition. For example, McDonald's, an American company, may have to compete with not just American restaurants like Taco Bell, but with restaurants like Skylark, a Japanese company. This growth in competition causes a race to the bottom effect by lowering production costs through practices like exploiting cheap labor or weakening environmental regulations in developing countries. From my understanding, there's kind of mixed evidence for this, and it's also, first of all, it's good that McDonald's has international competition because the race to the bottom is good for consumers. When it comes to the race to the bottom for environmental regulations, there's probably a bit of truth to that. For cheap labor, God, I love child sweatshop labor. And I don't know, like the big thing to remember is that trade is mutually beneficial. So like even the countries that do this like race to the bottom thing are benefiting from trade at the end of the day. And it seems like trade seems to increase growth as well. So it might be like it kind of sucks, but like the alternative to the race to the bottom is everyone staying at the bottom. That seems to be like what the socialism is scientific. If you're against it, you're an idealist who denies material reality. For you to global competition also makes it harder for small local businesses to stay open and grow. That can be true. Economists around the world debate the severity of negative effects of globalization, but the vast majority would agree globalization is a net positive for the world. Mercantilism. Mercantilism is a 16th to 18th century trade practice. Hold on, I gotta like this. Where's the like button? Oh, wait, like. Okay, fuck. I can't like it. Well, whatever. Practice where a country exports more than it imports. This method of trade was achieved through tariffs. It wasn't until that economist named Adam Smith wrote the book Wealth of Nations that the world shifted from mercantilism towards globalization. Adam Smith's influence came from the idea that trade is not a zero-sum game, meaning that there are no winners or losers when it comes to trade. Truth and nuke. For example, if Spain sells $30 worth of shorts to France, both countries benefit because Spain values the $30 more than the shorts, and France values the shorts more than $30. It would win. Mercantilist perspective would be that France did not benefit from trade because they failed to hoard those $30 from Spain. Comparative advantage. How is this a fair trade? Isn't $30 the shorts? $30 worth of shirt a lot of money. Well, if the trade was unfair, then it's likely the trade would never have happened. Truth nuke. The main reason is that Spain could make the shirts much cheaper and higher quality than France. Therefore, French companies and consumers can buy more affordable shirts from Spain than if they purchased shirts made in France. This phenomenon is what's called comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is an economy's ability to produce a particular good or service at a lower opportunity cost than its trading partner. Opportunity cost within the definition of comparative advantage is the idea that because there are finite resources in labor, a country has to specialize in manufacturing certain goods. An example of opportunity cost is that Spain is more efficient in producing shirts than France. However, for Spain to produce shirts, it has to give up a given amount of, say, sock production. France also has to sacrifice some shirt production to produce socks, but if France has a competitive advantage in producing shirts, it can produce more shirts than Spain can by sacrificing the same amount of sock production. Truth, nuke. Conversely, Spain can produce more socks than France by sacrificing the same amount of shirt production. This may sound confusing, but if you're looking for an in-depth or a simpler understanding of comparative advantage, click on one of these links, textbook, or watch a YouTube video. Wow. Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, Internet, this is...
It's all about the money. Come socks. No winners or losers when it comes to trade, only a rapist and the raped. True. Might want to say mercantilism in the mercantilism paragraph that trade is not a zero-sum game. Another great reason to believe this is something called a foreign exchange rate. Exchange rate is the rate at which one currency can be exchanged for another. For example, when France buys a shirt from Spain, it must use Spanish currency to buy the shirt. When Spain has the French currency, Spain then may use the currency to buy goods produced in France. The money going into the economy eventually goes out, and the money going out eventually comes back in. Wow, tell this has been double. Furthermore, the currency of a country could increase or decrease in value if Spain invests a lot of its money in France. That increases the demand for French currency and the supply of Spanish currency, both of which make the French currency more expensive than the Spanish currency. What node wrote this article? Nathan, my goat. When the French currency becomes more expensive, or in other words, stronger, France can buy more foreign currency to import for cheaper. Truth nuke. tariff hikes, more like tariff yikes. It's not nerd, it's a globalist liberal propaganda. True. But I'm so confused. Wasn't the goal of the USSR to spread the revolution? Like, aren't we, like, why are we so... Like, it's not like the Poland and the USSR didn't have fucking tariffs on each other. Like, what, like, obviously, socialism and some type of free trade are compatible. But finally, after reading all that, please pat yourself on the back. Now you can finally learn the brain-rotting idea of a tariff. Depending on the situation, tariffs can have many purposes, but they're usually used to benefit native companies artificially. Although, as you can infer in the cartoon, tariffs seem to have some negative benefits to the country, some even negative effects. They use them like a boomerang. What are they, and what do they want? Tariffs are taxes on imported goods imposed by a government. Let's say France makes shirts for $11. Spain can make the shirt for $10. So if France imposes a 20% tariff on Spanish-made shirts, the price will increase by $2 when imported to France. This results in less foreign competition because French-made shirts are less expensive than Spanish-made goods. So who pays the 20% tariff? Well, at first, the Spanish shirt company would pay the tariffs so they can import the good to France. But that price increase is almost always passed on to the consumer. Because tariffs are inherently inflationary, this disproportionately hurts poor people. Poor people spend a higher percentage of their income on imported goods. Truth nuke. The 2016 paper estimates the American consumer at a 10th percentile revenue distribution owes 69% of his or her purchasing power to international trade. The median consumer at the 50th percentile, 37%, and the consumer at the 90th percentile, only 4%. The 2016 U.S. International Trade Commission likewise found in its 2016 review. In other words, international trade raises the standard of living of poor people because they can afford cheaper and higher quality goods. National security. Socialism has never been reached. Well, whatever you call the USSR, buddy. Oh, phase of dictatorship of the proletariat. Is a phase of dictatorship of the proletariat. Is that incompatible with free trade? A country's national security should be one of the top priorities to the point where a country should go as far to add trade barriers, even if its population is negatively affected by it. Let's say Belgium is the only place in the world that specializes in semiconductor manufacturing, and they mostly trade with France and Spain. Spain one day wanted to invade Belgium, so France could no longer get semiconductors. France sees this and decides to incentivize manufacturing semiconductors in the country in the form of massive 500% tariffs. This is an exceptional use of a tariff because France needs semiconductors to produce important military technology. True. Jobs. Over time, tariffs are expected to bring back jobs that were previously outsourced. However, that's not the case. For example, Spain could tariff an intermediate good like steel to incentivize steel manufacturing. Companies to return to Spain. Spain would likely see surface level success with new job insourcing. Still, if Spanish companies can't afford the high cost of tariff steel, then those said companies would be forced to lay off workers to maximize productivity. True nuke. The U.S. in 2002 had a similar problem of having a net loss of jobs, where they put steel tariffs on other countries, resulting in gaining one job to cost 80 other jobs. This was observed in a 2022 study focusing on Bush's 2002 steel tariffs. Trade deficit. Dictatorship of the proletariat can be almost anything. Okay. Wait, so what are we... When socialism is achieved, we have a class... why is a classless society not compatible with free trade? The trade deficit of a country shows the difference between the amount of goods and services sold to other countries' exports and the amount of goods and services bought from other countries' imports. Classless state. People may also look at the total monetary value of traded goods between countries within a period of time. Let's say Spain exported $10 worth of goods to France, although Spain only imports $4 of goods from France. This means France has a trade deficit of $6 in Spain. As I alluded to in my foreign exchange rate paragraph, the trade deficit largely reflects America's favorability from foreign investors. Truth nuke. Because free trade needs a capitalist. Free trade does not need a capitalist. No. Are we gonna... the only law should be the NAP. True. For example, are we gonna... Is our socialist commune gonna impose tariffs on every other country? Or what are we gonna... For example, when you have to go to work, you produce things for other people, which it costs to you. You're compensated for that loss with an income, which in turn lets you consume what others produce. Similarly, exports are costly because we use our resources to produce for other countries. We compensated for the loss in foreign currency, with which we can purchase goods produced with other countries' resources to, say, satisfy our consumer preferences. Trading with other countries can increase the amount of goods and services consumers can utilize. This is what real wealth is. YouTube video.
So, you might have...
Trade deficit. Oh, Peterson Institute. Trade wars. A trade war happens when one country retaliates against another by raising import tariffs or placing other restrictions on a country's imports. Let's say Spain felt like they were losing due to massive trade deficits with France. Spain then tariffs 20% of all goods imported by France. France then a retaliation, 25% tariffs all goods imported by Spain. With time, both economies are fractured, and they usually end up with some sort of diplomatic agreement to repeal the enacted tariffs. Depending on the scale of tariffs and the sectors that they affect, both nations will experience an increase in cost, induce inflation, cause market shortages, reduce choice, discourage trade, slow economic growth, and hurt diplomatic relations. Tariffs at the end of the day are a tool that should be used with careful consideration, not as a means to increase the wealth of a nation. Truth nuke. Why do you never watch Prager University? They're so good. Is that an unironic thing? I don't know. The Prager University takedown videos were the meta like 4 years ago, bro. I don't think they're I don't think they're. Oh Jesus! Oh, they have a video on trade though. Wait, holy shit!
Premier Danielle Smith, the media was trying to convince you not to come here and sit with Prager.
What's not to love about socialism? Why Israel should be the fifth world superpower? Israel should be the only world superpower. We should live in a world of Israeli hegemony. They interviewed the fucking YouTubers the president. I kind of figured you had sent a message before. Hassan Abi?
And then when you think about Amazon in of itself as a ginormous corporation, and even the workers that work within Twitch or the AWS structure, I don't know where they live around the planet. I don't know how they work. I don't know what their working conditions look like. And all of that system is what allows me to do what I'm doing right now. Whereas back in the day, I think like commodity production was much simpler. Sure, there was still resource extraction happening in other parts of the world, but you know, you worked at a factory where you went in every single day to that factory and you were standing next to other people on the assembly line. It was much easier to organize in a process like that. One, because they did not have the Amazon methods of disrupting.
I didn't intentionally send a timestamp. Okay. Yeah, I don't really care to watch a 47-minute video about bullshit. But hold on, I want to watch the song that changed my life.
We had like just got our power back on. By the grace of God, we somehow paid rent and had groceries that month. Didn't have. I smoked cigarettes at the time.
You went to top chat, not live chat. Wait, what? What do you mean? I get live, bruh. I don't know. My end doesn't. The fucking YouTube censors shit kind of arbitrarily, and it doesn't let me change it, which is annoying.
And didn't have any money for cigarettes, and I had like half a cigarette left in this pack. I was sitting in the house listening to the radio or something, and this song came on the radio. I don't know if it was like Drake or like G-Eazy or like some rapper at the time who was like sort of talking about how fame was actually this terrible thing and having all this money was this terrible. It was just like this woe is me.
I forgot. I turned the window capture off.
Story about the hardships of fame. And I was like deeply offended by it because I was like, these guys are living the life that like I would do anything to have. And I'm in this house that's falling apart. There's holes in the ceiling and water coming through when it rains, and there's mice running all over the place. And we're just totally in poverty. And this guy's like complaining about fame and money and fortune and all this stuff. And it really pissed me off.
Yeah, because even in this culture, even a rich person has to win oppression Olympics.
Yeah, everybody wants to be a victim so bad, including the people that have it all. Yeah, I was
So
just
true,
really
buddy.
irked by it, and I grabbed this little half a cigarette out of the cigarette pack and went and sat on the front step in our yard and started writing this like open letter to hip hop. And the first thing I wrote was "Dear Rappers," and then I honestly like don't know what happened. It was literally like God just like spoke through me that day. Like I don't remember stopping to think what rhymes with this or pausing to sort of formulate what the next line was going to be. I just wrote this song, and by the time that half a cigarette was done, and we're talking like 5 minutes, the song was done. And I sat there and looked at my phone, and I literally was like, oh my God, I just did it. And then I ran in the house, and Nova was on her computer or something, and I said to her, I just wrote the song that's going to change our lives. Grab the camera, like, let's shoot a video. And she's like, don't you need to like record the song? And I was like, I'm going to record it right now. Like while I'm recording it, just like pull down the backdrop. We had this little $20 light from Amazon that she put a little piece of red plastic over. So it was like a red light. And I jumped on my computer, recorded this song in like 10, 15 minutes, and then got up and stood in front of the backdrop, wrapped the whole thing. The next day I borrowed like $200 from my mom, $200 from my sister, which was brutal to do, to call your younger sister and be like, I need $200. And, you know,
Okay,
I've
I don't
been
care.
a dreamer.
That would be funnier, but he's just being lame. Dude, they don't even do they even upload explain? I'm so curious. They probably it wouldn't surprise me if they had like old videos being against tariffs, because conservatives used to have at least some principles, but
Suppose someone invented a pill that let you live to the age of 120 in perfect health and then die painlessly.
Wow.
That pill would put a lot of people out of business. It would be bad news for
Wait, is this going to be this might still be an anti-tariff video. This was 9 months ago.
doctors and nurses. It would be catastrophic for medical insurers. It would throw millions of home care staff out of work. But would anyone see those as good reasons to ban it? And would anyone care where the pill had been invented? In their country or someone else's? What goes for that pill goes for any other product that would improve our lives. We shouldn't make things harder to obtain simply on the grounds that they originate somewhere else. Actually, a lot of people disagree with that idea. Opponents of free trade, and there are many, say things that sound perfectly reasonable. Things like, we need to protect our strategic industries. We can't survive these expanding trade.
There's obviously a national security justification
like,
for
we need to
some tariffs, but all right.
protect our
Okay.
strategic industries.
I guess what did I expect? This PragerU, obviously we're going to do the entire like libertarian insane brain rot.
Survive these expanding trade deficits. We must grow our own food. We want trade to be fair. We can't compete with slave wage economies. All those arguments sound like common sense, but all of them would ban our miracle pill. All of them would leave us poorer. Let's take them in order. Protectionism. Trade barriers don't protect industries. They make them inefficient, uncompetitive, and dependent on state handouts. As Ronald Reagan put it, instead of protectionism, we should call it destructionism. It destroys jobs, weakens our industries, harms exports, costs billions of dollars to consumers, and damages our overall economy. Trade deficits? There's no correlation between a country's balance of trade and its economic growth. The greatest benefit of trade is cheaper imports, because they save consumers money.
Narcissistic fraud you wouldn't support if you were running as a Democrat. Trump was Dem most of his life. Trump's policies and the shit he is doing is just nowhere close to anything like the Democrats even used to do. Like, it's, yeah. What's up, Manar?
What up? What up, Non-Fawn? How are you?
I'm good, I guess.
Hey, I don't have a lot of time, but I kind of wanted to like flush out things, you know.
Okay.
About the modern day debate. I think we really should do it. All they need is as long as we give them everything up front, like a head picture, the title, everything, they will actually schedule us.
Sure.
And like the date.
I mean, it sounds like I'm willing to do it, but it sounds like you don't. It sounds like the real thing we're going to end up debating under your thing is like whether Russia's invasion of Ukraine is justified. Like that's going to be like the conversation is going to go. I think tariffs are bad, and you're going to say, like
you want the premise that they
Trump's
are
tariffs.
bad for the economy.
Yeah, Trump's tariffs are hurting the economy. It's like a prompt I would do. Like,
okay, guess in my opinion. If they are, is that enough justification to not do them? Because, for example, things like raising interest rates could be arguably hurting the economy, or, for example, like the other option that we discussed. What was it?
Sanctions on Russia.
And also that could be another argument. Would you think those are justifiable?
I mean, I wouldn't. So the interest rate thing is complicated because in a sense they're hurting the economy, but usually they're like when we raise interest rates, we're hurting the economy to bring down inflation, and that makes the economy like better in the long run. Like that's usually the justification.
Yeah.
So I would.
The way I describe it is the Fed takes advantage of a strong economy. That's the way they try to describe it. So yeah, basically they try to attack the economy to increase unemployment rates because it's so strong. Yes.
They almost never do that one. Usually they raise rates to bring down inflation. They usually
what
are not
happens
that.
when you increase interest rates? You reduce spending.
I agree.
And then that also, like, if you reduce
that
spending,
increases unemployment. Yeah.
You reduce your profits.
I mean, I agree. It's just like it's a little. So the word "hurt" is a little weird because again, like, like if we have 10% inflation, it makes sense to raise interest. Like, I don't know if I would say it's hurting the economy to raise interest rates during an inflationary period because that's like what you should be doing. Like that's how you should bring down inflation. But the Russia sanctions thing, like I wouldn't, like I'm way more concerned with the people who like defend tariffs as like economically viable, and that will play into, I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, tariffs are both economically good and also like good as negotiation and everything. And it's like, so that how harmful you think tariffs are is gonna influence how much I like it as like negotiation or whatever. Because like if tariffs are like really good for the economy regardless, then like it's a win-win. Either we impose the tariffs or we get what we want out of Canada or whoever. But if tariffs are really bad for the economy, then like it's a really bad thing if we actually have to go through with them.
See, I kind of agree with you. The problem is tariffs are basically such a tame sanction. It's like the tamest way to sanction anything. Like, this is the thing. Like, if we can't be worried about the sanctions and we can justify sanctions, which are arguably are things that you cannot even test for. Like, you can't even come up with the estimations to how much it could hurt the economy. It's so hard. Whereas, for example, tariffs, it's actually easy to come up with these estimations and it's easy to kind of predict the inflationary rates. Therefore, it's easier to actually kind of account for it. And I understand it is a complete reduction. It's a permanent reduction of GDP. The problem is both actual countries feel it. Therefore, it's and it's only for certain commodities. Is very, very, very specific. Whereas sanctions are like almost unaccountable. Like you can't even quantifiable, like unquantifiable. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not sure how easy it is to predict the effects of the tariffs versus sanctions. I'm really like not super sure.
The inflationary effects are measle. They'll happen, but they will dissipate very quickly. But yeah, you
I'm not convinced.
For example, that 25%.
So depending on what you mean by
predict it on how, like basically, you can predict how fast you will need new manufacturing companies to, like that 10-year period where you will need to reopen new factories. That's the inflationary period. After that, everything calms down. That's what I mean.
I mean, I'm not sure how well we can predict that. Like, I understand there are plenty of people trying to predict like the cost of tariffs on U.S. consumers. I'm not sure if it's any easier to predict that than it is to predict the impact of sanctions.
25% extra.
Well,
or whatever the percentage is that's actually accountable in the end. It's not really that hard. Whereas sanctions, I would say, which were justified by the Biden administration, you supported them. are actually unquantifiable in any way. Like unbelievable. Actually,
I mean,
they've
Trump also
they've
hasn't. He hasn't
detrimentally hurt the
actually.
country that they had to walk out of the European Convention. Like for example, Hungary.
Did Trump lift the Russian sanctions? I forget if he just like threatened to do so. If he
No,
actually.
he hasn't. I think he's still using them in the negotiations. But I know they've completely changed the rhetoric on the peace talks. For example, Hegseth wants to reignite the Minsk II agreements, and he's actually, can you believe it or not? You've heard him, right? He said he's okay. He said that it's a dream for Ukraine to think about the old pre-2020 lines or pre-2022 lines. I swear to God, that's what he said. Or pre-2024.
Yeah, that's not super surprising to me.
So like the rhetoric is completely different. Like Anthony Blinken shut down all negotiations and all peace agreements. Pete Hegseth is actually trying to reopen them.
Right. One other thing. Okay, I do want to ask you. Do you think that the tariffs that Trump just did, 10% on everybody plus an extra random percentage points on a bunch of different countries, like 20% on the EU and like 30 or 60 something, or like 40% on China or something. Do you think that's going to have a bigger impact than the Russian sanctions?
I don't think so. I think the Russian sanctions were...
Come on,
really
man.
don't think so. Because look, because the thing about the tariffs is there are, like we said, it's a negotiation tool.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. These aren't just negotiations. What do you want Europe to do? What do you think Europe is going to do to get rid of these sanctions? What's the negotiation that's going to happen?
Well, the thing about Europe is they're not using really sanctions as a negotiation. They're using them as a way to deplete and kind of destroy Russia economy. They don't want actually.
No, I mean like the tariffs that we just put on Europe. What's the negotiation that's going to happen for Europe to get rid of those? Like what does Trump want Europe like what?
Well, all he wants is for them to actually create some kind of manufacturing sector and strengthen any kind of manufacturing sector in America. And that's my understanding. My understanding of the tariffs were as long as you manufacture any of your products in the United States of America, you're completely elevated from those.
Yeah, not these ones. We're charging 20% tariffs on all imports from Europe.
So the whole idea is if the tariffs are used as a negotiating tool to strengthen and as a place to actually of power from the United States to use to kind of negotiate upwards and elevate their own manufacturing sector, how can we actually argue that they are bad?
Well, so even if tariffs succeed in that, there's an opportunity cost to doing it, and I could still argue that they were bad.
Well, that's the whole argument, is that the opportunity cost is worth it. That the opportunity cost
I just don't think that's
of strengthening the manufacturing sector of America with very measly 10% tariffs. I mean, these might not happen. And
that's not. Wait, hold on. These are not very. Wait. Wait, he already. No, you realize he already put them on. They're gonna come into effect in like an hour from now. 10% across the board. These are the highest tariffs we had in.
Every time it's come this close, I mean, some kind of new negotiation starts opening up.
He put them on every country. Is every country going to negotiate?
All of a sudden, now we can ask for extensions. Remember, we can't for the ECA, but we can for this.
Is every country going to come?
We already had 30-day extension.
Is every country going to?
We'll see. Let's not predict on anything. We'll see. I can't really stay here for a whole hour. But we are going to talk very soon. But yeah, look, all I want to do is kind of flush out these ideas. Think about it for me. Think about it with me. Let's see. Is there actual detrimental effects that are long-term to the American economy? Is that actually arguable?
Yes.
I mean, I would argue there is a permanent reduction of GDP that's recoverable.
A permanent reduction is not recoverable. That's not a... What?
I mean, the problem is, I guess... I mean, if you strengthen the manufacturers, the problem is he's not just inflicting the tariffs for fun. He's not only inflicting the tariffs. I guess America is inflicting the sanctions so Russia can stop the war. but it's not the same way. It's just they're not equivalent, I guess.
Okay. I'm so
What I'm trying to say is the sanctions. I don't know how what the hell we justify them, but we can't justify the tariffs. It's just unfathomable to me.
Which it's
Something
unfathomable
that
to me
says
that you think the sanctions on
something
Russia,
that
who we
says
who we
just
never
manufacture in our country and we won't have to tariff you.
there's a massive opportunity cost to that. And also
Yeah, but
the price of domestic goods will still be higher, by the way.
It's like, of course, it's going to cost more because they are siphoning from the American economy originally. Like they're coming
How?
siphoning
What?
the dollars. Yeah,
How are
they're not
they're siphoning the
they're
dollars?
not
What does that
giving
mean,
any
Minar?
net gain to America besides
Why would people be
I
buying
guess, the
these goods
GDP
from China or whatever if it wasn't a net gain for them? What do you mean?
I guess it's just the GDP expense. It's not. Is it a net gain? It's just a product that came from overseas and somebody scalped it.
What?
I don't know, man. It's just the tariffs thing. I don't know. I'm gonna need to see. I don't know if this is gonna even happen. I don't know why he's using it as a negotiating tactic. I will argue. I agree with you. It can hurt the economy, but if he's using it to strengthen the American economy, I just don't understand how we can argue that.
I don't think it's going to strengthen the U.S. economy. Obviously, I think it's already weakened the U.S. economy. Business uncertainty is already super high. Consumer spending is super. Consumers are super uncertain too.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means that, for example, real business investment is down.
That's literally what happened under Biden. Like the insane increase of inflation, the insane increase of prices.
Hold on. The
interest rates going through the roof was all from sanctions.
No, there's no. Okay, wait, Minar, please. Which do you think played a bigger impact on interest rates and inflation? COVID or Russian sanctions?
Russian sanctions.
You're insane. Do you have any evidence for that? Do you have any evidence for that at all?
Yes, because Trump had the same COVID-19 and up to and he only had from 0.3 went to 2.4%.
Trump had COVID for like less than a year. Most of it.
Under Biden, that's 2%. And so the trend didn't follow under Biden. Under Biden went all the way to 7.3%, which is unbelievable. And the only thing that follows
really
was that the sanctions happened at the same time that the inflation rate expanded, because under Trump it didn't have the same trend. Under Trump it went from Trump had a 0.3 inflation in 2019, which is unbelievable, and very low interest rates, and then it expanded to 2.4. So I'll give you like the COVID-19 is like 2.4 to 3%.
Wait, Minar, can you?
But how did we get to 7.3? That's the sanctions.
It was not sanctions. It was one, there were supply chain disruptions from COVID. That's obviously a part of it. There were also fiscal and monetary stimulus. The monetary stimulus that Biden did not have control over, just like Trump didn't have control over the monetary stimulus because presidents don't control the Federal Reserve.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you 3% inflation. I won't give you 7.3.
And there was I'm explaining why there was 7.3%. First of all, I don't know what.
Impossible.
I don't know what you're using, by the way, for 7.3% inflation.
Let's see if you're sincere. Because I gotta leave. Let's see if you're sincere. Did the sanctions at all affect the U.S. economy and inflationary rates?
Probably, but not as much as.
What inflationary rate did the sanctions affect the U.S. economy?
Probably less than 1%.
Come on,
dog.
Look, I was nice.
Wait, dog.
3%. You're not
to be clear,
even gonna give me two. That's crazy.
Well, I think actually blaming 3% inflation on COVID, and that is actually probably roughly accurate.
Yeah, the only reason I'm doing that is actually scientific. Looking at Trump, the trend was 0.3 of inflation. I think around.
To be clear, your method is not scientific. The reason I agree with you is because actual like academic paper people have like written stuff about, like actual academics have written stuff about this. But
look, no, it's not sufficient.
Wait.
I know, and your academics thought that it was actually constitutional for the states to take the authority of the Congress and use and actually read Amendment 14, Section 3.
Yep.
And believe that misinterpret that to believe that this give the unconstitutional power for the state.
Those were the
to
economists
remove
doing that.
federal constitutional ballots from the federal ballot. It's unbelievable for the federal candidates from the ballot. And so you're also your Democratic scholars, whatever you want to call them, believe that was completely constitutional, and it was completely stricken down by 9 justices by the U.S. Supreme Court, calling it misinterpretation of reading Amendment 14.
Crazy.
So don't come and talk to me.
Yeah, Trump has never
about
had anything struck down by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional. That's never happened
the
to
U.S.
Trump and his
Supreme
team.
Court struck down Colorado Supreme Court's ruling that they should remove Trump.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. There's been federal judges that struck down like 100 different things Trump did from the birthright citizenship.
Against the unconstitutional.
I understand it was a 9. I understand it was a 9-0.
So, no, all I'm saying is don't talk to me. This was Democratic scholars and lawyers that came up with this
First of all, I don't know why we're talking about
they were
lawyers in Colorado right now. I'm concerned. I'm just saying I trust economists who write academic papers like more than you. Like
all I'm saying is I give them a grain of salt. Give them a grain of salt. Read them with a grain of salt when you read these scholars, because a lot of them don't even know the legal theory they're actually standing upon.
I'm not talking
Most
about
of them
law
are
right now, dog.
Yeah, most of them are misinterpreting Amendment 14, Section 3, for example.
Oh my God. Okay, wait. Okay, real quick.
I'm a genius, bro. Hey, not fun. Don't try me, man.
Nice
debate me on abortion being moral. Why should the girls get aborted?
Oh, wait, real quick. So can you explain, why do you believe the sanctions on Russia, which, by the way, we don't trade with Russia as much as we trade with Canada even, or as much as we trade with Mexico. I think Mexico's the largest, though, so that makes sense. Why do you think the sanctions on Russia have a bigger effect than 10% tariffs on, like, the rest of the world and 20% tariffs on Europe?
Because the inflationary effect of them was up to 7.3% inflation.
7.3% inflation was because
European economies, and at the same time, sanctions completely destroyed European economies. For
that
example,
wasn't our sanctions. That was Europe
like
sanctions.
Bulgaria and Hungary.
That was no.
Therefore, I came up with the distinction that they are extremely detrimental to the American economy and the European economy.
The reason Europe's economy was destroyed,
ally and trade partner, and we see the effects of that happening right now.
Okay.
What else? Why is France having droughts? Why doesn't
not because of U.S. sanctions? Hold on, France having droughts. I don't think it's because of. First of all, I don't think France having. Can I speak for like a minute? Can I respond to a single one of the dumb things you said?
They don't have fountain water.
I don't know why I'm not allowed to speak, but the France having droughts is probably not related to sanctions. It probably has to do with the fucking weather. I would guess.
European economies in Germany, they had to make the workday week 4 days because they don't have electricity. To keep the manufacturing sector on. Are you kidding me?
I don't know if that's true, but taking that
to be... Don't look up anything, my brother. This is unbelievable. It's like...
Yeah, true. Wait. Can I respond to like any of this shit you said? Okay.
Man, do whatever you want, man. I gotta go soon. Go ahead.
Okay. These are not the U.S. sanctions' faults. Obviously, I understand Europe had issues because part of it was sanctions. Part of it was just that Russia fucking invaded Ukraine and they can't buy shit from Ukraine anymore, and and they don't want to buy shit from Russia anymore. But you don't understand.
I get it. Okay, yeah, Ukraine. Actually, Ukraine was able to send all their ships.
Wait, Leonard, can we disagree on this before we have to go? Can we disagree? It is harder to import, let's say, wheat from Ukraine when they are being invaded by Russia.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay.
And also probably energy from Russia as well.
All energy.
We recognize the U.S. does not. The U.S. does not control. The U.S. does not control what sanctions Europe puts on Russia, right?
Well, the U.S. and Europe together bring sanctions.
I understand.
I know the
yeah.
EU brought 7 sanctions, but America as well brought some sanctions forward as well.
But like, I don't know if I'm asking like why, like. Like why you think sanctions have such big effects on the
Unbelievable
U.S.
effects.
Why
And
you
I'll tell
cite
you what
Europe?
happened.
I don't know why we're citing
Hey, you have
Europe.
to agree with me. Nonfan, do you agree with me? Why? Okay, let's prove. I'll prove it to you. Here's the
Okay.
deductive reasoning here. Here it is.
Yeah.
Why? When did the G7 countries pass the price hikes on the European Russian oil? When did they pass it? And why would they pass
I don't
that?
even know what that. When did the
They
G7?
passed it on December 2022 because the Russian oil was going crazy and they couldn't afford buying it, or they couldn't afford to have Russia actually hurt. Because what was happening, they were funneling the oil through Ukraine, basically. All that was happening. So they had to make a price hike on the Russian oil and basically cut it into half its price and not allow it to be sold any more expensive. And this was the G7.
I'm confused what you.
Why would they do that if it wasn't detrimentally destroying their country that Russia is actually trading in a very high Russian dollar?
I don't even know what you're trying to say, Menard. No offense. Wait, hold on. What do you mean they passed a price hike? Like they
passed a price hike that's restricted the Russian oil from going up to a certain ceiling in price. And in the G7 countries, immediately after the inflation went down,
right? You just mean
went down.
Sure. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay. No, I get it. Yeah. You just mean they stopped.
They
didn't because they don't want Russia. Because I understand. Because Russia's invading Ukraine and they didn't want to buy fucking oil from Russia while they were invading Ukraine.
What happened was the Russian oil started going up, so it was counterintuitive to them because they were hurting themselves. So they had to shut it down from.
I'm confused. Wait, okay, counterintuitive for who to do what?
Because the idea was that they would go and sanction Russia, and their oil would, like their whole economy would destroy itself. Instead, what happened?
I mean, to be clear, I do think Russia's economy is. I do think Russia
their economy and destroying the European economies in the same way because they couldn't buy their oil anymore. So they were.
So I agree with you that obviously not buying Russian oil had negative effects on Europe's economy. I agree with you. Now I placed the.
Okay, that's the.
No, wait, real quick. I first of all placed the blame on that mostly on Russia because they are the ones who fucking invaded Ukraine, and I think it's reasonable to sanction them. I agree with you there. I don't know how you get from there to 7% of inflation in the U.S. was caused by Russian sanctions. Considering we're talking about Europe, obviously the U.S. is more insulated from Russia because we don't buy as much energy from Russia. We make our own energy and we buy energy from other places as well, like Mexico and Canada. I don't know why we keep going back to fucking Europe. Like I don't know how you can say Russia, who's a smaller trading partner than Canada, sanctioning them has a bigger impact than 10% tariffs across the board, plus 20% on Russia, plus 50% on China, plus 10% on New Zealand, and like all the other dumb shit.
You're claiming that these tariffs are like general tariffs. They're actually very specialized, very specific tariffs.
Bernard, did you click on the news today?
Is it a general 25% tariff?
It is. He did reciprocal tariffs on all countries. So the minimum is 10%. It seems like 10% across the board we're going to be paying.
What is a reciprocal tariff? Okay.
So because you haven't read the news today, Donald Trump, or apparently in the last month you haven't read the news, Donald Trump has been wanting to do quote-unquote reciprocal tariffs where we tariff countries based on how much they are unfair to us, basically, or how much Donald Trump claims they are unfair to us. These numbers that he has are like bullshit, like made up numbers about how unfair they are to us. But today he was like, Europe has 20% tariffs or other trade barriers on us, which is not true. He's making that up. That's total bullshit. Therefore, we're going to tariff Europe 20%. And he did this for basically like every fucking country. Notably, Russia isn't on the list, actually. But like all of our largest trading partners, Europe, China, the EU, are about to be tariffed. Vietnam, Japan, India, South Korea, like all the like.
Okay, but the idea is they're reciprocal. So because they were tariffing us before.
Did you not hear the part where I said these are bullshit numbers that are just made up? Like, Europe
Yeah,
does
so
not
let me
have.
ask you something. Is it okay for a president to do something to strengthen national security? Like I'm just not understanding this. Like, do you want the U.S. to just
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna give you like a blanket yes
like
there because
who cares? Like
wait,
who
wait,
cares?
wait, wait, dog. Why can't I respond to like a single thing? Can I at least answer the question? So,
Go ahead.
generally speaking, yes, there are ways to. There are things that could supposedly strengthen national security that I think would be like bad. Like there are extremes. Like if we want to strengthen national security, obviously I don't think yeah. So I don't think the president could invoke martial law just to increase the manufacturing sector. Like there are
So you're saying
proportionate
it's
responses.
unreasonable.
Well,
I'm saying,
no. So
what if
I don't. So yes, that's part of it. Is that it is wholly unreasonable to tariff Vietnam 46% for national security reasons. That is fucking absurd. There's no justification for that at all. And I don't believe the president should have as much unilateral authority to tariff countries as he currently does. These are not like legitimate national security concerns that we have here. So I would say this case is not justified, but and I don't think they will help national security. Wait, so I thought the Senate canceled only the Canada ones. But it might be, I don't know.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine, man. We can talk about it more. I think I disagree. I think that doing these tariffs to strengthen the manufacturing sector to
right. Okay. Wait, Manar. You think
negotiating
tariffs
to,
on
like put strength.
Wait, I just need to hear that
put
this
a strong posture. I think that's very effective.
Okay, wait. What do you want? Wait for. Okay, so you said two different things there. One, we're going to use them as negotiation, and two, that's going to help on manufacturing. You think blanket tariffs are going to help in manufacturing?
I mean, we're going to use them as a negotiating tool to strengthen our manufacturing sector.
What the fuck do you want? What do you want Europe to do? What do you want Europe to do? What do you want Europe to do as a negotiation thing? What are we going to get out of Europe?
What do you mean?
I mean, what are we going to negotiate with Europe? What are we going to negotiate with Vietnam? Like with Canada,
just manufacture in the U.S., put some money into.
That's not a negotiation, Menard. That's what the tariffs do if we don't negotiate, if we don't get rid of them. What do you mean?
No. You're misinterpreting the tariffs. You're
Hold on, wait. Okay, Menard. When I say negotiation, I mean like what happened with Mexico and Canada, where they said we're going to send some troops to the border or whatever, and now we won't have our tariffs. That's what I mean when I say negotiation. I'm asking, like, what do you think Europe is going to do? I understand if the tariffs stay in place, they might incentivize.
Start war?
I don't see how that follows from anything I said.
I just thought you mentioned the troops or something.
Yeah. So apparently, because you never read the news, when Donald Trump threatened to impose 25% tariffs in Mexico and Canada, part of the agreement to delay them was Mexico sent some troops to the border to enforce immigration law.
No,
that obviously that means we're not bringing manufacturing back if the tariffs never really go through.
Also, these negotiations. See, this is another point. Thank you for bringing that up. It seems like these countries are posturing, acting like they won't be effective or they won't actually listen to the U.S. But the moment actually, for example, Trump forces these inmates to go on by a plane back to their country, they accept them with open arms. Seems like all that posture,
so that's not what happened. So first of all,
intelligent.
First of all, that's not. First of all, that's not what happened. With Colombia, which is what you're talking about, Colombia objected to these migrants being treated inhumanely and being shipped over in military planes and being chained up, which they never caved on. They never actually caved on that position. They just said, we'll come pick them up in our own planes and not like handcuff them and have them deported in military jets. That's what happened there. Second of all, that's what avoided the tariffs. I'm asking, what do you think Europe is going to do to avoid the tariffs? What do you think? What do you want Vietnam to do to avoid the tariffs? What do you want the UK to do? Brazil? Like what do you want Israel to do, considering they already dropped all our trade barriers? Actually, you probably want Israel to do a lot of things, but
No, I don't want him to do anything. Anyways, I gotta go, bro.
Okay.
Think about it. Let me know what you want to debate about, and let's find a good topic to debate about, man.
All right. I'll see you later, buddy.
Let's find something fun for the viewers, man. Something good, man. Something that a lot of people can relate to.
Yeah. Relate
Think
to?
about that, man.
Okay.
This tariff thing, man. We'll see how effective it is. To me, every time I've seen it happen, it seems like it's worked. Immediately, Canada started literally lost their elections because of the failed posturing of Justin Trudeau and the effectiveness of
With the liberals in
Trump's
Canada are
rhetoric. I
doing
would
super
argue
well
that
right
was a
now. What do you
huge
mean?
factor.
Aren't they projected like 93% chance to?
Well, I thought that the Labour Party already lost, and Justin Trudeau is not even the prime minister anymore.
No, I think the well, no, Justin Trudeau, yeah, resigned. It's a new prime minister, but I think right now, the polls for the next election have the liberals like up really high
We'll see.
because
We'll
they've
see.
been
I doubt
anti-Trump.
Canada's actually embarrassing.
True.
How bad that is.
Okay. Yeah, I know the actual elections aren't until the 20th. I want to talk about.
Yeah, just kick me out, bro. I gotta go out of here. Nice to
Kick
talk
you
to you,
out?
Don.
Do you not have the? You don't know how to leave?
No. I'm not on the Discord right now. I'm doing something else.
Okay. Well, I'll kick you out. Talk to you later, Minar. It's always fun.
All right, see you, brother. Bye.
It's always fun. If I figure out, I'm just gonna do that.
Not
What's
fun.
up, Brunhild?
How was that?
That was interesting.
Was good. I think perhaps he was running.
Hey, I have to go in 5 seconds, but debate me on the morality of abortion. All right, cool debate. All right, see you next time.
Wait,
Damn,
how long was he here?
Non-fun owned. Maybe 20 minutes. Not that long.
Oh, okay. I was thinking perhaps that's a joke I was not picking up on. Okay. How on a scale of 1 to 10, how terrible are the tariffs right now? Scale of 1 to 10. Like, are we fucked or are we just a little fucked?
Pretty bad. This is further than I kind of expected him to go. I mean, since I don't think I would have guessed he would have done this when he was first elected. I mean, he's been tweeting about fucking April 2nd being Liberation Day for a while now, so I've kind of expected this. I mean, I wouldn't I'm not gonna say like, oh, the whole U.S. economy is gonna go fall in shambles and like everything is gonna crash and burn. But I do think a recession is more likely. I do think GDP you will see be stagnant. Basically, it'll be pretty low growth.
That's good.
I don't know. I'd put it at like maybe a 7, assuming that he doesn't back off on them. But part of that is just because it's such an unforced error. Like, we just don't have to do this. Like, it's a
Look, why non-fun? Ye of little faith. Okay. This is
Okay.
just a little short-term pain for a lot of long-term gain. Okay.
Right.
And you're gonna look silly. Okay. You know that meme where it's like society, if X, Y, and Z society did this, and it's like a futuristic, perfect utopia. Well, we're in the midst of our transition to that utopia, thanks to Donald Trump doing all these tariffs. Is that what you not think?
That's true, actually. I was just, the liberal short-term mind. I just didn't consider that long-term will actually.
You're just so obsessed with child labor and slave labor in other countries
True.
that you can't stand to see an actual American worker getting paid a reasonable salary for a reasonable day's work.
That's true,
You gotta
actually.
spend money to lose money.
I've been thinking about cutting off my pinky now that the fucking tariffs are on. I'm so fucking pissed, man. I can't fucking. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad.
My name's fucking Shenandoah. I'm a Georgist. I hate tariffs. Get
I
in
do.
line, kid. All
The
right.
first time he announced tariffs, I didn't eat for 7 days. I was so mad. I was furious.
Saving money on the newly expensive food.
I know. I'm fucking pissed. I don't know. I'm gonna personally end these tariffs myself. I don't know how.
Is that a?
Come on. product smuggler.
Product small. Yeah, become like a fucking drug smuggler.
Dude,
I mean, the
that's
black market for this stuff has definitely got to increase, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's the strategy. You gotta open up like some shipping port in the one country that's not gonna be tariffed, and just have a bunch of ships like unload all their goods.
Actually, my mom actually has a neighbor who she describes as, she's like, this is my cokehead neighbor. Like, that's how she describes her. And she says apparently this neighbor is rich, and my mom lives out in like the country, and she's like, oh yeah, my neighbor loves Trump. I was like, oh, that's, I mean, I guess, you know, you're in a place where like 90% of people vote for Trump. It's not super surprising. And she's like, oh no, but the thing is, she's a gay woman. Like, she actually doesn't really like Trump, but her business that made her rich, she's actually in the logistics business. And like, because of all the tariffs from Trump's first term, like, that's how her business like got off the ground, was like, she was apparently the best at like navigating through all the tariffs. And so she's looking at this like, bro, this is like, she's going to become a billionaire or something. Like,
that's so true, bro. The industry I was in before this one, I was an import-export guy. That was my job. Like, that was the small business I ran. I was like, you know, like trying to get around like import restrictions. And I'm looking at the current import laws and how insanely psychotic and messy they are. And I'm like,
Shenandoah,
hang on a minute.
DM me. Let's open a business together. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
Let's take advantage of this.
Look, I'm an ex-small business owner. I have like a fucking associates in business. I know what I'm doing, okay? Like, I know everything. I'm the right guy to start a business with.
I'm going to become the biggest Donald Trump supporter on the planet. Trump third term, if I become a 100 millionaire avoiding his tariff plans.
If Trump gets a third term, I will douse myself in gasoline.
Yeah, that's what I'm
be like
moving.
one of the Buddhist
I'm moving to
monks.
Norway.
That's gonna be terrible.
So
I have a debate about that tomorrow. I'm so anxious about it. I'm so angry.
The third term?
Yeah, the debate is. And I gotta look at it. I think it's something like, is the third term fascism, basically? Like, if he tried to do a third term, it was something like that.
Here's what you do, Shenandoah. You
Yeah.
go into that debate. You say, "Listen, as a former Maoist revolutionary, I think that the only way to counter U.S. hegemony is for the U.S. to collapse, and so there's nothing I support more than a third Donald Trump term."
That would be really funny, but people are gonna get very confused. I really love that idea, though. That would be great.
So give me odds. Like, how likely or unlikely do you think it is that he actually goes for the replacing income tax thing?
0%.
It's literally impossible.
0% that he tries?
0% that he does it, I would say.
What do you think the odds are that he like actually has a legitimate try, or that like he actually tries to do it?
Okay, if we're defining try as like Trump openly endorses a bill that replaces the income tax, I'm going to say that is like a 5%, personally.
Wow, that's low.
I just don't think Trump actually cares that much. Yeah.
During the address thing that he gave today, he was talking about he was giving the history of our use of tariff, and then he like brought up like, oh yeah, and then we did a terrible thing. It was called income tax, and I was like,
bro,
I don't know.
I mean,
It's getting a little too close for comfort.
It's possible. I just don't think like the fair tax proposal is such an unbelievably terrible proposal itself. Like, maybe they would go for something, but I mean, I just don't think you're gonna. I don't think you're gonna get enough normie, well, like quotation marks, like normie Republicans in Congress to support such a thing. That's my read of things personally.
See, my problem is I think they're all fucking whipped. I genuinely am at the stage where it's like I actually am totally unsure where they would not support something if Trump genuinely wanted it.
I agree.
But if Trump's idea is like, we don't even have to pass an offset to just, we could just like the bill is just lowering income tax rates to 0 and everything will be fine because these tariffs will cover the revenue. That's a level of delusion that the Republicans would have to swallow. That like, I don't think they would have to pass like a sales tax or something. And then like, that's the thing, like, if you're replacing the income tax,
killing me, man.
It's not an optimism. Like, it's just like, I think that for them to come out and be like, hey, we're doing tariffs, and then we're also replacing the income tax with the sales tax, which is like a directly like salient, like high salience tax that's regressive. You're talking about AOC winning 49 states. Like that would be so disastrous, I think, for them to do something like that. But I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I think it's a little higher than 5%. Just a little.
Yeah,
just
I
a
agree.
touch.
It's 7%.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take 7%.
I mean,
why would you
don't-
take
I think
7%?
aren't there rules in the Senate too, and maybe in the House, or probably in the House, that like bills have to be budget neutral if they're for under 10 years or whatever? Like, I feel like there's
No,
I don't even know.
It's I believe that the rule is that it doesn't. It has to just do with the scoring criteria. It's like if the bill is budget neutral, it doesn't have to go through a certain kind of like scoring criteria with the CBO or something like that. But the government can pass. They can pass any bill that they want. Basically, I mean, there's nothing stopping them from throwing a bill up. But yeah, like obviously, hey, we're gonna increase our deficit by fucking another $1.5 trillion a year or something by just getting rid of the income tax would not. I don't think the Republicans would even go for that. And like, how many times have we read this story? Like, it's only 3 months in, but how many times have we read the story of like, no guys, seriously, for real this time, like April, we're gonna do the tariffs in April. Just wait, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way, we're doing it in another month. By the way, it's another 2 weeks. Like, I feel like there's a chance that his entire presidency is going to be like, no, seriously, guys, he's like the last soldier still fighting World War II in like Okinawa or something, and it's like, no, it's really, guys, the tariffs are just, it's like 2029 January, like we're on the last week of the Trump administration. I'm finally going to implement the tariffs. Like that's this. I don't know. I'm curious if he'll actually even do this.
I am too, but honestly, gut check, just like. Asking my fucking spirit orb that lives inside of my gut. I think he's doing it. I might be wrong. It's been wrong
That would be
before.
so crazy.
I know, but like I just feel it for some reason. I feel like it's actually being done. But again, I'm not like giving 100% credence to that. I have been wrong
Dude,
before.
Okay, hold on. Here's my question for you guys. I want each of you to answer this, okay? So when he actually does this, and let's say like the tariffs come online Wednesday or whatever, and by the way, 25% for all auto parts as well. It's like another thing he threw in there. And I'm always curious, like when it comes to like, are these things stacking? Is he like 10% universal, 25% on auto parts? Is that like 35% on auto parts effectively? Like I'm never quite clear if these things are stacking in his head.
Yeah, I was
like,
wondering.
because some people were saying, well, yeah, because I was gonna say some people are saying like, well, the what was it, like the 57% or whatever on China. That's actually on top of the 10% that he already announced. So actually it's like 67. But it's like, is he actually stacking it that way? It's just very unclear. But anyway, my question is, if he does do this and the economy almost certainly just like immediately tumbles into something of a recession, like, you probably see, I just think if he actually does, I think you literally do see a recession like within the quarter. I think the data starts to show pretty immediately. What do you think the conservative cope is going to be? Like, do you think it's like, oh, that's because Biden's economy was fake and this is whatever, the pain that, like, what are they going to say? Like, I feel like their whole economic paradigm is going to come crashing down very immediately.
I think you're right. I think they're just going to do whatever they can to blame it on Biden.
Yeah, short-term pain for long-term gain. Biden's economy was fake jobs, fake numbers, government spending. It'd be things like that.
Dude, imagine this. Hold on. Non-fun. Imagine this. He does the universal tariffs, right? He does that. The economy goes to dog shit. Then the Republicans get in a huge budget fight. Thomas Massey wins. Huge welfare state cuts. Now, this is what I would describe as the cataclysmic scenario for the GOP. If the GOP cuts the welfare state significantly and also destroys the economy with tariffs and also destroys the economy with mass deportations, I think we might literally see like the Libertarian Party get more seats in Congress than the Republican Party. Like I think there's a point of no return here.
I want the anti-license for toaster guys. I'll take him. I'll take him right now. I'll fucking
Dude,
take that guy.
that guy is gonna get 15% of the vote.
I'll take that guy as like fucking. It's like Speaker of the House right now. Okay.
Okay.
Relative to what we have, that's the good ending.
God, dude.
Yeah,
Honestly, I mean,
I saw
honestly,
you had
yeah.
I saw you had Brad on your show today, and like I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
but,
Brad Palumbo.
Yeah, like obviously he's center right, and I think he's. I mean, he said I heard him say he's like a fiscal conservative, but like I would take 50 Brads in Congress over the shit we have now, bro. Oh, this Freedom Caucus shit.
Oh, yeah.
Over this.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's actually an interesting question, right? Because like okay, I don't think Trump is actually gonna like really crazily cut the welfare state. But the thing is, if you had like a libertarian party actually in office with like control of Congress, I don't know. Like I could see them being strictly worse than like the MAGA Trumpers for that reason. Because the welfare state, you know, it really does like prevent millions of people from being in poverty. You know, like I don't know. I could see a world where like the libertarians are much worse than even the MAGA kids.
I think the reason I would. Oh, sorry, non-fun. Did you want to say something? It's your show.
I mean, no, I mean, you can. The one thing I would say is like at least these people are like like reasonable. Like I would think that there's room for like compromise where we're like, hey, maybe don't like get rid of single mothers' health care, and like I don't know, we'll give you some program that maybe is beneficial.
I don't
but, like,
know
not
about
the most
that.
important.
Anytime I talk to a libertarian, they don't sound very reasonable at all on the welfare
That's
state.
true, actually.
Like every single time I talk to, even like Brad Palumbo said it in the Live and Learn. He's like, oh yeah, you know, like I would like radically cut back what he even said like the Doge stuff was like good in principle.
Yeah.
And it's like, nah, man, we can't be breaking that bread, you know. But anyway, what were we gonna say, Shenandoah?
Oh, I was gonna say. You see, the problem with the libertarians being in charge is they would condemn millions of people, like single mothers, every single human being that we care about into poverty. But the MAGA regime would condemn everybody into poverty by destroying the entire fucking economy. So at the very least, we're talking about a difference between like a third of people living in horrible poverty and the whole country.
No, super disagree. Super disagree.
You super
though.
disagree?
Wants everyone to be equally poor.
That's
First of
true.
all, hold on.
Economy.
First of all,
when are you going
hold
to
on.
admit that you're a Maoist?
Wait, hold on. Nonfon agrees with me that every single person should be on welfare. Do you disagree with that, Nonfon?
Every single person? I don't know what that.
You're not in favor of a UBI?
Well, sure. Okay, sure. I'll give it to you.
Exactly. Every American should be on welfare. Number one, Shenandoah. Okay. Number two, I don't agree with that actually conceptually because I feel like how many people actually like when you think about like the market in a downturn, right? Like how many people are actually directly impoverished by that? It's certainly a good number of people. Your people who are formerly employed who are now unemployed, people like that, and like sort of distributed effect of people who are supported by those same very people. But that's actually not a huge deal compared to getting rid of all the different welfare programs, because the welfare programs affect such a much higher percentage of people than the sort of trivial percentage of people that would be unemployed. Like even if we had like 10% unemployment, like imagine like poverty during the Great Recession compared to poverty if we didn't have any welfare programs. Like absent welfare program poverty would be like way higher than the poverty rates we saw during the Great Recession, because the market, just doesn't, even during a recession, the market doesn't kill or like impoverish that many people, right?
See, I was under the impression personally that I'm pricing in that MAGA might cause like a full-on fucking depression. Like I'm not even comparing it to the Great Recession. I'm saying like, what if it's fucking 1935?
25% unemployment rate. Yeah, maybe if it's that bad.
And so it's like, okay, maybe I'll take half the welfare state being turned into smoke.
Like, dude, 25% unemployment would be like.
No, make it 30.
I'm not even like being ironic. Like that would literally, like, I think AOC would win Alabama.
I know this sounds sensationalist. I do. But if we're talking about deporting like 1 million people a year, And that's hypothetical, obviously. But if we actually even get close to that, if we're talking about like these gigantic tariffs where we're just shutting ourselves off from international trade, we have a guy in charge who's making financial markets hyper unstable, so the investment environment is just collapsing. I could kind of go on. It's like, yeah, I don't know. The U.S. economy isn't fucking invincible. If you keep fucking throwing bricks at it, it might break.
Yeah, but I
seems
don't.
possible.
I agree, but like, if you, I don't know, like, let's just say over the next 3.5 years, like, he deports like 5 million people, which would be pretty aggressive compared to how he started out already. But let's say he gets all the way up to 5 million. And let's say he closes the borders, so that's like a net outflow of 5 million people. And then he actually does stick with his, like, universal tariffs, this kind of thing. I don't think that gets you to the Great Depression. I think that gets you to like a Great Recession, but not like
Right, that alone.
25%. 25% unemployment would just take. That would take like a great. Because part of the reason why the Great Depression was so bad was because we had such bad fiscal and monetary institutions. Like, one of the reasons why subsequent recessions haven't been bad is because we recognize, like, hey, for the most part, we recognize, like, hey, during a recession, you should pass stimulus and monetary policy should adjust such that, we're printing money and like lowering interest rates and stuff like that. And so
I think there's a 30% chance we lose a politically independent Fed.
As well, I guess. But
man, that would be even. No, come on. This is apocalyptic fiction at this point. There's no.
Okay, hold on, wait. I agree with you, Connor Boy, that this we're not going to get the 25% unemployment or whatever, and I agree. A lot of that is because by now we we just have the institutions to even to adjust for whatever
we have the technology.
Yeah, to adjust for whatever mistakes that Trump is making or whatever.
That assumes that technology is being applied.
But I am worried for Jay Powell or whoever else comes after him in 2026. I'm worried.
Jerome
the FOMC
will not let it happen, Non-Fon. Trust in Jerome. Trust in the plan. Okay. Look, even Donald Trump at his most authoritarian, which is as of today, even he still says, I think Jerome should do this. He wouldn't dare go against Jerome, okay? And I think that the person coming after him, like, I don't know, his term ends in, like, 2028, I think. Like, he's still going to be the chair for a while, if I'm not mistaken. And people disagree with me on this, and I've had pretty much universal disagreement on this point for, like, people, but it really does seem to me that the Federal Reserve is as close to like a sacred institution.
I hope you are a victim of terrorism.
Like, more so than the
Thank you, Carter,
Supreme
for the
Court by far.
sub. Let's go.
More so than the Attorney General's office.
Go.
It seems like even Trump, and even the Senate Republicans, who I have very little faith in, I don't think would put a crazy person in charge of the Federal Reserve. Because keep in mind, Jerome Powell was a Trump nominee. That's where he came from, like, and he's been pretty great. So I don't know. I'm a little skeptical of the Fed's independence being like challenged, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. How do you want to start betting money? I'm from Nevada. This is how I resolve my disputes.
Well, how do you determine if the Fed has lost independence? Like, I don't even know what the breaker would be.
I don't know. We could probably look at Polymarket. I'm sure that there actually is a fucking Polymarket on it.
I think there is one for firing Powell.
Yeah.
But
they make me the Fed chair.
I guarantee firing Powell is a very low probability on call sheet. There's no way.
I think that's pretty low probability too. But
to be clear, I don't think it's like a super high probability. Like I don't even think it's greater than like 40% at a minimum. But I think there's like a sizable minority probability. I would not count it out of the cards. Especially
Powell out his chair by the end of the year is at 15% right now on the betting market. Yeah.
So I'm saying more than that. I'm overpricing them. 15 might be more reasonable, but also at the same time I guess my issue is that Trump just seems like the kind of person who, if everything started going to shit because the economy, people don't want to invest because it's unstable and the tariffs just start wrecking things, he just seems like the kind of person who would start like grabbing every lever of power to start making it work, even destructively. I just don't believe he has limits. And the only limits he has is his attention.
I don't know. I think that Powell has proven to be a bit dovish in terms of his inclination. So, I mean, my assumption is that if you have a tariff like immigration-induced recession, that Powell would probably do what Trump would want to do anyway, which is just like slash rates to zero, or just like cut rates substantially anyway. And so, I don't know. Like, I think that even in that scenario, like I think the motivations would just like happen to be aligned. I mean, maybe it's the case that Powell says, no, I get it. We have like 6% unemployment, 7%, like it's ticking up unemployment. But like, hey man, because of the tariffs, inflation's like 4%. You know, I'm not going to cut rates. Like, I don't know. He might hold them steady for a long time. Like maybe not raise them, but not lower them either. But that's kind of the vibe that I get from Powell, is that he's a little bit more concerned with unemployment than the actual price level, especially at the level that we see now, like 3 or 4%. So,
all right, fair enough. I don't know. Again, I don't think it's like a very likely occurrence. I'm in the theory that like the fucking guardrails have been removed and we're sort of careening down the mountain right now. I don't think it's like, okay, we're gonna be in Hitler's Germany in 2 days. I don't think it's like that, but I also, just after seeing all the Doge cuts and how insanely reckless all of those were, and all the other stuff around that, I'm just really not convinced that they have any sense on what to not touch. They seem to be very willing to touch the stove.
That's another thing. Doge could like audit the Fed or whatever, and I don't know. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know how markets would react to that.
It could de facto lose independence.
I think Powell would literally tell them to like, you're not allowed in this building. Like I think it would
like the U.S. Institute of Peace.
Yeah, I was gonna say they did that with USIP, and look where that got them.
Yeah,
like I think Powell. I think you guys might be underestimating how based Powell is. Like I don't know. I feel like when look at that conference when Powell was asked, you know, do you think that Trump could fire you? He was just like, no, I don't think so, and he just moved on. Like not even like no sweat. This man, his heart didn't even skip a beat when he answered that question. All right, like this guy knows.
True. I mean, like the USIP thing, like the president dude literally like sent letters to them saying like, hey, we don't even work in the executive branch. You guys have no authority over us. And then they just kind of broke in and did it anyway, and then called the cops on the Doge people and then got escorted out themselves. Like I don't know if it even has anything to do with like the autonomy of the people being removed. It's just a question of like how far, if they're willing to do that to the Federal Reserve, which would be a different, like that, it would be a wildly big step. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be, but not impossible either.
I guess the Federal Reserve itself, maybe. I mean, I know that the regional banks that do all the like research and stuff or whatever, they're kind of like, they're very they're like literally not even, they're literally like privately owned banks. So I mean, I don't really know with what authority the government could do anything with them.
They got no authority what they're doing right now anyway, so who knows?
You do not understand the imperial nature of the presidency right now, Econo Boy. You have no political.
I guess. I mean, yeah, and I don't even know to what extent the regional banks even matter, but like, you know, the actual like board of governors or whatever. I don't know. My assumption is that we'll see an independent Fed for at least a little bit longer than Trump, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like President Vance or some shit will like, because JD Vance scares me honestly a bit more than Trump. JD Vance seems like he literally does not believe in democracy at all.
No, he does not. Did you know? Do you know about the book on humans and how JD Vance thought it was fucking great? Are you aware of that?
I haven't heard of the book. I know that there was he has like this neo-monarchist friend. I don't know if that's one of his books that he wrote, but yeah, he's got some seemingly very strange beliefs. So,
Non-fun. What are you playing?
Man, I'm giving a lot of ammunition to Admiral Gibbs right now. He's watching.
Yeah, Gibbs is.
Listen, Gibbs, why don't you hop on in the chat? All right.
Yeah.
Is that who you're debating?
Oh, he's one of them. Yeah.
He's moderating.
He's listening to me talk about like in very strong terms what I think about the Trump presidency. Because I don't think I've ever directly interacted with him, so I think he had like a vague idea of what my politics were. You know?
Admiral
But-
Gibbs, AOC. She will win Texas. She will give us universal health care. She will raise the minimum. Look, Gibbs, and it's going to be great. You have nothing to fear. But
I
fear
would
itself.
I would make Admiral Gibbs the leader of the Fed, just for fun.
I don't know how. I don't know how that would go. Honestly, I don't. No offense, Gibbs. I don't know if I trust you. I don't know.
Isn't Gibbs a lawyer? He's qualified.
It's not really about trust.
Is
It's
he a
more
lawyer?
about like fun and
I think
enjoyment.
he went to grad school or something, if I'm not mistaken. I, don't
I think he
remember.
has
Damn.
some degree. I don't know if it's in law, but
Well,
He
I
did
mean,
something.
yeah, that
He
that'd be
did.
very. I mean, if she has like a graphic design degree, that's not. It's.
I mean,
Yeah.
Powell's a lawyer, right? Powell, I don't think has an econ degree. So
Gibbs is independently wealthy. I don't know. He does some shit that he makes a lot of money from.
yeah,
He's a
well,
smart guy.
yeah, he's a rancher.
word.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what he does. But it's something.
I've never talked to him. I'm sure he seems like a sweetheart though.
Yeah. Listen, I just hate that he voted for Trump. That's your black mark, Gibbs. Okay, that's your one.
Yeah.
I didn't like the Doge debate on Tim Pool, but that's my only exposure.
Yeah, I will put Admiral Gibbs on trial for voting for Trump once.
Dude, Admiral Gibbs was on Tim Pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, against,
Remember
Pryor,
that?
right?
Bro,
Yeah,
how the fuck am I not get? I need to find out how these people are getting on Tim Pool's show.
Yeah, I was about to
And,
ask. Like you should.
I mean, I guess I really need to. You know.
Yeah, if Gibbs can get on, Prime Kai's, Pisco, you can definitely.
Hey,
I would love to
Tim.
see.
Mm.
There's this little guy I like to read named Matt Barunig. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know how these guys are getting on. I guess it's all. I feel like they're always invited on like for topical. Like it's like very like topical shit.
Listen,
that's
now's
going
your
down.
time. The tariffs, now's your time.
Yeah.
You got to shoot your shot.
The tariffs are so.
You just need to really increase the level at which you are a liberal soy boy, which they can extract content from, and then they will bring you on.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not that
Yeah.
hard actually. You have half of it going. You got the beard, you got the fucking trans liberation flag. You just need like a bottle of Soylent and a higher pitched voice, and I think you can do it.
Listen, I'll show up, full beard. I gotta have my camo jacket, camo hat, and I'll be talking about how I love a universal welfare state. It'll really confuse the audience, but
Yeah, take estrogen. You'll do very well.
you
I
know,
promise.
Brian Johnson regime, all his
Yeah.
like de-aging shit.
I actually kind of love watching Brian Johnson. I don't know why. It's like one of the channels that's like, oh, okay, what are you doing this time? I just kind of want to know.
Let me say something about Brian Johnson, okay? And I've never said this publicly, but I feel like he gets a bit of a bad rep. Okay, I know, I get it. He's crazy. He does a lot of crazy things. He's a wacky guy, all right? But I don't know. I feel like when you listen to him talk, it's like he doesn't seem actually like an insane person. Like, I don't know. He comes off like a lot more sensible. Maybe he's like RFKing me, where he like seems sensible, but he actually is a completely insane person. But
Thank you for the 5
I
bits,
don't know.
Wise Kanye West. I
Doesn't seem so
appreciate
bad.
it. Hell yeah, brother.
I wouldn't do
Hell
any
yeah.
of his crazy. I mean, maybe some of his stuff, but like I take vitamins and stuff. But I don't think I would
Well, you're
take
halfway
estrogen.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you fucking madman.
Yeah, it's true. I don't even know
Yeah.
what's in my vitamins. I just trust the government.
Yeah, some ABCs bullshit. Nobody even knows.
Exactly.
What's vitamin Z? I think non-fawn takes that. Makes him look more feminine.
You have to look on the bright side, Shenandoah. If things are so bad that AOC is able to win 49 states, just maybe there's enough movement to get a land value tax. Just maybe.
You don't think I'm thinking that? Like right now?
I'm saying like strategically, we just got to be sure she knows about. We got to be sure she knows what a land value tax is.
I would be
Okay.
able to seduce President AOC and get her to pass a land value tax. I know I would. I have the capacity.
Are those two separate things, or
convince her with my ideas?
They would be chained together. They would be one for the
you're
other.
gonna
But
seduce first and then go for the land
And
value
tell
tax?
her.
Okay, gotcha.
There's a Substack you should check out.
That's
if you want.
That's why they keep not electing female presidents, because they're very afraid that I might seduce them and try to do
Yeah,
Georgia.
true.
Yeah, which is
Too
a
bad.
fair concern actually. That is
Miles
election
Morales.
interference.
True.
God, dude. If AOC became president in 2028, I think I could just die right there, and I'd be happy. I could just, it'd be, that'd be my peak, because then, if she becomes president and disappoints me, then all hope is lost. She was the chosen one.
True. What could she do to disappoint you? What, just be more based, be a neolib? That'd be the...
Yeah, just like take office and then be like, oh, it turns out, I don't know, maybe we can't raise taxes, and we gotta fucking, maybe we'll just expand Medicaid to 500% of income instead of 400%. It's just like, God, dude. I thought we had a real one in AOC. Yeah, that'd be really disappointing. But I don't know. I am hoping that, if anything good comes from this, I'm hoping that we get like a more aggressive Democratic Party that's like, when they take office,
Chat, what should I do?
Things.
Chat.
That would be nice.
Yeah. I mean, even like Biden, people give Biden a lot of credit, which I think is reasonable for some issues. Like, I think the IRA was probably singularly his biggest accomplishment in a number of ways. But it's like, I don't know. It's like we came out of the COVID. It seemed like there was a lot of problems with our healthcare system. He ran on a public option, but then when he took office, like I don't think Biden ever even like proposed a public option. Like I don't think that was ever even like a legislative priority for the Biden administration, even though that was part of his platform. And it's like, man, right after a pandemic, like no healthcare reform, but that was pretty disappointing. I thought he really could have got it done, but guess
See,
not.
man, you're not good at predicting the future. Like this is like number 7.
Well, no, I wasn't surprised that he didn't do it, but it's like that's an example of like the kind of disappointing, like moderate, like stuff.
That's about what I expected from Biden, honestly. Like, I mean, I was a Maoist, so my opinions were a little bit skewed. But I still, when he got elected, I was like, yeah, I really don't expect him to do much other than just be an anti-Trump guy, and that might not last him until another election. And guess what? I don't think it did, especially since he got really old. He just had nothing really going for him.
What?
I guess so. Like I said, I mean,
What?
A lot of his legislative accomplishments were good, but
Exactly.
What? Non-farm?
And the Biden NLRB as well. Okay, the base Biden.
No, he didn't do obviously non-fun. He was better than Trump, but like he could have.
I think on the
He could have
NLRB,
done a lot more.
I think he was probably better than most other presidents. I don't know the full scope of what the other Democratic presidents did, but from my understanding, I'm
He
pretty
did give us
sure
Lena Khan as well.
I'm pretty sure that is true. Lena Khan. I'm pretty sure if I go to Matt Bruneg's Substack, I'm pretty sure he has a lot of pro-Biden NLRB stuff there. So
No,
I
Biden's
think,
NLRB was base because they actually decided to do their jobs, which was pretty unusual for a Democratic appointment. Same thing with Lena Khan. So they were great, but I'm saying like that's ultimately on the edges though, right? Like he didn't actually pass substantial labor reform, which I mean, I guess we can always say, oh, that's because of the fucking filibuster, but like, come on, Democrats, like the filibuster is some shit you can just decide not to do. And then you've got you could have like major fiscal reform with the healthcare system. I mean, you could cut like just with efficiency gains. Like I think a public option could cut the proportion of the GDP that we spend on healthcare by, I mean, at least like 10%. I don't know. You could imagine it. Well, you can imagine it going from like 15% to like 13.5% or something like that. It's like just having like a
Oh, okay. I get it now.
much greater
I thought you
administrative
meant like
efficiency.
15 to 5, and I was like, whoa. Whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa.
yeah. Just like, I mean, but that's really meaningful. It's like hundreds of thousands of people who could potentially be taken out of these.
I
like,
agree.
Just completely
With,
pure administrative employment. Like that'd be very good for the economy, and it would just be very.
With
just a
Micah,
number of
I think
reasons,
said
just a very
this.
good thing to do. But
I like the part of Lena
fucking-
Khan that wants to make
just,
transaction cost
it's
zero.
like,
I don't
just
like
do
the part of Lena
Medicare-
Khan that
Medicare
wants to
buy-in
stop
for
every
everyone,
merger.
Employer side payroll tax, pay for everything. Best thing to do. But no, we gotta
Yeah,
go.
I
with
have some
Biden.
comments.
What, Shenandoah? What are you, one of these cringe anti-universal healthcare people?
No. I like
Okay,
universal
that's
healthcare. No, I was just gonna say, why would oh, come on, man. You already know what I'm gonna say about taxes. You already know. I don't even have to say it. I'm just gonna walk it into the own goal. Fucking
Like an
employer.
LBT can't pay for everything. Okay, Shenandoah.
Yeah, it
It's
can.
gotta No, it can't. Come on, Shenandoah. You're living
Yeah, I
in
can
the.
totally do it. I mean, okay. To be clear, probably not LVT alone.
Let's be real.
But I do think it could pay for like a very large amount of the economy, at least from. I'm sorry for government spending. At least from what I've read from like Lars Doucet and other people.
It could pay for, I think an LVT could raise a couple $1 trillion a year, something like that. But, that's not enough to pay for Medicare, full Medicare expansion. You would need probably at least another $1 trillion on top of that. And that's before you get to any other government spending.
I think it's also kind of difficult to estimate because there's a lot of second order effects that could change how much the LVT raises depending on how much you cut other taxes. Because there is a lot of evidence that, for example, when you cut with property taxes, when you do a shift to land value taxes, oftentimes without even having to increase the land value tax by much, you pretty much just bring in the exact same revenue because the property prices all increase because now you can build more without penalty, and so it's actually pretty well studied that to some extent whatever taxes you cut do sink into the rents in society. It's just the question is how much. We don't actually know because nobody's ever fucking gone crazy with it.
Yeah. I mean, I think an LVT would raise a lot, and I'm open to the idea of like, you could end up, I don't know, you could end up cutting a lot of taxes, like half your tax base could be like LVT or something like that. But I don't know. I think my ideal amount of government spending would be like, I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but like 45% of GDP or something like that. So
45 is reasonable. Okay.
I mean, I think that would be about, in terms of like taxes as a percent of GDP, like I think that would be about where I would hit. But
I mean, that's not like insane, but it's also that's fairly high also at the same time.
Actually, I lied. I think it would actually be higher than that because I was thinking actually, well, no, because because my ideal system would be like a unit, like probably a $2,000 a month UBI, which that is, it turns out that's pretty expensive.
That's $24,000 a year. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even realistically sustainable right now. I think like the maximum UBI the US could even afford is probably like a $15,000 UBI a year, like at most right now. That's really high.
No, I mean, you could do it. You just have to have the right taxes to pay for it, but it's definitely possible. But I think, that's like 20% of GDP right there. So I don't know, maybe I did hit
20%. Fuck, that's bordering. Oh my god, that's so high. That's a lot of money.
I think GDP was about 29 trillion last I checked, but
yeah.
I think
would you give it to children or not?
Well, children would get, I just released my last article, would get $700 a month per child. Which I think the math comes to like that would be like $1 trillion a year or something like that.
Okay.
So,
but that was also
what I would
accounting for children. But still, that still is a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could also scale back. Like, you'd be significantly scaling back all of your other programs. Like, you probably wouldn't have food stamps in this world.
Right.
The average Social Security payment would go down by probably $1,000, so you'd probably spend like half as much money on Social Security.
I do not think you could have a UBI that high and still have a Social Security program. I don't even know how. That would be so much.
Well, you'd still have some Social Security, but it would just be like instead of the average payment.
You just need to privatize Social Security, and then you can have both.
Oh my god.
Okay, I will say my ideal Social Security system would just be what Singapore has. I do not like everybody paying into one big ass pot and then constantly having to manage that pot. I think it's just much more reasonable to have like a mandatory savings account, honestly.
True.
Basically. Thank you.
I just
listen. I'm the only true liberal here.
Hey. Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
I feel like you'd have to have a. I mean, you'd have to have like a really painful transitionary.
You'd have to take your time. Yeah, of course. It would take time. Like it would take probably like a decade or two.
Well, you'd have to. Well, No, that's right. That's right. You'd have like a decade or two of like people paying double payroll tax basically, because the current transfer system, like you'd have to pay out current beneficiaries, but then you'd also want to be building up their own accounts. So like you'd have to like basically tax both ends.
Honestly, I've not
concurrently.
looked at it, but like I haven't. I'm just. It's just not something I personally like researched in depth. Like I'm just saying that's what I would like. I've never really thought about how exactly a transitional system would work because honestly, I just think it's like politically infeasible right now. It just like it's not even really worth thinking about. So, okay.
Listen, here's how we could do it. Okay, print a
Okay.
bunch of money, buy stock with that money. Okay.
Oh, I know where this is going.
And then
I've heard of this before.
distribute that money to everyone. Capital gains money to everyone. That's the way to do it. I mean, honestly, if you had a $2,000 a month, again, if you had a $2,000 a month UBI, you'd be able to kind of, like I said, you'd be able to trivialize a lot of Social Security spending. So something like you guys are describing would be a lot more possible in that scenario. Because you could pay, I mean, on the upper end estimate of an LBT revenue raise, like you could pay $1,000 a month just right off of that, right? And then you could pay any number of other taxes, but like ideally you'd have, I don't know, like a sovereign wealth fund plus, I don't know, other general revenue or something to pay for the rest of the UBI. And then you're at $2,000 a month and you can spend like 2/3 less on Social Security. And they could transition out of it easier that way. But
Honestly, I'm not that sure how many Social Security recipients are making over 24,000 a year. I don't think it's that many. I think the average Social Security check is cut for like 1,500 to 1,800, something like that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. I think it's going to be like 1,700 after this inflation adjustment this year. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you did a thing where it's like, hey, we're doing $2,000 a month UBI, so we're going to cut your Social Security check by like 50 cents on the dollar. So then your average check goes to $700, right? Then you're effectively able to cut Social Security spending by like a crazy amount. But then every single Social Security beneficiary is still like much better off in that scenario. So that's the way you could do it.
Yeah.
And it would be pretty based.
I haven't really, not that I haven't done a ton of reading on Social Security privatization or anything, but I don't know. I just feel like two things can be true, okay? Social Security is an effective program that keeps a lot of people out of poverty, and with reforms, it could be, indefinitely sustainable. And also, that an optimal retirement system would not be one that can only invest in government bonds, and also, people pay into it's a whatever pay-go system where people are paying into the fund, which goes to current beneficiaries. Like, that doesn't seem optimal. It seems like something. I don't know a ton about Singapore, but like Australia or Singapore, like those countries do just seem to be better.
I guess so. I mean, you'd have to. I mean, ultimately, you're always claiming, you're always using current production to pay beneficiaries. So whether it's from like accumulated capital or from just a transfer payment, it's all about like what is your effective tax base, and that becomes arguably. I mean, that becomes like harder no matter what with like a decreasing population. Luckily, America has just a lot of immigrants, so we
Well, not
kind of delay a lot
anymore,
of that.
you fool. You fool.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I am really curious. Like, I don't know if. I guess I've heard that countries like South Korea and Japan don't all like they already don't have like very generous pensions for the elderly, so maybe this isn't as much of a problem for their society. But I think we'll be able to see like what like crazy low birth rates ultimately end up causing in these countries, because I mean South Korea has South Korea has like a comically low birth rate. It's like every other woman has a kid or something. Like it's something crazy like that. So we'll be able to see like in 20 years what a society with hardly any children, like what the effects are of that. So that'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, Renniel, you go ahead. You haven't spoken in a bit.
Okay. I have a question. So, Econoboy, so you were saying...
It's okay.
Oh, sorry, what?
You're good. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even...
Oh, you're
talk-
good. It's nothing of substance. I don't know Econ. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. You know what, Reinhold, I'm sure you're a very intelligent and handsome young man. You don't have to know everything in the world, you know.
Okay. I was just gonna ask for clarification again because I didn't get an answer the first time. Non-fun. What the fuck are you playing? What is this?
Oh.
oh, did I never answer that? I'm playing Schedule 1. It's a game about dealing drugs. I don't know. It blew up recently, so I bought it. But...
Word. Okay. Go back to substance.
Okay, I will. Thank you. What I was gonna say, so Econoboy. So just to be clear, your plan is, I'm interviewing you, President Econoboy. So please like stand at the podium and be prepared for my newscaster question. So your plan, if you got elected to the I don't know like the post-Trump directorate, is you want a $24,000 a year UBI for adults, and then $700 a month for kids, right? Yeah. So that's like 7 trillion. It's like 6.8 trillion, right?
Okay.
And then you want to cut Social Security by half?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'm sorry, doing math. I'm doing math. So that's like fucking 30. That's like a third of GDP.
Yeah.
Just like wealth transfers alone.
No, I'm not
with
smoking.
no with no healthcare or like any other programs. Like,
yeah.
Really?
Like I said, I mean, I think
pitch my voice here. I'm starting to get into a girl. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, like I said, I think like I said, I think when you account for the UBI, I think I probably do get to like 55 or 60% of GDP. But you have to keep in mind a couple things. Like, number one, the UBI benefits are taxable. So, I mean, you're taxing back some proportion of that. And that's a way to effectively means test the UBI as well. And so it's also a transfer payment that just kind of like goes into the economy. Like, I have a hard time even not conceptually, but like I have a hard time considering transfer payments as like spending as a percentage of GDP. Like, because it's like it's spending, but I mean, if it's costed, it's effectively just a transfer of consumption. So, I mean, it's going right back into the market and you're taxing it back in taxable income anyway. So, I don't know. I find it to be kind of bizarre, but I mean, some of the ways that you could fund these programs is like, I mean, the left needs better tax policy on my Substack talks about this, where like there's probably $1 trillion worth of tax expenditures that you could cut back and save money on that. You could probably raise at least like $1.5–2 trillion with a land value tax in and of itself. I think that you could tax consumption to like a radical degree that raises $2–3 trillion right there, and then for other things like there's a whole slew of different like externality taxes and like little kind of like revenue gainers that you can get, but then for like the bulk of your sort of Social Security spending, any savings that you have, you could throw right back into the public healthcare system. And then anything else that you need from there, you could just raise the employer side payroll tax to like, I don't know, 10 or 15% or something like that, which is lower than a lot of other countries. And, oh yeah, and non-fun. I forgot destination-based cash flow tax. That raises like almost $1 trillion right there. And you do all these things together, and that's actually a very pro-productivity, very pro-growth tax policy to engage in, because although you're using an employer-side payroll tax to pay for healthcare, it's a universal system, which means that you're not tied to your employer anymore. You got a lot less like labor friction, a lot more labor mobility, which is good for the economy. LVT taxes away most land rents, which is obviously good for the economy, pro-productivity. DBCFT is pro-growth because it's way better than a corporate sales tax, a corporate income tax, I should say, and it taxes the supernormal returns of corporations, and so that's really good, and it raises a lot of money. So all those things come together really result in not only a functionally and almost a complete abolition of poverty in this country, but it would also result in much better growth rates, and we'd probably see not really like people are kind of skeeved out by the employment effects of the employer side payroll tax, but keep in mind like our current healthcare system has exactly similar effects on employment. Like our current burdensome employer provided healthcare system also reduces employment similarly to an employer side payroll tax. The only difference is like you get even more labor friction because of the attachment of those benefits to an employer rather than just a universal government benefit. So, the number seems big and scary, but honestly, it's just a much better way to organize your economy, if you ask me.
Man, it is kind of a big number. I mean, you are talking about like
big number. Brain hurt.
No, it is because you're like, okay, but those redistribution programs are $7.5 trillion. That's like the federal budget. Like that's you can't just say based every time I try to give you the budget. This is like, what's that one?
I just fully costed everything. That was like the full line item costing of everything I just described.
No, I know. I just like I'm still like incredulous. I'm
deficit neutral.
I don't think this is actually okay. How do I explain this?
Listen, Shenandoah. There's a series called "The Left Needs Better Tax Policy." It's a 5-part series on a Substack called econoboy.substack.com.
I'm not helping now. You've done it 4 times in a row. I'm not reading it now. It's too many.
Listen, that's what you need to read. That's where you're gonna learn how poverty is a social construct and how we could abolish it at any time if we had proper policies.
Oh man, wait. Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I was saying poverty is a social construct, and we could abolish it at any time if we had better policies.
Oh my bad. I just got like a little confused for a second. I thought you were about to go like full MMT, and I was like, no, please, like fucking.
No, yeah, not for MMT reasons. It's just like we just have the money to redistribute.
I mean, I totally think you could do a lot of what you're saying. Just to be clear, like I don't think what you're saying is like totally insane. It's just that it would just be a lot. You know what I mean? Like spending 1/3 of GDP on just income redistribution. It would
one
be
of the greatest American presidents, FDR. You know what he said when somebody said, "But sir, that's a big number." He said, "I don't give a fuck about that at all." And also in turn the Japanese, but we don't talk about that. Okay.
He was also a cripple.
Okay. Well, it's a little ableist of you.
Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just like, if we're listing facts, he did. That was just like a part of him. I was just
but I think that. I think for a long time people have been scared of like the big cost, like big line items of these programs, but it's like I don't know. I just like imagine a world where we didn't have Social Security and like elderly people had like a 35% poverty rate like they used to have, or actually it used to be 50%. I think like imagine a world where like almost every or most elderly people lived in poverty, and we didn't have Social Security. And I came around and I said, you know what, we should spend like $2.5 trillion a year just to try and get these elderly people out of poverty. It really seems like the right thing to do. People would say the same thing, be like, "Oh, that's crazy, Ogana boy. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's no way. Like, that's so much money." It's like, yeah, but we already do that. Like, we do that,
Well, yeah, but when it was implemented, it was like there were very, very few people on Social Security. There are.
I'm saying today, though. Like today,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, there would be a reason they would call you crazy today, and they didn't call FDR that at his time. I mean, they did a little bit, but you understand what I'm saying.
But
yeah,
I don't know, and I mean, a lot of countries have these types of, these exact types of institutions, right? And they don't seem to fall apart.
No country has a 150% poverty line, 150%, 100 to like 20% poverty line UBI. Like that's That's very high. I mean, I think like
Yeah.
I think I would love a poverty line UBI. I just think it's like gonna be hard. I think that's gonna be hard. Like we're talking about going a step beyond that because the poverty line right now is like what 15K ish.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, that's true, but like Canada has a child benefit upwards of like $650 a month, and you know, like a lot of the Nordic countries they effectively have like guaranteed minimum incomes, which is kind of like they kind of have like negative income taxes, but a UBI and a negative income tax are the exact same from like an accounting perspective, right? It's just a matter of like where the tax incident actually happens or falls, and so you know these countries have those kind of institutions already, right? And I mean the institutions that I'm describing are similar, but they're just more efficient and like more like wonkily set up. You know, I mean, Singapore. I was gonna say like Singapore is an example of like well, I don't know. I don't want to get sidetracked on Singapore, but essentially, like I think when government institutions when they do actually take pages out of the wonk handbook, I think that it tends to work out pretty well.
Yeah, don't they spend like 22% of GDP on the government, and obviously like most of that isn't income redistribution.
Yeah, but that's like a misnomer
Really
in
low.
Singapore's case because they have such a high level of public ownership, and they don't count certain like mandatory contributions as taxes, which is kind of silly. Like if you tell someone,
Brilliant.
"Oh, hey,
I
you,"
love that kind of accounting. That's my favorite kind of accounting.
yeah, but like if you tell someone like, "Oh, hey, we're gonna charge you a $5,000 a year tax to pay for a healthcare system," versus we're gonna make you contribute $5,000 a year to an account. Like, well, these are both taxes, right? Like, it's just like where the money ends up getting distributed.
I suppose. I mean, actually, this is like a fun question about metaphysics. Like, is that actually a tax? Like, because you can will it. It is your money, but also you have a limit on how and when you can spend it. So it's like in this weird gray area of kind of a tax and kind of not a tax. Like it's mandatory, but also at the same time it's yours.
The government, you know, it's like they're making you spend money. Like they're making you spend your money in a certain way, right? So I mean, I'm comfortable calling that kind of thing a tax, right?
I guess.
Like, you know, I mean, it's just not labeled that way, but I mean, effectively, you know, because that's like some people are like, oh, Singapore and Switzerland, they spend very little compared to many other countries. Why can't we just do what they do? And it's like, well, they have like all these mandatory like private benefits essentially, right? It's like
Well,
guess
actually,
it's not technically a
I mean,
tax,
even
but...
just as a share of GDP, Singapore spends like so low, it's weird. Like, even if you are accounting for the mandatory contributions and everything, it's like bizarre. Switzerland is the highest in Europe. We're still way ahead of them when you're looking at total GDP spending. But like for Singapore, it's like fucking 5%. It's something crazy. It's like, what? How do you even get that at that number for a developed country? It's so weird.
Right. Well, but like I said, it's because of their public ownership. Like they just have a lot of shit they just like directly own, and they don't technically. And don't get me wrong, I'm super in favor of radically expanding public ownership, but you know, like it's I guess that allows you to depress the amount you're actually like taxing and spending because it's like just like operational revenue essentially. You know, which is different from a tax, which is true, but it's like.
No. I
government of
mean, like
Singapore
as a
is-
share of GDP, it's only 5%, which is like extraordinarily low. So that's like all income coming into it, all subsidies, all pay to the government.
That can't be true. 5%. I don't know. I mean, I'm
crazy. No, really, I'm not even kidding. It might be 6% now, but it's really, really low. I'm not even joking. It's nuts.
There's no way it's as low as 6%.
Yeah. No, I
15%.
What?
Come on.
No.
Come on,
That's not
Canada.
true. Whoa.
Check your priors. Update your priors, sir.
Hang on a minute. No. Oh man, am I actually this wrong? This is embarrassing.
You're triple wrong.
Well, wait, hang on a minute. But I just opened up the Statistia page and it said 6%.
I'm just looking up. I'm on the same Statista page. It says government expenditure to GDP.
No, but for me it says healthcare spending comprising both public and private healthcare expenditures expected to account for
just
5.
healthcare. Yeah, I thought you were saying all government spending.
Oh no. Okay, no. Okay. All right. Now I've been vindicated. Now I'm not an idiot.
Yeah. No, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking
No,
about
that'd be insane. Fucking 5% of GDP. That's so crazy. I love that. That's just like the cheapest government ever. That's nuts. For the returns, oh my god, that'd be insane.
Yeah, you're good.
Like,
But yeah, I think that's how Singapore kind of cheats on its like revenue as a percent of GDP is like they don't count they essentially don't count like the revenue from their state ownership, but then they also don't count like the mandatory private like contributions that they make people do, which is kind of silly. Because I think that is what it amounts to. I think it's like $5,000 per Singaporean, which
yeah, it's something like that. They have like a mandatory insurance scheme like Switzerland. But it's more narrow than it is in Switzerland. But yeah, that's basically true. Well, that's why I was still pointing at the percent GDP number, because that should encapsulate all of it, like even regardless of where it comes from. If it's private spending, if it's public spending, if it's mandatory contributions.
Oh, private and public spending combined. Yeah, I understand Singapore to have a pretty affordable healthcare system, even if you include
it's pretty crazy because I mean, fuck, I think the OECD average is like 13%. So hitting it at 5 is like anemic. It's insane.
Yeah. They have this really marketized kind of healthcare system, which a lot of people like, which I think is probably good, but I don't know if people are gonna. I just don't know if we're ever gonna get there as Americans.
I mean,
we seem to do the bad things most of the time.
I think you're right. I think we'll get AOC 2028, and she will do socialism. I think that's.
And we are getting American Peronism. I'm depressed.
Hold on, non-fun, but that sounds base though.
Well, no, exactly.
That's the thing that.
Well,
we're not gonna
mostly.
Get.
Well, no, you agree. AOC is gonna win in 2028, and we're gonna get socialism. I thought you agreed with that.
I mean, I'd like to think that, but unfortunately, I feel like fucking like Josh Shapiro is gonna win the primary, and like he's gonna be like, and the big thing I'm gonna do is raise the minimum wage to $10 an hour, and it's like, God damn it, dude, Jesus Christ! Like,
finally, a real progressive.
Finally, fucking, we got $3 extra an hour for the non-binding minimum wage. Incredibly based, Josh. It's like just gonna be really uninspiring, but I don't know. It'll be better than Trump, but I just wish, like I said, I don't know. I wish that Democrats would go whole hog on it and just fucking pack the court, fucking trillions of dollars of extra social spending, balance the budget by taxing a whole bunch, but I don't know. Last time we had a president like that was LBJ.
Wow. Hey, Biden had a infrastructure bill. Okay.
He did. Yeah. I mean, even his like souped up social spending bill, the $4 trillion Build Back Better bill, it's like, $400 billion a year extra social spending. I mean, fuck, we could add a zero to that, and that'd be based.
Man, oh man, I don't even consider myself fiscally conservative, and this conversation is like hurting my bones.
Every time with this guy, he wants to spend more money, another percentage of GDP to the government.
Not even non-fun can disagree with what I just said.
Every time I talk to Econoboy, he just wants to spend like $4 trillion on like learning how hamsters have sex. And I'm like, God damn it, Econoboy, this is not efficient use of government money. And he's like,
what I do every single time when I go to the voting booth? Okay, because every time you go to the voting booth, there's always like, oh, the local school district wants to raise this levy, issue this bond. The city wants to raise this levy, issue this bond, raise this sales tax to do this and that. I'm just like, yes. Like, raise the taxes, raise the taxes, raise the taxes. Like, anything that says raise a tax, I'm automatic yes on.
Yeah.
Like, we need more taxes.
How do you feel about the fact that North Korea is tax-free? Do you hate North Korea then?
my least favorite country. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's a good reason to hate North Korea.
True. Exactly. Lack of taxes.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, not even listen. Non-fun. Did anything I just said about the welfare state was it wrong?
Non-fun. If you agree with it, I'm cutting off your balls.
The silence is your answer,
We're
Shenandoah.
gonna mostly agree on welfare.
And there it is. Thank you very much.
I don't even like hate your welfare program. I just think you'd have to do like a more peeled back version of it. It's not like okay. I think you could do like a poverty line UBI and like payments for kids, and I just think you'd probably have to like you probably just wouldn't have Social Security on top of that.
Shenandoah. The moderate wing of fascism. That's all I'm hearing right now.
Moderate wing of I've been called that a lot, you know, and
That's all I'm hearing right now.
I know I look like a Nazi character. I know I wear a green shirt and I always talk about throwing people in prison, but I'm not a fascist. I promise. I think.
You want to hear?
I'm like 40% sure.
Where I'm at now, though, I feel like we should privatize the post office. I think we should privatize the post office. I think.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. Maybe to subsidize. Maybe the private companies to do like rural mail delivery. Maybe that might be a positive externality. I don't know. I think it makes sense for the postal service to handle military mail. It probably shouldn't cost $1 trillion to send, a letter to your dad who's in Afghanistan or whatever. I think mail-in voting is important, and we could figure out a way to do that. But beyond mail-in voting and beyond the military, just get rid of the post office. Just get rid of it. We just don't need it. Why do we need it?
Okay, what's kind of funny about that? I feel like you would be actually weirdly making the post office kind of more expensive because they would only have a couple domains of mail rather than bulk general mail delivery. And so that because of that, you'd probably be spending more per parcel of mail if you did it that way. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe, but like I just don't see I don't know. If the postal office is providing whatever service, like, if we just want, if we want mail to be delivered to military bases and want mail-in ballots to be accessible for everyone, like we should just, so long as it's not like super expensive, just like tax money and like spend it so we can achieve that goal. Like I don't know. I don't see a need to have like a state-owned enterprise kind of like be this, semi-profit seeking but semi-service like postal thing. Like I just don't see a need for that. Like
I know what Econoboy is going to say. He is going to say that the USPS should take over all mail and also healthcare. But
true. And the military.
No, Econoboy. You're not supposed to agree with my bad characterizations of you. What I was going to say is, honestly, I actually probably would not privatize it if you could get the postal service kind of back to where it was actually profitable. Because it used to be in the past, and I probably wouldn't care in that case. I don't even think that'd be that hard. They've just passed weird laws that like hobble the service and make it inefficient. And I don't even really care that much about having a state-owned company compete against private companies. Like, sort of whatever. I'm not like full, we should make as much state-owned as possible, but, I don't think it's the end of the world if the U.S. government wants to like run a postal service as long as other postal services exist. As long as there's competition, that's like the principal concern. And if there isn't competition, you have no other choice.
Yeah, we do give, the postal service a monopoly in whatever first-class mail, and that seems pretty dumb.
That.
Like,
I would definitely at least get rid of that for sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why the hell you would do that.
Well, I think the justification is because that lets them make more money to not be super unprofitable. But like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying like if they could exist as a competitive entity, I would be chill with it. Sure. But otherwise I just don't want it. Then yeah, I guess I agree. Though if we're cutting it down to those slim couple of cases, it probably is going to make it like more expensive per mail sent just because it's not going to have like a bunch of volume going through it.
Yeah,
If
but
that makes any
I don't
sense.
know. I mean, yeah, it just doesn't. That just doesn't seem like that big a deal to me. Like if
That
we,
big of a deal?
Yeah. Well, if we want to provide again, if we want to provide a service, like I don't know how much, I don't know how much money it would be to, you know, it currently is even to handle military mail and handle mail-in ballots, but like I can't imagine it's that expensive. Like I'm fine spending $10 billion a year on military mail. I doubt it's even that expensive. I don't know. Like
No,
what?
it's
Like
probably not. That's why I laughed. I was like, "That fuck me, 10 billion a year." That's like bordering on food stamps. Like that's
Luna,
so
are you
funny.
even? Aren't you trolling? I saw you in Ringold Sing. It seems like you're a liberal. I
love
can't
that.
tell if you're trolling or not. Yeah, I don't. But I think this is. I gotta go on my neoliberal arc. I have so many books downloaded. Econoboy's gonna hate. I'm gonna have to download Abundance too. I'm gonna have to read that at some point.
I just read it back to front. It could have been like a third of long. I don't know
I
why
like
it
the
could not say
abundance.
that. Right? What?
I didn't think anything in abundance was, you know, I'm an abundance socialist. Okay, non-fun. All right.
Sure.
I'm one of them socialists that wants good tax policy and deregulation of zoning, just like Ezra Klein. Okay.
Man, you're just
you're
Vosh.
trolling, Lunar. You're trolling.
You just have the economic policy of Vosh.
True.
That hurts me.
I
This
don't
is
think Vosh.
unironically what I think he says these days. Like, not he doesn't call himself an abundance socialist, but he's like anti-zoning. You know?
He said abundance was a psyop.
Yeah, no. To be clear, he does think abundance is a psyop, but he fairly regularly rails against zoning now and other stuff like that. So, like I wouldn't even say it would be wrong to call him like an abundance socialist at this age. To be honest,
We lives in Seattle,
That was an ace I probably
where
could've hit.
fucking
It's fine.
housing is so expensive. So I mean, you know, I can understand where he's coming from. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think like even for a guy like Bosch, like buying a house in Seattle would be pretty expensive.
Okay.
Honestly, so I don't know. I think yeah. I mean, I don't really know why. I think Ezra Klein, I guess, just kind of rubbed a lot of leftists the wrong way because of his Medicare takes, and so people kind of they're just very dismissive of, I guess, anything he writes. But I don't know. I mean, the abundance stuff seemed. I didn't read the book, but I mean, from all the summaries I've seen of it, of like, oh, state capacity and deregulation of permitting and zoning and, you know, stuff like this all seemed pretty reasonable to me. So
Yeah, my take of abundance liberalism is just what's not in it is the frustrating bit. There's very little in it where you're like, oh my god, this is so wrong. There's actually not that much in there. But you do kind of get the impression that, hey, this is not really written for 2025, in the sense of there's not really much politics in here. It's sort of just wonkery, and it's like, wow, man, I don't know how you could publish a book like that in 2025 without like an epitaph saying like, yeah, for better times maybe. And I also just obviously I missed the Georgism. There's no Georgism in it. That hurts my blood.
I guess
that
so.
gives me a lot of pain.
Yeah, we need a Brunig response with his
Isaac,
own
I'm doing
theory of
so.
politics.
I'm doing so poorly. I'm doing
He
so
needs to write a
poorly.
book. The same thing.
Dude,
But
I'm gonna lose
unfortunately, he's
all
too
my
busy
money.
taking
Dude,
care
I'm gonna
of
lose
children.
all my money.
Yep.
I don't know.
That'll do it.
If I hit, I'm just
All
gonna
right, I'm
go
gonna bounce.
bust.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, it's late.
I appreciate
It's good
it.
talking, guys.
Yeah.
Let's hope that the economy is strong in the face of all of these tariffs.
Yeah, I gotta go work on a video essay, so I gotta work. Goodbye.
It's nice meeting you guys.
Hey, nice to meet you too, Reinhold. Oh, the Econo Boy's leaving too? Okay, bye.
Yeah, he scared him away. Damn.
Are you staying live for a little bit, no fun?
Yeah. Should I hit on 16 if the dealer has an ace?
Never hit on 16. Wait until 18.
You hit. This dealer's just gonna have fucking blind. It's not gonna. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna go bust. It's gonna fucking suck, dude. Yeah, 22. Yeah, 22. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah. Watch. Okay, I'm putting it all on this one hand.
Yeah, I felt bad because I had absolutely nothing to offer to that conversation, but it was cool being there and listening. I took a couple notes.
You took notes. I guess it makes sense.
Listen, I know I've got any direction that I can get pointed into. All right, because I kind of fall into the trap too, where it's like most of my thoughts are destructive. I don't have many constructive ideas, so it's good to
yeah,
get some ideas.
Oh Jesus!
Enough with that gay sissy liberal tariff talking. Let's get into the blackjack, baby.
Word.
Oh, did you already switch off in the time?
I rage quit. Yeah.
Wow, this just got fuck. Listen, okay, it was the right call. Okay, you had to hit. I will say.
I guess.
Listen. Okay. I talked to Account Boy a little bit about it, and I'll ask you the same question I asked him. How cooked are we? I know you just got done talking about this probably for like the last 3 hours,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
that's what I asked when I came in.
Yeah. Again, I'm not like no one. First of all, no one is qualified to make this judgment. Like economists can't predict recessions like at all. Like they're really bad at it.
Weak.
And then I am not even.
Can't even do what they're trained to do.
Yeah, exactly. I am in no sense an economist. I just read Substack posts.
Whoa. If
but
Quintuple can claim to be a lawyer, you can claim to be an economist. Come on now.
in relation, yeah. So that's fair. Sure. That's fair actually, but like I'm not gonna say I think the U.S. economy, like we're a fucking strong economy. Our economy is strong as hell, as Joe Biden said. Like tariffs tend to not have super major effects on large economies like ours. That being said, these tariffs are also super high. So, like steel tariffs costing us 80,000 jobs or whatever, that's basically a blip. But like 10% tariffs and everything plus all the arbitrary, like 54% on China or whatever, 20% on the EU, like that is pretty bad. And like businesses and consumers are not going to like it. They already don't like the uncertainty that was caused by these. So I would say like 6 to 7 out of 10 were cooked. I would say the next GDP report for Q1 growth might not be a contraction, but it's probably going to be, rather than like 2.5%, it might be like 1.5% or something. It might be under 2%. I don't know how comfortable I am saying it'll be under 2%, but like it very well could be under 2%. I think the chance of a recession this year is like maybe 20%. Like it's not good. Like it's probably higher than 20%. I think 20% actually is like technically the norm. So I don't know, probably 20% plus the 20% norm. So maybe 40% or something, which is what Polymarket has it at right now. Basically, they say 49%.
When does the markets open up again? It's 9:30, right? Is when they open.
I think you just got really quiet, but yeah, I think it's
yeah.
I thought it was,
my bad. Here, I'll move my mic.
9 or 9:30, but yeah.
9 or 9:30. Okay. That's gonna be an interesting
yeah.
That's gonna be fun. Also, I love the Minecraft movie fun. Now that's a goal I can get behind.
Yeah, chat.
You only have like 24 hours.
I'm broke as fuck. I might see it on. I think I might see it on Saturday. I don't know yet because my friends and I are horrible at planning things, as with all male friends. But
is the ticket really $100?
No. but I want to do other
just,
shit.
like, he just wants
and like,
more money. Yeah.
I
call that
is
fraud.
I think that is just a default like goal Streamlabs has it, whatever. But people feel it's kind of like in Halloween, like you take 2 bags and you empty 1 bag into the other, so each house you go to, it looks like your bag is empty, so they give you more candy. It's kind of like that.
No, you're fucking weasel. No.
I view this as fraud. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy. You've been
You
robbing
ask me.
people. You've been robbing the innocent. Oh my god.
I don't see the issue.
Yeah, I bet you fucking don't.
You take a Here's what you do. You take the goated strat. You take 2 bags, for 2 pillowcases. You want a big pillowcase because the bigger the bag, the more empty it looks, right? And each time after each house, you empty 1 bag into the other, and people just keep giving you handfuls, bro. They give you handfuls, and it's the goated strat.
Are you still doing this non-fun?
No, I don't think I've done it in like
Oh, okay. Just
6 years or something.
Why aren't you still doing it? It's free candy.
True.
I mean, it's just kind of weird. I look young, but not like that young. So like, it's kind of.
When does that stop?
I don't know. I don't know. I think you could pass. How tall are you again?
5'6", 5'7".
Ooh.
My license says 5'7". Trump is going to make America great again. So true.
I went shorter than I actually am on my license. I went 5'11" on my license just to invalidate people when they say they're 6 foot.
Wow.
That's mean.
No shot. That's true.
That's true. Well, actually, that was true on my Illinois license. My North Carolina has my correct one because they actually made me stand on the wall. They had a little thing. I couldn't lie.
I slid the person at the BMV
a 20 and got like 7'2".
20. Yeah.
Well, thanks
I'm
for
8 foot
following
legally.
Wax Nightmare.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, but I'm not pro Trump.
Me when I stand on my money. No, I'm broke. I'm just kidding. But
When I stand on my money, I'm fucking 3 foot.
I'm in debt, so it pushes me down.
Yeah, it takes money.
They take inches off. Okay. It was either height or something else, and I went with height. I had to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
You ever talk to Minar non-fun? I know there was some heavy.
Yeah, he was here.
Debates.
God damn! I wish I could have caught. I wish I could have caught him a little. Why is he here for such little time? Usually he's like super horny for debates.
Just because he wanted to. First of all, because he's scared and running, and second of all, because he's been saying like we should do modern day debate, which like I don't know, I'm somewhat down to do.
Will modern day debate take him?
Apparently, maybe it's probably his first time. They probably don't. They might not know. But it's like I don't know. I'm like down to do, and like the first prompt I like gave him was like I don't know, like tariffs are, like generally bad for the economy or something, or like Trump's tariffs are hurting America, and like he was like I don't know, has his issues with it because he's like, oh, but sanctions are bad and you justify those. And I think like you can scroll up in like in the server in general, and like you'll see him say my strategy is going to agree with him, but then say that he sanctioned he supports Russian sanctions. And I'm
Russia,
like,
yeah.
So your strategy is to concede and then just completely change the topic. Like you're.
That's kind of vague.
Like,
that is kind of. I'm not gonna lie.
That's money. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's money.
Yeah. So like I don't know. When he joined, I was like, he was like, we should start playing a modern day debate, and I was like, I don't know. It just seems like we're gonna just end up debating whether the Russian invasion of Ukraine was justified. Because like.
Listen, do that debate. It's gonna be so easy.
I'll say that's not a bad debate. Yeah, you just have to know all the 20 conspiracy talking points. You can't let a single one through or you lose.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No, but fail. It's like 20. Like with most like mega conspiracy theories, there's like a couple hundred that you like may come across, and there's like some niche ones that you've never heard. With Russia Ukraine talking points, it's genuinely like 20 is charitable. It's probably like 10 of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard like, oh, what about like NATO expansion Budapest memorandum, and like didn't Nuland Pyatt call and like U.S. stage coup and Yanukovych impartial, like
yeah.
Oh, you forgot the agreement that got signed in like after the Cold War where we said we wouldn't expand, but then you
Oh yeah,
you
not
look
1
into
inch
it.
eastward. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, but yeah, you can't forget about that one. Yeah, that's one of the beauties.
That's the money. Yeah, I mean, like although the problem is with Minar, like he doesn't even do the usual. He doesn't do the usual talking points. He's like,
Menard just quotes what he sees on Twitter, man.
Yeah.
I think that's honestly like where he. You guys in chat better appreciate this, by the way. I spent $40. The reason why I'm broke.
That's why I turned on my camera. I was
spent
like,
$40 on this program so I could fucking green screen out the background.
Oh my God,
okay,
I
so we
should
can have
stream
all
and
our
I
cameras
get
here.
to steal your own code.
It's not exactly.
Wait, what did you do?
Paid some.
Oh, you didn't know about this?
Yeah, basically, you know how the Discord VC background is black, and if you pop it out, it's also black.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I've been wanting a way to change it to like green or something so I can key it out because it's just the darkest black by default. So even if you key out literally only black, anytime a webcam is depicting the darkest color it can see, it'll be that black. If you actually go into the first video I filmed with Isaac, you'll see part of his background is keyed out because like he had a black flag behind him. But there was just no way I could figure out how to do it. Like even Discord's inbuilt like light theme. If you think like, you would think the light theme wouldn't have the same black background because it's so out of place, but it is. And I looked through a bunch of Reddit threads. There's nothing. There's like 2 people asking about it on Reddit ever, it looks like. And the responses are just, it's impossible. So I like went into a Discord server and like I DM'd a bunch of people. Only one of them respond, or no, 2 of them respond, but one of them responded first, so I just did him.
Whoa!
Yeah, I did him.
Pause.
It was some Indian like dude who like develops custom Discord bots for people, and I was just like, dog, please just write me a program that changes the color.
I love the tweet of you trying to figure out how to pay him. That was a really funny
dude. Yeah, he lives in like India, and India has some like, I forget what they call it. It's some like universal like payment system thing, but like I don't like. He sent me this like. He kept telling me to do bank to bank, but my bank doesn't let me just transfer funds to Indian banks. Like, first of all, he didn't even give me his. I don't know. They use some different system over there. So like, I had his account number, but like not his routing number, and like he doesn't have a routing number. I don't think I can't even transfer it to it. But then he sent me like this QR code to scan to pay like over some apps, and I downloaded all the apps. And one by one, this one was like, you need an Indian phone number. This one, you need an Indian credit card. This one, you need an Indian, like they all needed you to have like some Indian thing. And I'm like, dog, I don't have Indian IDs. Like I don't live in India. And eventually he just downloaded PayPal and I PayPal'd him. I don't know.
Wait, why? Why didn't he just do that from the first place?
I asked him, the first thing I asked him was, do you have PayPal? And he was like, no, just do bank to bank, which I should have just insisted on PayPal, but.
Yeah, real.
Yeah.
Thank God you didn't now. Okay, the tariffs would have hurt. You know, now it would have cost you a little bit more. You know.
Trying to.
So,
oh, go ahead. Okay,
to spin back. So you said you and Minar had a quick conversation. What was that? I never got to hear. What was it about? Just
basically the same things we talk about every time. Where he's like, he'll say like the same. I think we've had this exact conversation like 4 or 5 times. Where he is like, Biden did Russia sanctions, and those caused inflation. And Trump had very little inflation, blah, 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 blah. And then I don't know, we debated on that for a little bit. I think we debated on tariffs a little bit, kind of. But, like, I don't know. He would not let me answer many questions. And he didn't even know what Trump did. He was like, are these blanket tariffs? He was like, what's a reciprocal tariff? And I'm like, dog, dog, have you not read the news, dog? So.
Oh, he doesn't read anything.
Yeah, you remember that one time when we had that conversation where I was like, I think the problem is you go into a lot of these debates expecting like an economic debate, and like these people are not going to know like the foundational words that you're going to even be using to discuss these things with them.
Yeah.
The problem is like that might be true, but like Manar is just he's a different beast.
Oh, I love Manar. Manar's how I actually
I
found
love him.
Non-Fawn.
I love him
Yeah.
so much. He I've had two debates with him, quote unquote.
I've had some pretty good ones. I love talking to Manar. It's like dunking on a 3-year-old. That's what I always say.
Everybody. Whenever I do a debate with Onfon, everybody that watches is like, "Why do you even talk to this guy?" And I'm like, "It's fun. He's fun." I'm a TikTok bro, and I'm trying to offshore a little bit because I have no idea.
We have a TikTok bro. What?
Did you not know this?
I just do debates on.
I did not.
Yeah, I just do debates on TikTok. And I found this J6 dude, or like I think someone who was there. I'm trying to offshore him before TikTok goes kaput. I'm trying to offshore him. I really hope that I can, because that would be really fun. Because I was promised to talk to J6ers with Koi. Non-Fun, I don't know if you know him. He's in the server.
Yeah.
I was like he messaged me like asking if I wanted to talk to J6ers. I obviously said yes, and then we got like bait and switched, and it was just two randos on TikTok, and one of them like cosplayed as a gingerbread man.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that one. The guy had a voice changer.
Yeah.
And like...
Yeah, so I got bait and switched there. So now I hope this one goes through, but who knows?
Yeah, I spoke to a guy named Timothy Hale once. Have I? I spoke to.
Didn't you also talk to the one that was on Well, you spoke to a lot of people that like supported. Sorry, not actually.
Sure.
I'm remembering the one dude on Jubilee. That was the famous one that I remembered from you.
I don't think he was at Jan 6.
Yeah, but that's why I said not people that weren't there, but people who would definitely support it.
The Jubilee guy.
I've talked to a lot of people who support it.
Yeah. I think the only person I've talked to who was there is this guy named Timothy Hale. You guys should all look up Jan 6th Tim Hale.
What? HALE?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I think he was actually like before the pardons. I think his case was dismissed or something. But he
found guilty on all counts.
Maybe maybe not then. Do you not see you should go to images.
Oh, goddamn!
Alright, what am I looking up? You've convinced me. January 6th.
That's crazy. How did you talk to this dude?
He just showed up on an open panel I was on. I forget exactly.
Do you have his Discord? I'm kidding.
I don't think I do actually. I think because it was on like a YouTube panel. We just joined through.
That's crazy though.
He just showed up. And I think Grid was there, and he was like, "This guy is."
How do you join through Streamlabs?
Or StreamYard or something? I think it's
Oh,
I think it's
StreamYard. Fuck StreamYard. Yeah. Fuck StreamYard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
I think I've seen this somewhere.
Yeah. This guy is like.
Reminds me of someone else.
Somewhere I have like a 30-minute video of him like JQing, and it's unhinged, and it's like it's like dog, why is this guy here? But
that sounds fun.
I didn't talk much with him. I don't think I hadn't read a ton about January 6th at that point, I don't think, but because I remember Grid. I don't know if you know Grid 1 Motorsports or whatever. Like he was there too. Like basically, I was describing like some of the Eastman plot to him. I was just like, I think I literally started by saying, just pretend the riot didn't happen. I'm not talking about the riot. I don't care about the riot. Do you think it's appropriate for like Trump to ask his vice president to do this? Do you think it's appropriate for him to be in meetings and like ask these people to like submit false electoral votes before the safe harbor date and like all this stuff and like eventually he was like, "There's a guy I really wanted you to talk to, non-fawn. His name is Tim Hale. He was actually there on January 6th." And I was like, "I just want to talk about like the email where Eastman literally said like this is a minor violation of the ECU."
Yeah. One minor infraction. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I wish that there was more people that were willing to talk about that or like more serious people, but there's just no incentive to, because there's no like any conservative that agrees to a debate on change sex is just going to look terrible.
Right.
Which is a shame, but
yeah, I always have this conversation with non-fun where I'm like, what do you do? Like, what do we do when that becomes the conversation? I know I texted to him a little bit about this a while ago, and I was like, what do we do when like conservatives just own it and they just like do that? Like they just come on, and they're like, yeah, like they tried to, overthrow it, but they didn't. But Trump still won. Like, what do we do when they just go full mask off? Like, there's
just,
not.
Yell at them. I don't know, or talk about like the effectivity of authoritarianism, or I don't know. I think you just do like the anti-American posturing. Like, you're an anti-American, you don't care about the government, and then they'll probably be like, yeah, based, and then they'll be like, okay, well then, like, how do you hold people accountable? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's especially with these deportations recently too. It's like it's like
I saw Joe
you'll be
Rogan
like they're deporting people without like due process or whatever, and they're just like, yeah, but they're illegal. I don't care. Like,
no, it's the craziest
I don't
shit
care
in
if
the
they
world.
don't get due
Like,
process. Like, okay.
The government is literally like picking people up, taking them to a detention center, moving them to a different detention center in a different district, and then not telling the lawyer where they move their client.
Yeah.
So they can't file the correct kind of claim.
Yeah, I saw that with
it's
the
insane.
one girl that got picked up, where they were like, it's reported that she's in ICE custody, but every time they try to make contact to figure out where she is, they just like haven't given them no location.
And like in court, to challenge the TRO in the Boasberg case, I'm pretty sure, they were like, the judge asked the government's lawyer, they were like, hey, do you think these people have the right to file, like basically a claim to get them released from detention or to like challenge their status as like a member of TDA? And he was like, yeah, they do have that right. And then they're like, okay, does the representation of these people deserve to know any of the information about where they're held or anything about the case? And they say no. It's like, well then that he doesn't have the right to file the thing then.
Yeah, did you it was the Maryland father dude, right? The guy that I think
that
they
accidentally got deported.
admitted was an error. But
that's a crazy sentence to just think about.
Administrative error? No, I haven't read about that yet.
yeah, but
Not
people
quite.
they admitted it was an error, and like the kind of like cope is like, oh, but there's evidence that he was in MS-13 gang or whatever, which like there's a little bit of evidence for. Not really that strong from what I saw. And again, from what I saw, like I think at one point they deemed him a flight risk. So I mean, he shouldn't have been on the plane at all. But I think the evidence was like basically people claimed he was, and there wasn't really any more direct evidence. And I think
I mean, like most of the
pretty suspicious.
Most of the dudes in that JGG class action thing right now, like were taken into custody because of like a soccer tattoo or some bullshit like that. So like the fact that they're doing like rigorous testing to see if these people are, a part of whatever they're accusing them of being a part of is ridiculous. Yeah, it's
I remember the one where it's literally like dad, and then it's like mom, and it's like the crown. I don't know if you guys saw that one, but that was enough to get some random dude thrown in.
Or like there's a case that somebody linked in my server. I don't remember what it was called. Garcia versus Nome. I have yet to read it, but it seems like an immigration judge basically granted him relief for like removal, which like prohibits them from deporting him, and then they just did it anyway. It's like it's the most insane shit in the world. I have yet to read that, so I might be mischaracterizing it. But
I mean, that's kind of basically what happened with the entire deportation process in general, right? Like they got blocked, but they already did it before it got. They were like, listen, things are already up.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't surprise me at all.
That's what I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe it is, and a court just has to rule on it. I don't see how it isn't a violation of the Eighth Amendment to send someone to which I don't know. I don't know to what extent immigrants are granted Eighth Amendment protection. I don't know to what extent it applies to them. But to send someone,
hold on, you're talking about due process?
Cruel and unusual.
Oh, cruel and unusual. Okay, gotcha.
To send someone to El Salvador, where their prison conditions are rather inhumane, and then if there's no process for getting them back afterwards, how is that? Like, you're just banishing someone to a slave camp where you don't even know if you can get them back. Like,
couldn't have been Brown. No, I'm kidding. That's crazy. No, like it's it's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I don't know to what extent the Eighth Amendment applies. I would assume it at least somewhat applies, because like it'd be crazy if like any immigrant you could just
because like I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to just like torture illegal immigrants. Like that's still.
Well, I mean, I guess that's why we have Guantanamo Bay,
I feel
right?
like I'm fairly certain.
Well, the reason we have Guantanamo Bay is those people aren't citizens, but you can still only do the Guantanamo Bay stuff to them in a territory where the Constitution only like partially applies or whatever. I think that's
sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but let's ask Grok.
What are you?
Is Grok good?
Is
Grok
any
good?
I don't know.
Genuinely?
It's not horrible. I don't think it's any better than Perplexity.
Fuck is Perplexity?
It's another
one.
Yeah.
I know ChatGPT, and that's it, and Grok, and the Snapchat AI bullshit. But I just do that one.
It'd be sending me wake up texts. It'd be in my DMs.
I made him look silly, and I named him douchebag.
Wow.
I named mine. Mine's currently Alfred, and then it talks to me like I'm Batman. So.
I named him douchebag, and then I call him douchebag, and he acts offended like it's not his name. I think it's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's insane right now that we're at the point where like I want to go back to 2021. I want to go back to where the discourse was like over
cat tricks.
I want to go back to a time when we weren't like, do we really think that like the president is actually going to get a third term, or is he just going to try? It's like, that's insane.
I miss him every day. I'm just saying, okay, I'll bring it up. If we're talking Obama again, okay, I'm just saying, I know who's VP should be, okay? There's this guy he's got a lot of experience with. He's a little on the older side, okay, but I think the Obama Biden candidate, I mean, it's undefeated, okay?
Exactly.
It's an undefeated ticket.
We've only won with Biden on the ticket.
Blast
I'm
from
just
the past,
saying.
yeah.
What if he's the like glue?
Winning. Yeah. It could be. No, I think Biden's got to be the main. Obama VP.
Yeah, true.
Might be on something there.
Money.
Why would
Dude, it would be. I wish. I don't know why Michelle Obama and Obama don't run as senators. Like, one of them could run as a senator and almost certainly win.
Obama won as senator.
And like, well, I know, but I mean, after, like, now, like, why doesn't he do it? Like, why didn't after he retired?
Why would you demote yourself? You already did all you like.
You can't be president anymore, but you're just a safe seat for fucking Democrats, because who's not gonna vote for fucking Obama? Okay, they could move to like any semi-competitive state and probably win. Like, and also Michelle Obama.
I think doors open for third term.
Yeah. But like Michelle Obama was probably pretty popular, and like she wouldn't be demoting herself.
Is Michelle Obama popular?
I think so. Maybe among she might not.
The
be
only
among...
thing I ever hear about Michelle Obama is like her phantom penis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally.
And like
Let's
I
see.
guess lunch plans sometimes, kinda.
Oh yeah, she might not win the youth vote. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know if Michelle's money. She's a good speaker, but like, I don't think she's money. Not as money as Obama.
Grok
Oh, yeah,
says
no,
illegal
easily.
Or
immigrants.
Barack. I mean Barack. Yeah.
Well, Grok says illegal immigrants have Eighth Amendment rights when facing criminal punishment, but I guess if you just don't criminally charge them and just summarily deport them, then you kind of get around that issue, don't you? So.
Well, I mean, deportation isn't punishment.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great place you're going to. What do you mean? It's not a punishment. It's like it's like it's just better.
No, I think that is actually true though. I don't think that deportation is considered a punishment.
Yeah, legally.
I learned that from the Peace Code Tim Pool thing.
Yeah, it's not considered a punishment. But make no mistake, Hakeem Jeffries will be the one to save us all. I don't know. I don't know.
Did he speak for 25 hours? I'm just saying.
That's true. He does have a weird amount of momentum right now after that. Well, not weird. I mean, it was cool, but I
noticed that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish he wasn't. I mean, I liked it. I liked it way better than what all the other fucking cock Democrats are doing. But like, he couldn't have like done an actual filibuster. Like he wasn't like stopping a bill or anything. Like it would have been cool if like he was stopping like the kill all children bill. But
which is very bold of them to propose. But yeah, I don't know. I feel a little better about our odds right now though, because I was talking to my dad about political strategy, as you do, and as I kept thinking about it, like it does feel like the Democrats do have a couple of prospects, and I really truly do not see a single Republican prospect other than J.D. Vance, who Donald Trump doesn't even like. So,
yeah,
or DeSantis, who he doesn't like.
No, but this is the thing. I know. Okay, maybe it'll turn out Elon Musk goes through with this, like supposedly stepping back from Doge or whatever. Maybe that's true. But like, the next Republican primary could very well just be who appeases Elon Musk the most, the most, and then therefore gets publicity on Twitter and gets funding from him. Like,
but I mean, the Wisconsin seat didn't go well, so maybe people are kind of wising up to it a little bit. Maybe they're like,
crazy for how much they spent.
Our shit. Yeah,
it's 90 million total.
Cool. Yeah, wicked. So who knows?
True.
Maybe.
Which is why
in other words,
need to run Stephen A. Smith.
Money and
fuck that. Yeah, that should be the ticket. Stephen A. Smith versus LeBron. Let's do it.
Stephen A. Smith? No. VP LeBron.
No, they hate each other.
Do they?
Oh, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nonfon doesn't know ball at all, so don't.
I don't.
To him.
Time to learn. It's time to learn Nonfon.
So maybe Stephen A. Smith talked shit about LeBron James's son, basically claiming that he did not deserve to be in the position he was in the NBA.
Well, not only that, he said that LeBron was a bad father for allowing them to draft Bronny onto the Lakers.
Because his son is just getting embarrassed. Okay.
That seems a little
then
harsh.
LeBron
harsh.
brought it up to his face and basically got a little confrontational. Okay. Then Stephen A. Smith responded on Twitter.
I do want to watch the Minecraft movie. I do. I very much do. That's why we got the donation goal, exclamation point, GTS in the chat. I believe the link's pinned.
Smith clarified and he was like,
send the bits,
though,
send the
I
subs,
gotten my ass beat. I just
send a donation.
Did you see the thing where he was like, Stephen A. was like, in 10 years, they're not going to be talking about LeBron anymore, but I'll still be talking about everybody else. We're like, okay, really?
That's kind of hard.
That's not hard. We're all gonna be LeBron James will forever be talked about. They still talk about Jordan, and he's a bum.
It's like that one tweet where it's like from 2016, and they're like, "Thank God we don't only have to deal with LeBron for a few more years."
Yeah. Honestly, Wilt Chamberlain the GOAT. Okay. Sorry, not fun. This is your stream.
True. I mean, I don't.
Oh,
I
don't
mean,
worry about him. He just loves the easy content because he just gets to
Exactly.
sit here and then he just hops around his game.
Is the easy content us talking about basketball players to a big econ?
Yes.
Econ
Non-fun,
channel.
okay. So non-fun, so like basketball
That's
is like
the
the
content?
economy in the sense of you gotta make enough output, right? Right? Okay. You don't want to be in a deficit with another country. Another country
True.
is the other team,
Oh,
right?
the team,
So
yeah.
you gotta be
Mhm.
the output that you are doing has to be more than the output they are matching. Okay. So
True.
so
I mean, the one interesting thing about sports economically is they are kind of one of the few examples of monopsony, like a single buyer of labor. Or monopsony is just a single buyer of anything, but they're one of the few like labor monopsonies. Like if you want to be a professional basketball player, like the NBA is like basically the only place you can go. If you want to be a professional football player, the NFL is basically the only thing you can do. But other than that,
Minor leagues.
well, I mean, yeah, I guess you can make a living on, yeah. But,
Nah, debunked.
wow, never mind. Wow, damn.
Non-fun.
0-1 on debates right now. On God. That's
Yeah,
gonna be a
real.
YouTube video.
Uh-huh.
Right there.
Immediate concession. From
Liberal
Neolib.
liberal cuck gets owned by Chad.
Liberal cuck.
Oh, you gotta throw that. Yeah, that word. Yeah. Destiny has permanently entwined the word cuck with the liberal political side. Okay.
True.
We'll never be able to escape that.
What a shame.
Wait, you're saying NBA players don't get money? When did I say that? They make a ton of money.
They don't get any money. They're all broke. They don't get nearly as much money as I do.
That reminds me of the South Park episode where Cartman goes to like a college and he's talking about college football players like they're slaves.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here for see some of
Student
your
athletes.
athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you call them.
I thought you were gonna be talking about the other South Park episode where they were doing the it was the Metallica piracy one. They were like showing them the different celebrities that are being affected by them pirating songs, and they're like, how is his kid gonna afford his third yacht with you pirating his music? And, you know.
Oh fuck.
Non-fun, how much of this sports conversation are you following? 'Cause I don't
I
like
mean,
following
not
a
like
lot.
I know who. You're not talking very deep into sports here. Like I know Stephen A. Smith. I know who LeBron is. Believe it or not, I get LeBron
What team
Instagram
is
reels.
LeBron on again?
So what's like
The
oh wait, what?
the purple and yellow one. I think it's the Lakers.
What's the orange thing that bounces in the middle of the court?
That's the basketball.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So where do the Lakers play?
Chicago, I think.
Yep. Yeah, the Chicago Lakers. Yeah, that's
yeah,
good.
Yeah. And then do you know Steph Curry?
I know of him.
You know what position he plays?
I couldn't name you a single position in basketball.
Come on, just guess. Just give me one.
I only know football things.
In the dark. Shot in the dark.
Shot in the dark.
Fucking baller, bro. I don't know. Like, what do you?
Steph
Holy
Curry.
shit!
Yes, sir.
Wait, really? Did you look it up?
Yeah, I looked it up. Yeah, my bad.
Holy fuck! Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe you just randomly guessed that.
Yeah. Recently just beat the Los Angeles Chicago. No, sorry. I spoiled it.
So then, when like the player gets off the court and they hand off the baton to the baton wielder, what's his name?
No, they don't
Like,
hold it.
what's
They
his-
actually don't. Because of recent revelations, when they run by, what they do now is instead they smack them with the baton. I don't know if y'all saw that video.
Oh yeah, in the head. Yeah.
Bro, that was crazy. Didn't she try to be like, it was an accident?
Yeah,
That
I
is
slipped.
That's cool. Like, I've never, like, bro, she won that bitch.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen that Instagram reel of LeBron screaming. You know, that's a pretty.
Have you seen the clip where the dude gets smacked in the face? Just those athletic glasses that people wear.
No.
Yep.
Well, there's glasses that you wear on the basketball court if you can't see, or on the football field or wherever. And some dude got smacked in the face with the ball, and it popped the lens out of his athletic glasses. And then LeBron picked them up and put them on for no reason.
Base.
Hold on, it's money.
Why are we talking about this clip? I know what clip we're
Because
talking
it's
about.
awesome.
Oh yeah, of course.
Hold on. Let me show you.
I can't escape LeBron James songs though. I get them all over my TikTok. I don't know about y'all, but I cannot escape the LeBron James songs.
They're money. They're good.
They actually are surprisingly good quality, which does hurt.
Hold on. I'm going to great lengths to show you this. By the way, guys.
Great lengths. Okay.
That. No, just don't look at the camera.
Now LeBron.
It's
Okay,
money.
now that you joined the call, LeBron. Okay, we gotta ask. Is it cut or uncut? Next question. Moving on.
Yeah, I had to let you sit with that one. Yeah, I had to let you marinate with that one.
It's kind of off topic, but that just reminded me of my old podcast. I had this genius idea, okay, and you're gonna figure out why it didn't work so fast. I had this genius idea for a podcast called Real Talk, REEL Talk. Shut the fuck up, not fun. It was called REEL Talk, like a fishing reel, right? You following? So the idea was, I was gonna fish during the podcast app, and when I have people out there, and we'd fish, talk politics while fishing. Makes
That's
sense,
funny.
right?
Yeah.
And then you realize you have to send email to like local politicians basically saying, hey, do you want to go out into the woods alone
And fish with me.
and fish with me? So that very quickly got scrapped.
Well, listen, you don't need to get politicians, okay?
Yeah, I'll just talk to random people and be like, hey, you want to come in?
Yeah, you want to come fish with me? Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do a
For
podcast.
reference,
It'll be okay.
I haven't lived in this state for longer than a year, so I just be living. I'm in non-fun state. I've infiltrated it. I used to live in Illinois, so I left my blue kingdom to this shithole.
You guys can't.
Whoa.
You can't go see the Lakers anymore.
True. I did have to leave though. I did have to leave LeBron.
Fucked up.
That was sad.
This state is beautiful. Wait, Randy, what state do you live in? Dox yourself right now.
I always lie about it, but I live in Ohio.
Wow.
Ah, now the LeBron glade. Now it all makes sense.
Yeah. Or do I?
True.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't lie
Me
about
and
living in
Donfon-
Ohio.
Me and non-fun.
I've lied about living in Pennsylvania. I've lied about living in Wisconsin.
Hey,
so,
Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are goated states. Okay.
I've lied about living in Ohio.
How did Pennsylvania do for us, non-fun? How did they do for us again?
What do you mean?
How did Hershey, Pennsylvania do for us again?
For
the 2024 election?
I mean, like, yeah, but that was
Don't
like
say it.
that was like every
Don't-
state.
Don't say. I said don't say it.
Like North Carolina did too, and like.
Okay, yeah. I just moved here. Okay, I got Illinois blue. Give me a few years. You know what I mean? It was only me that caused that happen.
Right.
All right. It's like 1:30 for me. I gotta get up at 7:30.
Same.
I love you guys. It was good talking.
Okay, so you live somewhere
Um,
EST.
safe.
Is Ohio? I think Ohio's EST. I think.
No.
You're trying really hard to dox him right now.
I will.
It's
He's
Michigan.
gonna send you a link and be like,
Michigan
look at this
EST?
really cool. He's gonna be like, look at this really cool article, and it's gonna have a fucking IP grabber, and he's gonna be like, I got you now.
I'll click on it with like 3 different VPNs. I'll still throw them on.
Yeah, do it with your proxy computer.
Yeah. Yeah, Michigan.
Michigan is in EST. Oh, EST's bigger than I thought.
Did you say Michigan isn't an EST?
No, it
And they
is.
said the opposite.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say. You're lying. What states are in EST?
Like all
I
the
guess
East
Eastern
Coast.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thanks, bud.
All the East Coast, and then basically the border is basically at Michigan.
I need to see.
Michigan's
I
the
need to
last
see
EST
what
state. So
I need to see what states I can lie about. DC. Ooh, okay. New York.
yeah, the
Vermont.
East Coast.
That'd be money. I'm bad with geography. Okay.
I had to change my month on my calendar. That's being held up by my katana.
Oh, wait, hold on. Michigan is actually split between Central and Eastern.
Okay, the majority of it is.
Which I knew.
Yeah, because you live there, right?
Eastern.
Yeah, because I live there. So I know. Yeah, I would know that.
Nonfun has like a MS Paint pulled up on his screen. It's just of all 50 states. He's like crossing them out one by one. When he knows it's not that one. He's process eliminationing it.
I was waiting to see if I would ever get called out for lying about what my state is from, because I know that I've been on I would go on the TikTok panels and I've told the same person that I'm from 2 different states before, but I like.
They call you out. I just moved, you know. Since the
I don't
last
know
time we
why
talked.
I don't know why they ask. It's never relevant, but it's okay.
You gotta know. Okay, it's a good question to
there's
ask.
actually
That's how
a,
Nonfun learned how we live in the same state on the first time we talked.
Yeah.
What state do you guys live in?
We just
North
said.
Carolina. I feel like we.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
Wow.
I only listen when I talk.
That's valid.
You and Manara would get along.
No, we don't. Opposites attract. Okay. Yeah, it was good talking. Good night, guys.
See ya.
Good night. There is actually.
Now it's just me, you.
Yep. There's a chart I have somewhere about like the relative potential for tariffs to harm the state economy.
Bro, when people leave though, you gotta do like work. You gotta like fix it. I hate this. Nonfun, pay him like $40 more.
What do you, I mean, you just have to adjust the size of the window. You don't have to crop shit anymore. You just have to you don't really if you have it in like a just regular. What are you cropping?
Whenever it opened, it like split, so it was like triangle, and then I cropped it to the sides, and then when you left, it like flattened out.
Why are you still cropping it if you don't have the?
I had to uncrop. I
understand you had to uncrop, but if you can remove the background, then why do you need to crop in the first place?
Because it's not popped out.
What do you mean it's not?
I didn't pop it out. I just have the tap.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know exactly what you're doing. Are you okay? I don't have to crop it.
Huh?
I do still
We have to
change.
crop out like the Discord screen, like on the left
Okay.
side.
A, you could pop it out. B, you don't have to do that because you can make the window full screen. C, I'm pretty sure even if it's not full screen, you'd only have to crop out the Discord sidebar.
No. So like when it was a triangle, what I did is I cropped it to where it ended. But then whenever they left, right, the triangle it spread out. The width got bigger.
Okay, now when you say triangle, do you mean that 2 people were on top and 1 was on bottom?
Yeah, or vice versa, but yeah.
Well, sure, it could be the opposite. I don't know why you wouldn't
I don't have the 1, 2, 3. I had the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I have a stretch res, so it does the weird stuff.
Well, I mean, I just snapped mine to half my monitor, but yeah. You could just you shouldn't have to crop. You should just have to move sometimes. Sometimes it looks better when you move shit. But also there's literally I don't think there is a way to fix that quote unquote problem.
Currently, my stream background is literally just where it's me and you talking behind Joe Biden.
Hey.
It's the best I could come up with. Yeah, it was the best I could come up with because I was I needed a background. What was I gonna say? Oh, any developments on TwitchCon? How are we feeling about that?
I don't.
Gotta come check in. How are we feeling about flying halfway across the country to a democratic safe haven? Okay.
First of all, I feel like it would you could definitely maximize you can definitely utilize space on your stream better. Our webcam is it's pretty small. But
I know. Shut up. I know, but I didn't know what to do. I got lost. Okay, the chat. I need chat, right? Like I can't just not have, actually no. Fuck chat. Okay, don't worry. I got this.
No, you can have chat, but you can.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, whatever. Okay. Regardless, but you can just have us up, and then have chat below, or what? Or you could have us vertically and have chat next to it.
That's what I need. I need vertically, but I can't change unless I move the tab. I can make the tab like that, but then it's. I guess I can do that.
I mean, you can do.
No,
yeah.
but then I have to cover Biden. No.
I mean, you could cover the other side. Why do you have it?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is.
I have to uncrop. One thing. I have to uncrop. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't know why it's that. Oh, whatever.
Wait, what? I feel like I'm being hated on right now.
Okay.
Chat
Considering
wants to be on screen. We're on. Don't cover Biden. I would never.
I'm dead as broke. And that's why we have the Minecraft movie fund. ! TTS in the chat. Please, I need bits. Actually don't. The bits won't pay out fast enough for me to get it.
$12.
Well, but
I don't know
we're gonna get
$100 is coming in.
So, well, the $100 I already said is, I mean, it's just a default, and I kind of just had it because people just donate what they want or whatever.
What do they get? You have to incentivize the people.
I'll put my fucking dress on for $20 or something.
That was quick to sell it. That's on his stream, not mine. Okay, I don't do TTS over here. I donate all my stuff to charity.
Do you now?
Yeah, you can see it. 35 has currently been raised to Alveus.
Oh, that's true. Actually, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get a $35 donation so I can buy the chicken jockey, please. I need the. So yeah, I need.
I want to see non-fun in a dress. Go to his Twitch. Go donate 20 right now, and you'll see that
exclamation
man in a
point
dress.
TTS in the chat. Yeah.
Can we make it non-fun? Since I'm basically, it's like an affiliation link. Can we make it 10 for him? If he donates 10, can we put on the dress?
Sure.
Hey, I just got you half off.
Was I? Oh,
Locals,
well, okay.
Locals,
I need
Locals, what are you doing here?
I don't know.
He's talking about my flag, my Ukrainian flag.
I need like $15 for the ticket. Okay, I'm probably gonna have dinner with my friends too. That's another, I don't know, probably $15.
Deal. He said deal.
Oh boy. That's probably another $15 or whatever. I'm gonna need to buy like popcorn or some shit.
Yeah, I went with a person. It cost me $50 total, and I paid for everything. And I got 2 drinks, a large popcorn, 2 tickets.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Presumably, like I'm going to like a hour, 30-minute drive or some shit with it. So, I think I'm probably gonna stay the night over there.
Are you trying to? This is okay. I know this isn't what you were intending on saying, but you did just say, well, this is a message from Localist, non-fun. Do you want to have gay intercourse off stream? You know that sounds like you want to fuck me, Localist. Like, that just comes off as you are trying to sleep with me. I don't know if that's what you were intending. I think there might have been some miscommunication in your messaging, but it seems a little like you're trying to fuck a man. Also, Localist, what's going on? Why have you been on this anti-gay train recently? What did you do?
I don't know. Dude, I wake up every day and I check my server and I'm like, I'm gonna ban these people. I don't know what I don't know what's it's like the Jews, gay people, trans people.
Your
I'm like,
YouTube chat.
I'm just like, can we just talk about tariffs, or can we talk about deportations? Can we talk about please, like, can we talk about? I'll fucking take Israel. Okay, you can talk about Israel Palestine. Okay, at this point, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Your YouTube chat consistently like what would the word be for like insinuating you're a Jew? Like they just come at you, they're like the nose.
Well,
the nose.
I mean, basically, like JQing,
that
but like specifically Jewish questioning me, like it's like everyone want to talk about the Jew. Yeah, everyone fucking does. Okay, miserable, but
I mean, we're streaming on. Well, you're streaming on Kick Non-Fun. It's the place to talk about them. You know, it is
yeah.
the.
I'm streaming on Rumble too. No one watches on Rumble,
Fuck,
but
you're really covering in all your anti-Semitic bases.
how many Rumble viewers we got right now? I bet it's at least.
Rumbles in the chat. Can we get some?
Can we get some Rumble? Damn, one view, dude. I used to get. I think it was probably just
don't
bots.
disrespect the Rumble.
But I used to get like 10 viewers on Rumble sometimes, occasionally, like when I was debating people, and like 10 viewers or 14 viewers on Trovo. Now the Trovo viewers were 100% bots. The Rumble viewers were sometimes, like maybe 2 of them are real. But I don't know. Also,
I don't know how to do this. I've never done this before. Wait, no, that did nothing. What?
What are you trying to do?
Nothing.
Okay.
I did /shared chat. I was trying to set up a shared chat, and then it just didn't work, and I was like, never mind.
Usually
I tried to pop it out.
Knock.
I don't know if you use Opera. I
No,
did
I
/shared chat, and then it just popped up, and I was like, oh, that's easy. And then it popped out, and it was like, unfortunately, this extension does not work with Opera. And I was like, oh, never mind then. It's okay if you're gay, man. It's legal in Illinois. I don't mean to out you. Well, one, I don't live in Illinois, so get fucked. And
It's still
2,
legal everywhere.
that is not. That was my 2. From what I've heard, okay, I think it is okay to be gay. I don't want to give a hot take on your stream now. Fine, I don't want you to bring me on here for hot takes. But from what I know, God damn, I have to open up fucking Chrome. I haven't opened up Chrome in years.
You have to open up Chrome.
And I have to log in. Let me just make sure I'm not doxing myself. Please don't make me do text. Please do not make me do text fucking verification. God damn it. Alright, 1 second.
So what's the feeling with tariffs? Tariffs are cringe. Welcome to the stream, Crygor.
I feel like that's what everyone's gonna be asking when they first join, because I think I did it. Okay. Sorry, the reason I laughed is because the localists hit me with the great response of, it's not legal in my home country, Saudi Arabia. I did not think of that. I've clearly been outclassed in the marketplace of ideas. I did see that our goat Josh Stein did tweet about how he's gonna stop these tariffs from affecting North Carolina residents. Okay, we love to see it. He's gonna just solve it all. I believe
My
it.
goat.
Okay.
My goat.
Yeah, maybe he should be our 2028 candidate. Have him step down.
Dude, Roy Cooper could be a good senator. Have you seen any of the stuff about that? Like Tom Tillis, from my
only
understanding,
from you.
yeah, like it seems like there's some polls where he's beating Tom Tillis. Like, also, why did Trump tariff Russia? Do you mean why he didn't? My understanding is Trump has not tariffed Russia.
That was crazy. Yeah, it was not on the form at all.
Yeah. Although he did say, like, previously, if they don't sign onto some deal, like, he might tariff them. So, like, maybe best case scenario, he's just waiting to tariff Russia. If they follow through with whatever bullshit he has planned. But I can't imagine tariffing Russia would have any big effect, considering we already sanctioned them. As Menard loves to point out, we literally barely trade with them. But
Do we have do we trade with North Korea?
A, maybe a little bit. We definitely do indirectly because like China will outsource stuff to North Korea, then we trade with China. I don't know if there's probably some limited direct trade allowed with North Korea, but I kind of doubt.
I was just because I assume the reason that there probably wasn't any tariffs because there's probably not a lot of like exportation being done that like to tariff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Localist, have you started watching Jordan Peterson by any chance? Or like, because I'm noticing this like weird like path you're going down. Just like trying to, are you doing okay, man? Like, anything happen, or do we need to talk about anything? It's just because you weren't like this. Was he? I don't think you just were like really localist pilled, and now you're like gender pilled. It's like, what's going on with you?
Yeah, in 2023, North Korea exported $560,000 worth of goods, which is like nothing. It's like, and then we exported 183,000. But this could be like, I don't know if we give North Korea food aid, but it wouldn't be surprising if like basically all of this was just like some type of food aid or like something like that. Yeah, wait, vaccines, blood, anti-sera, I don't know what that is. Toxins and cultures. Like, I think we're just giving them. Oh, anti-serum is a blood serum containing antibodies. It looks like it's basically just all medicine. Did you really say this? What did I say?
Nonfon tells us there is a such thing as boy-girl and girl-boy. We dissent, only recognizing the existence of boys and girls.
Yeah. Yeah, I do say that there is such a thing as transgender people. He put tariffs on an island of penguins. I saw Pentuple tweet about that. I think he just has like a grok response to it. I thought that was a dude, it's so funny in the fucking group chat that we're in. Like, someone will say something and Pentuple just like puts it in a grok and like thinks it's like some huge own. It's like your epistemologies.
I love doing it.
So fucked.
Yeah, I love doing that to him in response.
It's like how do you? So I'm curious what this is going to be the MAGA take on that. Well, when on Democrat says it, they're all about to say it. Here's the reality. So nice grammar there, buddy. The herd of McDonald's islands were not subject to a separate tariff, but were included under the broader tariff imposed on Australia. April 2nd, 2025, President Trump announced, you can tell this, the grok, reciprocal tariffs targeting over 180 trade partners. Or he did not write this, to be sure. Maybe it's copy and pasted from something else. With Australia listed among them at 10% rate, according to sources like Forbes and Hindustan Times. The White House clarified that tariff applied to all Australian territories, explicitly naming herd in McDonald Island alongside other like Christmas Island and Norfolk Island in documentation. This was not a distinct tariff for the islands themselves, but rather a blanket application to Australia as a single trade entity. This guy has me like, he has me muted on Twitter, but like, I just want to reply. Like,
he has you muted most places.
Yeah, he hates me. Like, do you support the
That's why you need to go to
do you support the
TwitchCon.
10% tariff on Australia? Like, what the fuck? The inclusion appears to stem from standard trade policy language.
UIRL.
Since the islands have no independent exports to the U.S., their economic zone contributes minimally. Analysts suggest this is likely an automatic extension of the Australian tariff rather than it. I'm just going to be... He's not going to reply or anything.
You see that, like, 4 Republicans switched, by the way, in the Senate to block Trump's tariffs? Shout out Ron Paul being one of them.
Yeah.
I have to
only
support
on
Ron Paul,
it's still
apparently.
only on Canada, though, right? I think it's...
Yes.
Which there's no... Which presumably... They gotta block... They gotta block this one, man. They got it. There's, like...
They got, like, what, 8 more hours till the market's open? 7 more hours, you know? They got time.
There's no... I don't know... I have no fucking clue why they let Trump do this. Like, you would think, like, part of the, I was talking about this with my old teacher, like, part of the, you know, part of the problem of government is that, like, the people who will run for offices that have power are people who want that power, right? For better or for worse, right? Like, there are plenty of people who seek that position because they want power. Part of the good thing about checks and balances is that you have these branches competing for power. So you would think, because Congress is self-interested, because there are, like, even if there are a ton of, like, selfish people in Congress or whatever, they would be selfish enough to, like, say, hey, the president shouldn't be able to fucking do this without us. Like maybe we need to reform it so, like, you know, 10 days after he does it, there needs to be a vote in the Senate on if this goes through, or, like, maybe he shouldn't be able to do this at all unless we first declare that there is an emergency. You know, it's not the onus isn't on him to, like, declare it and us to avoid it. Like, maybe the onus is on us to declare it before he can do shit. But for whatever reason, they're just fucking NPCs who, like, don't care. They just wanna do what Trump does. But
I mean, to be fair, like, anytime someone goes against that party, they just get literally aborted from the party.
Yeah.
Like, I don't blame them for not wanting to step out. I guess for, like, Ron Paul, it's kind of easy because he's already kind of, like, been that before.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell was a funny one to see. I didn't know he could still have thoughts outside of his party, so that was pretty hype.
Well, he saved Obamacare too, right? Didn't he?
Yeah.
He would say, yeah. So that's cool.
To be fair, we don't know if he voted against it or if he just freezed for too long to not be able to vote.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't be making fun of him for being old. Okay, he did do that. Okay, I haven't had our thing open for a minute. Why is there a whole transgender discussion going on Fun?
I don't know. It happens in Twitch chat.
I've noticed actually been having more recently. I'll open your stream and you'll be talking, like, you'll be reading, and your chat will be having an entirely different debate about an entirely different, like, section of the culture.
Yep. That's kind of what Twitch chat does.
And I'll just...
But I mean, it's not like they entertain themselves. That's what's nice. It's like I'm reading boring shit, and then they're, like, still counting me. Is, you know, I'm still getting views, and they just are entertaining themselves. So that's nice. I think I'm gonna be. I mean, this is kind of obvious, but so you know, and so chat knows. Sometime next week, I'll probably be on a WIC panel about the tariffs.
Who would have thought? Econ boy from from Econ Twitter. That's what's going on.
Dude, that fucking thing is so funny. Who the hell is Nonfon? Someone from Econ Twitter. Why is he so retarded?
Econ Twitter.
I definitely don't count us from Econ Twitter, but I am retarded. They did get that part right. I don't know, but that'll be fun. Maybe I don't know when. So the tariffs are supposedly, I think, going to go into effect April 5th. So, you know, we'll see if we do a panel. It'll be on it's sometime during the week. So we'll know if the tariffs actually went into effect or not, because he might back down or something. Who knows? But I also, part of the debate with Minar was, like, him just, like, not listening and not, like, comprehending, like, what I was saying when I was, like, when he was talking about, we were talking about, like, tariffs and, like, negotiation and stuff. I was just like, so Trump just tariffed all these countries. What the fuck do you want Europe to do? Like, what the fuck do you want South Korea to do? What the fuck do you want Fiji to do? Like, what is what are these what is Vietnam? What is India? Like, can you tell me, like, some things that you think these people are gonna do? Like, but it was insane. He was like, he's gonna negotiate with to bring manufacturing back. And I'm like, what does the negotiation look like? He's like, no, he's going to make manufacturing come. I'm like, dog, like literally, what are you like? If the tariffs never go into effect because he negotiates them down, then manufacturing is not really going to come back. There might be a little bit, there might be a little bit of investment that comes back just because businesses are uncertain about what will happen, so they choose to build their plant in the U.S. just in case. But long term, it's not going to have any effect. Even like medium term, like even a year from now, it's not going to have really any effect. But I don't know. He was just so dumb. Like he kept like over talking me, and I was like, dog, either you get the like negotiation done, or you get manufacturing back. There's kind of a trade off between those things. Like it's not really. China, Japan, South Korea working together to put tariffs on us. Wait, no, shot.
Yeah, isn't someone going to meet with the EU as well to come up with a response?
This is fucking. Hold on. Wait, holy shit. This is insane. This is Japan and South Korea. Like, the two of the three. I mean, Taiwan. I don't know what Taiwan can do because they're kind of half part of, their situation with China is complicated. But, like, our Asian allies who we cooperate with against China are teaming up with China to dog, like, what are you doing, dog?
Next.
Like, we cooperate with South Korea and Japan against China and North Korea, and then now we're just driving them together. Like, dog, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
So no, I'm fine. I've been looking into these like free Japanese houses you can buy that are free, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, I might have to just run away. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I might.
Have you been watching the tip to tip?
Yes, that's actually what has made me so Japan pilled. It just looks
Yeah.
so cool. No, I'm fine. Let's do a tip to tip, but I'm not talking Japan.
I don't know if I could do a tip to tip. I tweeted this out, and it is very true. Literally, any sane government, okay, would not let me drive. They would not let me get behind the wheel.
I've been wondering, how are you failing so badly?
I mean, I have my license. I'm not like failing. Like I failed the test the first time, and that's it. And realistically, I failed it because I was nervous. But I don't know. It doesn't matter. But no.
I never did.
Should not have passed this test, bro. I'm a horrible driver. No sane government will let me. The chance of me dying or someone else dying every time I go out driving. Okay, it's like a 40% chance. Okay, it's probably not that high.
What?
But no sane government would let this happen. I'm a danger to myself and others when behind the wheel of an automobile. Okay. Yet. The same government doesn't fund any fucking public transportation and doesn't let me do anything but drive. Like, I have to, like, there's no other.
Yeah, you literally have to in America.
Yeah. Like, I'm literally.
But now you can do IRL streams.
True.
I'm
gonna IRL stream the Minecraft
backpack. Movie. True. I do think I'm gonna try to get a streamer backpack and do stuff in the woods. I think I'm gonna actually pivot into more nature-based content. That's why I got those 2 books. I feel it now. I'm fun. I just don't want to be pessimistic. I don't want to have to sit here with you as you tell me in econ terms that I kind of understand just enough to know how royally fucked we are gonna be. Okay, I don't like this. I don't like as you sit here and tell me that our arch enemies of countries are basically colluding because we have driven them into each other's arms. Okay. By the way, is Taiwan in that group and then China's not naming it because, China...
Yeah, I don't know. The report was from Chinese state media, and Seoul said, I think Seoul...
So it's hard to tell.
Tokyo said it didn't happen, and then Seoul, South Korea said, like, it was exaggerated. So, first of all, China could be kind of posturing, and it could not really be that big of a deal. But also, I would assume they're not naming Taiwan because they don't want Taiwan to be acknowledged as which actually, implicitly, by the way, because we're tariffing Taiwan and China separately, that does kind of imply.
But yeah, we are going against our the one Taiwan, whatever it's called, the China one.
I don't think it. There's some weird world, because I think Taiwan's a member of the World Trade Organization. Yeah, so I think it's I don't know, it's weird. They're granted some weird special privileges because it's a fucked up situation. It's I don't know how you. I think they're called Chinese Taipei officially in the World Trade Organization. Separate customs territory of Taiwan. Can we do a tip to tip in Taiwan? That wouldn't take that long, right? That'd be
I do want to learn how to ride a bike.
Like a motorcycle or like a bike?
Well, I meant motorcycle, but I will be vulnerable. I also don't know how to ride.
Yeah, I can't ride a bike either. I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out, but
that's what I say. That's literally what I always say to people. I was like, I think if you put me on a bike, I get where I need to go. I just don't need. I have a car.
Right. Okay, southernmost tip of Taiwan. Directions from.
You're.
Northernmost point.
I think. Are you trying to figure out how long is Taiwan?
Oh, it's 6 hours. You could do that in a.
True.
I guess. Hold on. Avoid highways. I guess.
If you're doing an official tip to tip, it's no highways.
Yeah.
And you don't get directions.
That's true. Okay, this says 10 hours on no highways, but literally, I'm looking at this. There's one road that goes along the coast of the whole island, which I guess technically is not a highway, and you are on this one road the entire time.
Are you talking right side or left side? Because right side can listen. I'm just looking at this right now. Right side's kind of boring.
Yeah, exactly. You're on the right side with all the mountains, and you're not even going through all the cities. Yeah, that's kind of Taiwan might not be the best place to do a tip to tip, and there aren't really any roads in the mountains, so you can't really go through
there. There is a non-zero chance that while we're there, it gets invaded. That's kind of the fun of it is we have to get out before it gets invaded.
Yeah. Can we do a China tip to tip?
Jeez, yeah. Great Wall tip to tip, walking.
I'm not sure how long that would take, actually, but.
How
probably
long is Great Wall of China walking?
What about in North Carolina tip to tip?
Around 18 months.
18. That's way longer. I thought it was gonna be 2 weeks or something. What the hell? I guess China's a big country. It's got a big wall.
Non-fun. When I get my streaming camera set up, we gotta do an IRL stream non-fun where we climb a mountain. Okay. There's mountains here, isn't there?
Yeah. Kind of. I think there isn't Pilot Mountain. I feel like I've heard of Pilot Mountain before. I think that's in here.
Pilot Mountain. That is a town in North Carolina. Oh, and it's also a mountain.
It's a mountain. Yeah, it's got a big rock on the top.
But yeah, I think that's what I want to pivot into because I don't know. I feel like I'm actually being cooked because I just can't stand. As you know, I have a little bit of a disdain for econ, but you can very much feel that is what the vibe is becoming with this space, which you have to be fucking in love with. I know you're loving that econ is heating up on the political side.
So, well, I mean, it comes up from time to time. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the legal stuff is a lot of times more relevant, with the deportations and with Doge. There's a little bit of econ implications for Doge, a little bit when it comes to just how much should the government spend and how sustainable the deficit is. But like,
That's what. Oh, not to cut you off. I was gonna ask you that because I know you would probably know this. How much of our spending is like touchable? Because I know that's a big thing with Doge. Is like they claim to want to cut off like 2 trillion, but it's like I don't even think that's possible with how much there's like discretionary spending.
Yeah, not with you're not gonna cut 2 trillion by waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're not gonna cut 2 trillion without like getting diving into benefits that people really really like, including. I haven't read it yet, but there's a new Financial Times piece called "The Big Government Spending MAGA Can't Live Without." Like, there are a lot of like red counties that just get a ton of, subsidies in terms of Medicare and in terms of like farming as well. Like, so, you're not going to cut 2 trillion, from my understanding, without cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and or like income security programs, and all of those are like pretty politically popular. Like, it's just not feasible to cut that much without cutting popular programs. I mean, you can just look up like, I don't actually know. I don't know the number, but I believe 2 trillion is like, it's either half or more of our discretionary spending every year. I feel like, how much discretionary spending per year U.S. Discretionary outlays totaled 1.8 trillion in 2024. Yeah, so that's like literally, you're not gonna get there. And that includes the military, right? That's discretionary. So like
which will never be touched.
Yeah, that's
I don't think I'll ever see you on touching that.
Yeah.
Mountains are made of rock. Thank you.
And then like, I mean, some of the mandatory spending too, like Social Security, like doesn't really add to the deficit. There's kind of complex ways that you can kind of argue it kind of sort of does, but like if it ever gets insolvent or whatever, we just reduce benefits, right? Like we're not adding to a deficit directly, at least. So it's like, you're not really. Pretty sure you can save trillions by cutting out insurance and other middlemen from healthcare. Yeah, so you could actually. I mean, a lot of our mandatory spending is like Medicare and Medicaid. I mean, Conway was in here saying this earlier. Like, you could probably maybe. I think he said I think currently we spend like 18% of our GDP on healthcare. He was saying that like maybe with Medicare for all, you could like cut. Did you just give a shout out to yourself?
I didn't. That was not me. That was not me. I swear. Not fun. I know this looks bad, but I swear that was not me. That was not me. See? Okay, it was not. See? Okay.
It's like people could like see you like you really.
I just got fucking set up. That was crazy. I'm over here, bro. That was like the worst timing.
But anyway, yeah, with some type of Medicare for all, or even like managed competition Germany style program, you could probably save trillions from healthcare if you really just had a optimal healthcare system. But
I listened to a TED Talk and it got me so worried because I want to be a teacher. If I don't, it's lawyer, teacher, 2 options, or I go fight in the front lines of Ukraine randomly. No, and there was a TED Talk I watched that was talking about how like this person works in AI, and he was like, the 2 jobs I think it's going to take for sure are doctors and teaching. I was like, fuck. And he was making really good arguments for both sides, but the doctor's one was actually really strong, where he was like, people already hate going to the doctor's office. Like, we can get to a point where he's like, think about like the futuristic movies where they can just scan and like everything. It's like diagnostics, right?
Right.
They'll just tell like that is going to like doctors will be gone the day that works.
Yeah.
Because people just already don't like going and dealing with other people.
Yeah. Dude, I had to get my fucking toenail ripped off.
Why?
I had an ingrown toenail, and I went to the doctor. I had this ingrown toenail for like longer than 2 months. Quite a while. Okay. And like it would kind of go through like waves where it get like better or worse or whatever. So like, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. But like, I don't know. Eventually, I went to fucking urgent care. I was like, okay, get rid of its fucking toenail. They're like, nah, what is it gonna give you? Antibiotics and like some shit. I'm like, okay, I take these antibiotics. I didn't take all of them actually, because I like one day I think technically I think it was probably because I had them on an empty stomach, but like they made me really nauseous most days, and like one day I took them on an empty stomach and I just like puked almost immediately, man. It was horrible. So I don't think I took like the last two. I don't think that was a determining thing, but who knows? And they gave me some cream and shit. And I was like, I'm putting that on every night. I'm like, okay, it didn't really get any better. I got like a little bit less inflamed, maybe. But then I went to like my doctor. And she was like, okay, well, I'm going to clean it and I'm going to stick some cotton, underneath it. And we're going to let it grow a little bit and we'll see what happens. I'm like, dog. It's like, okay. We did that. That I think did even less. I go back. I schedule in another appointment, and I schedule with their stupid fucking app. And their app only lets you schedule 15-minute appointments. Apparently, I need more than 15 minutes. But they don't. First of all, they don't tell you it's only a 15-minute appointment. And second of all, they didn't tell me that they needed more than 15 minutes until the day of the appointment when they rescheduled me for like a week fucking later, bro. And it's like, okay, dog. Okay. And I finally went there on Tuesday. And she was like, I think we're going to have to cut your toenail. I'm like, yes, please. I know. I'm aware. Yes. Please cut my fucking toenail, dude. So now I'm toenailless, and I was told it may not even regrow. So I could be permanently toenailless.
You might just permanently. That's sad.
It was a really annoying ingrown John too. I'm not that upset about it.
Not missing it.
Dude, yeah, in that first appointment, they were like, I don't really want to cut it off because it might not regrow. I was like, that's not a big deal to me, bro, just like.
What is the important? Okay, it might be sounding stupid here. What is the importance of the toenail anyway?
I don't know, actually. I think it's. I mean, I don't think there's any reason that like we couldn't just have regular skin down there, but like I don't know, because the skin under there is like more sensitive.
Protect the toe from injury.
But what is that?
It's like a little helmet.
Your toenails fell off because your soccer shoes were too tight and it was raining, and then they went blue, and when swimming in the lake they just fell off, and the new ones were already underneath. Okay. Well, I don't have a new. See, they just ripped this one off all at once, so there's no new one underneath there.
Fuck it.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see if it regrows.
And if you pay $12 a month on the non-fawn OnlyFans, you will get to see the monthly update of the toenail.
Dude, I will start an OnlyFans if it gets me enough money to see this fucking Minecraft movie.
Have you gone to? Does McDonald's have the fucking the Minecraft meals yet? Because I will have to actually.
Yeah, I think they do.
Get the Minecraft meals. I've seen them in the UK, and actually, when I got a TikTok of, I'm getting McDonald's tomorrow. I might have to order 6 meals to get all the toys. Okay.
I mean, I think if you just ask politely, they might. If you just order like 3, and are like, hey, can I just get like 2 in each?
Something with a 5, or be like, hey man, double me up on them toys.
Yeah, I feel like they might. Do that.
I know they correspond to Minecraft Bedrock skins, and I need them all. Also, I gotta try this nether sauce. That's might be the greatest invention mankind has made since the nuke that we dropped on Hiroshima. Okay, I don't know if we could one-up ourselves from that. Our completely ethical bombing of Okay, maybe I'm getting too tired. Okay, we're going down. I don't want a clip of. Anyway, it's been fun. You know, I'm tired. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go explore the woods tomorrow, as I always do. Actually, I'm trying out this new trail that I found that's not completely made yet. So there's like a bridge that it hasn't been made yet. So you have to I have to find a path over this river. But once I do that, I have like a giant trail I'm gonna go on. So if you guys don't hear from me again, I died.
Damn.
But on that note, okay, with my total 1 viewer, okay, I'm sending you somewhere, okay.
Yay.
I'm sending them the fucking Minar. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yo, Isaac raised with 2. Let's go.
Yo, Isaac, thank you for the raid. Me and Alpha are just talking, guys. I don't know if y'all know us.
Dude, this fucking shit is hilarious. I was looking at this earlier, and I didn't because people were saying like the math is like literally just the whatever, yeah, exports minus imports over imports. The trade deficit. I think it was meme PPG based. The trade deficit divided by their export, or what they export to us, or which is equal to how much we import from them, obviously. And I was like clicking through this, and I was like, I mean, it seems like a little different, but like it's so weird that like it would be the exact same. And apparently that's just because this equation is just a really complicated way of writing exports minus imports over imports. Like literally, like it's just like these symbols down here mean like here. I wonder if it I wonder if it has a thing. Do not understand the formula screenshot. It's trade deficits over imports times 0.5, and that document says that's the formula used to calculate the tariff rate, tariffing over country. Are you seriously pretending otherwise? Like, they literally, like... it's so... Yeah, this is exports minus imports over imports, and then this is 0.5 times 4. It's like... Which, guess what, is equal to 0.5, aka divided by 2. So, Jesus. But yeah, we might read this tomorrow, I don't know. But like, you can see government transfers as a percentage of income. And like all our like liberals, gay cities, like 13%. This is LA, 18%, 14%, San Diego, 14%. My state, our gay cities are like 10%. We can see like most of these fucking gay cities. Minneapolis. Oh, controlled is it? Okay. New York, like 9%. And then like you look at the rural, like red places. 30%. Jesus fucking Christ. Localist would be so mad right now. Is he here? Like, holy shit, look at Georgia. Like, Atlanta's like 10%. And like the suburbs, like 20%. And then the rest of the state is 30%. Jesus, man. I'm so mad. You see how these fucking rural counties that you love so much are just a drain? They're just a drain. 45% of your income is transfer payments. When is the gayest city in the South? That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. The gayer the city, the more... What the fuck? is this county, bro? Anyway, the fucking gayer the city, the less fucking government aid that they like. Jesus. Like Seattle, where's Seattle? These are all the gay cities. And then there are counties. Like the East Coast over here. Dude, Tennessee, same thing as fucking Georgia. I don't even know what city is this? This is Nashville. Is this Nashville? This is Memphis. This is Nashville. Because this is the place with the Bass Pro Shop. And this is where Brett Cooper lives. What's Brett Cooper up to? Was she JQing yet? Snow White, what happened? Jesus. Oops, sorry. Oh, I meant to save that and then click on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you got it.
All right. Well, that's a lot of great advice.
Democrats are rebranding, and it's insufferable. Selling your ass online is not a good idea. Can boob save the planet? Absolutely. Why trans activists are dying in chips? Has she said anything about tariffs or like the economy ever? Last month, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives in Washington passed a budget plan that envisions massive spending cuts in order to pay for a sweeping $4.5 trillion tax reduction. That was a key pillar of Donald Trump's re-election campaign. The fear in Bogasa is that Congress will slash Medicaid, the government health insurance program for people on low incomes that serves 1 in 5 Americans. It is a scheme many Republican lawmakers have long waited to curtail. How do I pronounce this? Boggle says. Doctors warned of the consequences. Any cuts would be impactful. And it says Maria, Christina, not even going to try, and gynecologist at Our Lady of the Angels. Upwards of 60% of the women who deliver here are on Medicaid. Bethany, a mother too, is one of them. Her third baby is due April 4th. And Medicaid will cover the whole cost of delivery. Cutting the program would be a huge step back for all of us, she says. Times are hard. We can't afford ourselves right now. Bethany, who has declined to give her surname because she does not want to publicize her political views, voted for Trump in November, but says she is surprised. I mean, no offense, lady. There's only so many people named Bethany expecting a third baby on April 4th who live in... Like, you gave the city, you gave your first name, you gave the fact that you're a mother or two and expecting a third baby on April. But she says she's not surprised at all talk about curtailing a program that has become indispensable to her family. It never came off of the campaign, she says. I don't think people saw it coming. Well, I don't know. There were some people warning about it. The future of Our Lady Angels Hospital strikes at the heart of the issue that has been the greatest political split in the MAGA movement. Although Trump seems to have total control of the Republican Party, his administration, powerful factions are pulling him in very different directions. Over the next few months, he will have to find a way to balance the interests of fiscal hawks and billionaire allies who want to radically downsize the federal government and his working-class MAGA base, which has become heavily reliant on government support. The tension is the result of two powerful trends that have been reshaping American politics and society over the past 2 decades. The first is the realignment of the two major political parties, with Democrats expanding support among college-educated suburban professionals, while the Republicans have picked up voters among working-class Americans. At the same time, a growing section of voters has come to rely on government transfers, the result of an aging society and rising inequality. These include Medicaid for poor families and Medicare Medicare and Social Security for retirees. In 2000, according to Economic Innovation Group, a think tank, just 10.4% of counties in the U.S. derived a quarter or more of their total personal income from transfers, but by 2022, it had risen to 53% of counties in the U.S. Many of these counties are in the sort of rural areas where Trump is hugely popular. As much as Republicans like to rail against big government, the voters are one of its biggest beneficiaries, says John Mark Hansen, professor of political science at the University of Chicago. Or as Steve Bannon, one of the architects of Trump's initial rise to power, put it in a recent podcast, Medicare is going to be a complicated one, a lot of MAGAs on Medicaid. Louisiana is a prime example of these trends. The state is as red as they come, choosing Republican candidates in 12 out of the 12 of the past 14th presidential elections. Jesus. Governor Jeff Landry hung a Make America Great Again flag from his official residence on the day Trump was inaugurated and urged others to do the same. But Louisiana is a relatively poor state with one of the biggest proportions of people in Medicaid. In the congressional district of Mike Johnson, Republican Speaker of the House, 33% of people are enrolled in the program. Jesus. That means Louisiana will suffer more than other regions if the Trump administration indeed decides to reduce funding for Medicaid, as other anti-poverty schemes that have been in the Republicans' crosshairs. Where's Louisiana? Damn, they don't got a single green county. It's just like some of the cities. Like New Orleans or whatever. And then I don't, presumably these are cities too, but I don't know. A.J. Cooper, Chief Executive of Franciscan Missionaries of Our Lady Health Systems, which runs the hospital, says more than 40% of hospitals in Louisiana are at risk of closing if Medicaid funding is reduced. All members of the Congress we talked to understand that a lot of hardworking people seek care in these hospitals, which are often the backbone of the local economy. So they're going to be very careful about passing measures that would be detrimental to their health constituents. The alliance that brought Trump to power for a second term is far more heterogeneous than it was in his first term. Aside from the MAGA populists, there are now Brolyarchs and ultra-wealthy tech executives like Elon Musk who have become sort of the president's most ardent supporters. There are also working-class Black and Hispanic voters who backed Trump for the first time last November, attracted by his promise to bring prices down on day one. By tapping these new sources of support, Trump was able to narrowly win the popular vote, which eluded him in 2016, and help his party retain control of the House and win a majority in the Senate. But the majorities are slim in both chambers, just 3 seats in the House, which presides heated battles over legislation. Meanwhile, the budget debate has opened up deep fault lines in our party between conservative hardliners at the Freedom Caucus and members of Congress from swing districts who are fearful of withdrawing funds for the health programs their constituents rely on. There are some very deep divisions that are there. That have been that are papered over by the extraordinary loyalty Trump commands from his voters, says the University of Chicago's Hansen. It is the fiscal hawks versus the rest of the party, not just MAGA, but the dwindling numbers of moderates. These fissures are reflected in polling data from KFF, a nonprofit health policy research group from last month. It found 67% of Republican voters wanted government to either increase and maintain spending on Medicaid, with only 33% saying it should be reduced. If you look at the president's base, it's a large number of low-income working families, and those are folks that are on Medicare, said Ryan Cross, head of the government affairs at the fucking missionary hospital bullshit. And that's why he's taken the position he has so far. The position he refers to is Trump's repeated assurance that he would love and cherish not only Medicaid, but also Social Security, the government pension scheme, and Medicare, a health insurance program for the elderly and for young people with disabilities. Officials in the city believe him. I take Trump at his word, says Ryan Steele, the Republican president of Washington Parish, Balsaga, or whatever is that how you pronounce it, is part. He also believed Johnson, the House Speaker, who insisted at trimming spending, the focus would be on fretting out fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid rather than cutting benefits or shrinking the program. But his attempts to reassure voters contrast with the more aggressive tone adopted by Musk, who has called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time and told Fox in a recent interview there was $500 to $700 billion in waste that he needed to cut from entitlement spending. That's one of the big ones to eliminate, he said. Democrats claim cuts to Medicaid are inevitable. Given Republican spending plans, the Health Budget Blueprint adopted last month instructs the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicare and Medicaid, to come up with at least $880 billion in savings in 10 years. Democrats say it will be hard to do without touching health insurance for the poor. Musk enjoys brandishing his chainsaw, but it's not funny when you take a person's job. It's not funny when you take their health care, says a Democratic lawmaker from Louisiana. All the talk of cuts to anti-poverty programs is one of the reasons why voters have been haranguing Republican members of Congress at town hall meetings up and down the country in recent weeks in angry scenes that have been shared thousands of times on social media. Fields says the anger is understandable. The vast majority of people who voted for Trump did not expect him to take money away from their disabled kids, he says. I saw somewhere that like there's 10% of people saying taxes. There's like 10% of people paying taxes are not going to pay taxes this year because of all the cuts to IRS. To IRS personnel, they might just try and pay back if they have to. Yeah. Like literally, like that's what's funny. It's like the very small amount of money that they were just saving. Very small in terms of like federal government spending, right? Like 20 billion. Like let's say they saved 20 billion. Maybe they saved 20 billion by now. That's nothing in federal government spending. And if you fire half the IRS, you're gonna lose more than $20 billion in terms of compliance, in terms of lost compliance. Like, you'll lose Medicaid. Oh, don't worry, the tariffs though, that'll raise the revenue, guys. Don't worry, guys. You'll lose Medicaid could become a rallying cry, in the 2016 midterm elections. Just as threats to make big cuts to healthcare paved the way for Democrats' victory in 2018 midterms during Trump's first term. But political analysts do not yet detect a change of heart among Republican voters. Arlie Russell Hochschild, a sociologist from the University of California, Berkeley, who's written books about the rise of the right-wing Tea Party movement in Louisiana and white nationalism in poor parts of Kentucky, says she has not seen a shift from voter sympathies away from Trump in Kentucky, which is a Democratic state. That swung, that later swung right. Everybody's confused. Everybody's in doubt. But we're not at a tipping point, she says. Tax evasion is good for the economy. Something Laffer curve taxation is theft. True. Tax evasion will actually increase tax revenue because of the Laffer curve. The expensive Medicaid in towns such as... It's part of a broader story about the huge increase in the amount of money the federal government is paying it to U.S. citizens. Income from government transfers was the fastest growing major component of Americans' personal income, according to the EIG report last year. It said they made up 18% of all personal income in the U.S. in 2022, a total of $3.8 trillion, with this share more than doubling since 1970. Transfers, which include state pensions and state health insurance, as well as veterans' benefits, food stamps, and employment insurance, and other benefits, were now the third largest source of Americans' personal income after income from work and investments, EIG said. The main driver of this trend, EIG said, was the aging U.S. population, because the largest transfer programs, Social Security and Medicare, are aimed at people at retirement age. Transfer payments expand as the elderly population grows. Across huge swaths of the American map, aging has pushed transfers higher while local economies struggle. Have suppressed growth and other earnings, the authors wrote. The result is a reshaping how communities derive their livelihood and a fading importance of work and productive activity in generating local incomes. Also, who's going to make sure all the tariffs are paid after fighting so many people? True. No, that's why we had the ERS right on. Don't worry. What's funny is that tariffs actually are like not a particularly hard tax to avoid. Now, I mean, it's kind of different if you do universal tariffs, but like, for example, I think it's called just redocking. Okay, I feel like a redocking ships. Redocking cargoes. There's a term for it. But basically, it's not especially hard to say if goods from China are being tariffed, take that ship to Japan, unload all the goods from the Chinese ship, load it onto a Japanese ship, and then maybe like have some paperwork. Like sometimes you might have to transfer ownership for whatever, and then take those goods from Japan to the U.S. Like that's still going to add cost, but not as much as the tariff, depending on how high the tariff is, obviously. You know, they're not a especially hard tax to avoid. Like, I guess if you just tariff everything coming out of the country, though, then you're kind of fucked. Like what people doing in Vietnam, yeah. Which, I mean, there are, by the way, like if you don't want batteries being made in China, it does make sense to tariff batteries from China. Because then production might move to South Korea, but South Korea is our ally, so that's fine. That's what we want. Biden did this a lot, where he focused on what's called friendshoring, like building up supply chains in allied nations. There are probably industries that are important for our military or whatever that we probably don't want to be made in China. But like, why are we tariffing South Korea and Europe? Like, what the fuck? Like, the trend is not confined to a few poor pockets of the country. The report says that most U.S. counties depend on a level of government transfer income that was once reserved only for the most distressed places. It said the transfer share runs highest in parts of the country that are rural, old, and poor. Some of these, Appalachia and rural South, are firmly Republican. Those findings have been echoed by other studies. The report by the Center of Children for the Families at Georgetown University in January found that there are 15 states where at least 1/5 or more non-elderly adults in small towns in rural areas are covered by Medicaid. Of these, 8 voted for Trump in November. Louisiana is one of those states. According to the Cross of Franciscan Missionaries Hospitals, the federal government shoulders around 70% of the cost of Medicaid in the state. But that proportion is even higher in the Medicaid expansion ushered by the Affordable Care Act, more commonly known as Obamacare, which brought tens of millions of previously uninsured Americans under Medicare's protective umbrella. The ACA broadened Medicare coverage to nearly all adults, with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level, around $21,000 for an individual. The federal government pays 90% of the cost for new enrollees in the expanded program, the so-called federal matching rate. States like Louisiana that have implemented the expansion pay just 10%. Yet one of the proposals Republicans have discussed to reduce the cost of the program involves trimming the matching rate, leaving states to make up the shortfall in funding. That could put a huge strain on their budgets. A lot of the policies on the table are about either directly taking coverage away from people or shifting costs to the states and then leaving them holding the bag, says Allison Orris, an expert on Medicaid policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, a think tank. States will need to make choices about their programs, and those choices will likely include cutting eligibility, cutting benefits, and cutting provider rates, probably all three. Indeed, KFF, the research group, estimates that eliminating the federal matching rate could reduce Medicaid spending by nearly 1/5, around $1.9 trillion over a 10-year period. That could lead to 20 million people losing coverage. The expensive Medicaid provided an important safety blanket in whatever. The city nicknamed Magic City in the 1920s on the account of its rapid population growth. It grew up around the vast Great Southern Lumber Company sawmill, which processed virgin longleaf pine from the forests of Louisiana and neighboring Mississippi, not Missouri, Jesus. But the mill closed in 1938 when a supply of pine became depleted. A paper mill continues to operate, making containerboard and corrugated packaging, but it employs many fewer workers than the sawmill did in its heyday. The city has grappled with economic problems. We've had our struggles, says Lucille, the president of Washington Parish. He explains that the town was hit hard by the opioid epidemic and the fentanyl crisis. Adding drug abuse has really taken a toll on rural America. Homelessness is rife too. We have people who fall through the cracks where housing's concerned. Shield says single mothers with children are often forced to live in temporary accommodations, such as Cocktails Motel on Escalabia Street in downtown. People have a lot of need, says Garland Anderson, the head of primary care at Our Ladies of Angels. The incidence of chronic disease is high, he adds, and nutrition poor. It's easy for me to say watch your sodium intake, but a lot of these people are living off instant ramen and little else, he says. Anderson says Medicaid expansion under Obamacare Made a big difference. It allowed Our Lady Angels to adopt a program of managed care with more screening for high blood pressure, cancer, and other diseases. It was a way to cut costs by allowing doctors to intervene before health problems turned into medical emergencies and raise the quality of care, he says. But talk cutting Medicaid has called that into question. Just as we're transitioning, they're pulling out the rug from under us, he says. We fought so hard for it, and it's stressful to know that it could easily be taken away. Yeah, Medicare. Good. Hot take, guys. Healthcare. For the for the poors. It's good. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. Maybe we're not fucked. Maybe we're not. We gotta read Pop Internationalism, at least some of it at some point. I think it's probably got oh, Robert E. Lawrence. How do I use the like real pages, not the There's a way to see how it says 16 here? Like that's the oh no, this is page 5 though. I think the page numbers for this might just be broken. Wait, what? I thought it was Let me read this. What is this? Okay, might read that tomorrow. Might read might stream together. So I don't know. Oh shit! I think tomorrow, Gibbs, or technically today, we'll be on Gibbs' show. I don't think we'll talk about tariffs. The Iran problem and leftist terrorism. I guess we'll be talking about that. Friday, I might be on a dating show. I don't know yet because Friday I might be watching a Minecraft movie. Speaking of which, !TTS in the chat so you can donate so I can watch the Minecraft movie. What a stupid title. True. Iran is not a problem. USA is. So true. I don't know. My friends are made bad at making plans though, so I can't. I don't know. Either Friday I'll be streaming more reading and maybe a dating panel as well, or I'll be watching Minecraft movie. I might watch Minecraft movie on Saturday though. I don't know. I have to find out so I can actually DM these people back. But my friends are bad at making plans. All right. Yo! On-screen celebration, 40 bits. I don't have an on-screen. This is what you get. This is your on-screen celebration. Let's go. Let's go. That's what you have. Thank you for the bets. I appreciate it. I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Who is streaming right now? Skyana streaming. Kin streaming. Carbon streaming. Do I go to Kin for the shout out to more people? Or do I go to Skyana because Riz? Emmer's not gonna notice that I raid her with fucking 8 viewers, man, or whatever I have. Like, that's not, no. I don't want to Kin. He's my goat. Tell him, make sure to tell him that. Say, you're non-Fon's goat. He wanted you to know. It's kind of Riz. She doesn't know, I don't think she has a webcam on though, so I really want to. I don't get to see her reaction or anything. Is anyone streaming on YouTube that I like? Oh, Tom Foolery, I guess. Okay. I think you'll head over to Tom Foolery on YouTube after stream ends. YouTube redirect kind of sucks, but you can write on YouTube. Yeah, it's called live redirect. It's a little weird. It's kind of hard to do and kind of doesn't work as well, like most things with YouTube live streaming, but you can. Damn, no webcam. What the fuck, for real? Anyway, I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Fun time. I had fun. I'll stream again tomorrow for sure. Maybe Friday. We'll see. Love you guys. Really cool that you watch me. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Really cool talking to these cool people and everything. Anyway,